automatically mute me right away? Hello, we're back again. It's this is the second part to it. If you didn't see the first part, we just did something on the Mandami speech and swearing. Now we're gonna get into the whole well, first off, Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I got some good sleep last night. I feel pretty good today.
Did you? I wish I could say. I mean, I slept decent. I wish I could say the same. I definitely went to a party last night. Buckeyes lost. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Watched it with a bunch of Ohio State people. So that was kind of a whatever. But yeah, man, we got this whole Somali thing that's just taken over. And being that we're from Ohio, I've got a lot of stuff now that we haven't even, because we've been covering this every day since, this is all new stuff. So, so get ready. But it's not just that. The Minnesota, apparently the break-in was to get some documents. So that's what we're going to start off with. And we're just going to work our way down. And y'all stick with us because it's going to be a little puzzle. So let's get this party started, y'all.
Hey, Daniel. How you doing, buddy?
Health Department to undo its plans to cut off child care funding. Garrett Tenney has the latest live from Chicago. Garrett?
Yeah, Mike, and police in Minneapolis are also investigating a break-in at a daycare center. Now, this particular daycare center was not featured in Nick Shirley's viral video, but it is one of the dozens flagged to state investigators earlier this year for receiving more than $1 million in federal funding, despite having multiple and repeated violations on record. The owners of Nokomis Daycare say surveillance cameras captured two men breaking into their business, claiming they cut through an outside cinder block wall, crawled through an interior wall, and busted their way in before getting into an office and stealing business records, including personal information of who attends the daycare. Here's the center's manager.
One video made by a specific individual made this all happen. Yes.
Don't worry, we'll be watching this video.
Tomorrow might be someone else's. We don't know. So this has to stop.
While the Minneapolis police are investigating this reported break-in, some are suggesting it could be a cover-up of wrongdoing, including the HHS official who paused federal funding to Minnesota daycare this week. Alex Adams posted, "Crazy coincidence that attendance records are missing one day after the HHS secretary requested them from the state of Minnesota." Minnesota Democrats, meanwhile, are continuing to defend their handling of the alleged fraud in the state and attacking the Trump administration for freezing more than $190 million in federal funding as it investigates what prosecutors say could be more than $9 billion of fraud in the state.
We're taking fraud seriously. We're working every day to improve our systems, hold those criminals accountable, and move our state forward. That's why it's incredibly frustrating to me that Donald Trump and Republicans want to use this as a political vehicle to cut funding entirely to our state.
Republicans argue Minnesota Democrats are now trying to whitewash their mishandling of the growing scandal.
If you go back to the Biden administration, particularly along that border, and you heard Biden say, well, I'm doing everything I can do, but yet
exactly, Virgil,
into office and fixed it almost right away. It almost feels like that again. You have Governor Waltz saying, well, I'm doing everything I can do at the moment. And yet President Trump and his team are flooding the zone with resources and probably are going to get to the bottom of it before the governor and the AG there in Minnesota do.
Yeah, Congress is now hoping to have a chance to question both Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and Governor Tim Walz.
Wait till you watch the whole thing, dude. I'll cater.
We will follow this story. Garrett Tenney, thanks very much. Molly?
All right, let's bring in Florida Congressman Mike Caradopoulos. He sits on the House Financial Services Committee. And sir, welcome. Thank you so much for being here on this new year, 2026. We greatly appreciate it. Garrett
Thank you.
Tenney
Happy
just
New Year.
covered, Happy New Year to you. Garrett Tenney just covered an incredible amount of ground in that report. There was a break-in at one of the daycares where records have been requested by the federal government, federal investigators. The feds are moving in on this community, trying to get to the bottom of the fraud investigation that's underway. And local officials are blaming the Trump administration for something that really they've been working on for many, many years now as Governor Waltz is running for a third term. I just want to get your thoughts on how things stand right now and what you have to say about it.
Well, as a son of an FBI agent, this is nothing short of organized crime. This is what the mafia does. They steal, they lie, they cheat. And what's happened here is nothing short of that. And the federal government has to use the full powers that we used to destroy the mafia back in the 1960s. Nothing short of it. This undercuts the fabric of America. People work hard to pay their taxes, and they see the dollars thrown away in an organized crime method. And the way you get these people is with the same vengeance that the Biden administration took on with the January 6th incident at the Capitol. That's how you take them on. You start with the lowest level investigators and you say, you knew what was going on. Who told you to turn a blind eye? Nothing short of that will be acceptable to me or members of Congress, because we know when Waltz comes to testify, he's going to lie to our face just like he did on the Sanctuary City issue.
Yeah, and you're raising a very important point that the House Oversight Committee is announcing 2 hearings. They've invited Governor Waltz to come and testify in Washington. We'll see if that actually comes to pass. That particular day is slated for early February. And James Comer, who heads the Oversight Committee, had this to say about the effort that's underway. Congress has a duty to conduct rigorous oversight of this heist and enact stronger safeguards to prevent fraud in taxpayer-funded programs, as well as strong sanctions to hold offenders accountable. I think you said something a moment ago that probably touched on a lot of the concern among Americans, is that Americans all across the country are struggling to pay for pre-K, for daycare. I mean, that's generally a very high cost, and you don't want to see, our money thrown away when it could be going to those very programs that people need. Your thoughts?
Well, it's infuriating. There's nothing short of it. I mean, again, we work so hard for our money, and to see these people on an organized crime spree to take the money and then send it out of the country on top of that. I mean, this is what's going on in Minnesota, and the governor doesn't care. And his excuse, it's Trump's fault. Get real, take your job seriously, and get to the bottom of this, because we are. And I'm just tired of this. This is why a lot of us left the private sector to get back into politics, because there's a bunch of fraudsters and crooks, and clearly they've been exposed. And sadly, it wasn't the mainstream media that exposed this. It was a person who took it upon themselves, to their credit, and exposed this fraud so the rest of us see it firsthand. And now we know why that Waltz hated things like the Doge, because we're exposing fraud just like they did with USAID.
Yeah, I want to shift to healthcare quickly, because it's going to be a major topic, particularly in the initial months of 2026 as we are there. The Democrats created the Affordable Care Act, created the subsidies, created the expiration date for the subsidies. Now they have expired. But I suppose the question, though, is what can Republicans do now in these coming months?
Well, first, let's be clear. A couple weeks ago, we passed a bill in the House of Representatives that would have brought down Obamacare costs by 11%. And that was about my numbers. That's the CBO, the group the Republicans candidly don't like, called the Congressional Budget Office. Yet the Democrats back in July actually used the Byrd rule in the Senate to kill that 11% savings. And then more recently, we're hoping that they'll do it this time. Now that we have a new bill in the Senate, they need to pass our bill so we not only reduce costs by 11%, but we also have major fraud provisions, because recently even the Washington Post, again, a liberal group, said there is rampant fraud in Obamacare. That's why we just can't rubber stamp a broken system that has failed the American people since 2010. And the truth is, they lied to us there too. They said they would reduce costs. They said they would reduce the power of insurance companies. The exact opposite happened. We have a better plan. We're hoping the Senate will take up our bill that we passed a couple weeks ago in Washington, D.C.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your insights. Wishing you a wonderful new year.
Like, share, subscribe. Here we go. Next. This is going to be a rundown, you guys. Wait till we get towards the end is when it gets
was
real.
not in Washington, nor here in New
I'm
York. He
covering
was
the main
down in
stuff now.
Mar-a-Lago.
We'll get to the end. It's going to get real, bro.
Vowing to get to the bottom of the Minnesota fraud scheme while celebrating the New Year last night.
And it comes as the state's governor, Tim Waltz, is called to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee.
Yeah, always here with breaking news. Rebecca Castro joins us now from Washington, D.C., and she's got the latest. Rebecca.
Joey, good morning. Governor Waltz has acknowledged fraud is a major issue in Minnesota and says he's accountable for fixing it, but it's not clear yet if he will agree to testify before Congress next month. Multiple federal agencies are currently investigating the fraud allegations involving child daycare centers in Minnesota, which prosecutors say may have cost taxpayers billions. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all federal child care payments to the state, but President Trump says Minnesota is just the beginning.
Can you imagine they stole $18 billion? That's just what we're learning about. That's peanuts. In California is worse, Illinois is worse, and sadly New York is worse. A lot of other places. So we're going to get to the bottom of all of it. It was a giant scam. Other than that, we're going to have a great New Year.
Check this out. No wires at all. Let me show you real quick. This is my dash cam. See? No cables. I can take it right.
The House Oversight Committee will start holding hearings on this next week, and Chairman James Comer wants Governor Walz and his Attorney General to testify in February, saying they've either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in a massive fraud involving taxpayer dollars in Minnesota's social
I'm not making a
programs.
deal with
In
nobody.
response, the governor's office
what I
said,
look like,
we're
bro.
always happy
You
to
got
work
your
with
damn mind?
Congress, though this committee has a
Who you
track
talking
record
to,
of
bro?
holding circus hearings that have nothing to do with the issue at hand.
Deal with
While the
me,
governor
bro.
has been working to ensure
Me.
fraudsters go to prison, the president has been selling pardons to let them out. Now, the DOJ has been investigating this fraud for months, and Attorney General Pam Bondi says 98 people have been charged and more than 60 found guilty in court. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thanks, Rebecca. Unclear if Governor Walz intends to show up
Did
to
you
this
read-
hearing.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
know, it's so funny they talk about
You
you're
read this?
racist, and
This
some of the
thing?
pundits, even
Read this,
politicians,
right?
have said, well, some of these people might be
Read
Somali.
this.
90 some odd have been charged, I believe.
Yeah, I'm reading.
98 have been charged. 85
This
are
dude
Somali.
out of-
Ours.
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
All right. So not all. It's not all of them, but a
But
good.
it's-
It definitely brings the
What
broader
deal,
concept of
Eddie?
it's part of this community. And so
We'll
to
never
say
know.
that about being Somali and part of this fraud, that's
You
wholly
got- you
untrue.
go and
Okay,
make it
we have to be
happen.
honest about what's going on here. And because of this, President Trump has done what he can, and he's getting more federal support down there. And he's also saying we need to be auditing not
You
only
don't gotta
these,
block him.
all
He
of these
just-
federal programs, who's getting the federal
Yeah.
funding, and because of the increased oversight and the auditing, one of the daycare centers are saying, hey, you know, we don't have the paperwork anymore.
You
Take a
can't-
listen.
Unfortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news.
We will be watching this in full, and I will break it down. I showed it yesterday, but I was walking out the door, so I didn't get to watch it like I really wanted to.
And we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community, as one video made by a specific individual made this all happen.
So I want to say I don't understand why they have to turn it around and say, why are you targeting
Right.
the Somali community? That's not what they're doing. They're targeting this Leering Center because of the massive fraud and abuse that has been uncovered. And again, not just a part of some of these daycare centers, but much broader throughout the entire state.
Well, and to be clear, so that individual, and by the way, the plot thickens because the Minnesota police showed up, responded to the break-in, and found no evidence of actually these documents or other things being taken. We'll see where that goes. But this Nakoma State Care Center is different than the Leering Center. It's not the one
I
seen
wanted to
in
put
Nick
Leering.
Shirley's
That's my
videos. It's a
first
different
title.
one. But you're right.
And then I
President Trump is
clicked
sitting in the
out.
feds, and they're going through all of them. HHS has stopped the funding for daycare centers to the state from the federal level until they know for sure that these are actually legitimate centers that are operating as legitimate businesses. And so I think that young man's going to have to do some explaining.
What's
as
the
to
what's
how
the
they were
what's the game here? You're saying that somebody broke in and stole all of the documentation that would be used to show that you're a fraud. I mean, I'm sorry. Color me skeptical. I don't believe it. I mean, you look at the pictures where they showed how people broke in and the sheetrock looks like it was torn open from inside the building, not outside the building. The police have already said they think that that nothing was stolen. I don't know how they come to that conclusion, but think about it. He said specifically, he took the time to point out the rosters of the kids that are there, checkbooks. You know, maybe when people start looking at where they're spending their money, well, you stole my checkbook, so now I can't show you. Somebody must have stolen it and spent that money on those $3,000 glasses I was wearing, which I saw on X. Well, somebody else bought those because they stole our checkbook. We're not wasting money. Color me skeptical. I think that if this is the reaction, they're in a bad spot.
They're in a bad spot. And by the way, yesterday, Nicole, Joe and I were on the couch and we talked to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and she addressed what so many Americans want, which is to see people held accountable. Listen.
This is a top priority for the administration. The Department of Justice, as we speak, is continuing to execute search warrants and subpoenas. People will be in handcuffs as a result of the fraud that Governor Walz has allowed to occur for many, many years. The Department of Homeland Security is conducting door-to-door investigations on the ground at potential fraud sites. We're also not afraid to use denaturalization. That's a tool at the President and the Secretary of State's disposal, and it's one this administration has previously used before. What are they hiding? Our entire administration is working around the clock to get to the bottom of it.
Well, those are some strong words by the White House press secretary, but she's absolutely right. Listen, this is not about politics. This is not about race. This is about math. And it has already been uncovered, tens of millions of dollars. I've seen some estimates saying upwards of over $1 billion of potential fraud in this one state alone. Tim Walz, you must be very, very proud. I can't imagine how this is not going to affect his upcoming reelection campaign.
No, right. He's running for reelection. So you wonder, Nicole, what is his slogan? Trust me, I'll fix it now. He's gone and established, a program integrity director. He spent more of Minnesota's taxpayer dollars to have an outside auditing firm to come in and take a look at it. But how did it happen? And that number, by the way, the figure they're saying is upwards of $9 billion in the state of Minnesota alone.
Of a proposed $18 billion. So of $18 billion that was spent on Medicaid through these programs, which is federal and Minnesota money, upwards of half of it was fraudulent, stolen, not used at all for what it was there for. What's so funny about this this daycare that just came out and did their press releases, they're not on the video. They're supposedly not one of the ones that was being talked about this week. So I guess they're just trying to get out in front of it. Say, oh, well, before they come look at our books, let's go ahead and make sure they get stolen. That's what I think. I don't know if that's true or not, but it certainly looks that way. And fire, and that looks like a lot of smoke.
Well, Tim Walz and pretty much every other politician in that state should be thanking these whistleblowers and these journalists for bringing light to this, because this is money from not only federal dollars, but also, as you're saying, the state-funded taxpayers as well. If you are the politicians who are clamoring for having more funding for these social programs, this is great news for you because you've uncovered all this fraud. It's just like Doge. They did a great job. They uncovered fraud, waste, and abuse. That's what's happening here. You get rid of the fraud, you get rid of the waste, and therefore taxpayer dollars can actually go to help taxpayers.
And it does hurt Minnesotans because what the federal government has no choice but to freeze those funds for Minnesota to figure this out. So then good people are getting hurt, but they're getting hurt because their state leadership allowed this to happen.
I'm Steve Drew. So we do have the press conference of when they also cry about them getting their stuff frozen. We're gonna have a good show, guys. Stick around. This is gonna, if this topic introduces you, just wait. It stick around because it's only gonna get better from here.
Breaking today, the House Oversight Committee announcing 2 blockbuster hearings on the Minnesota fraud scandal. State lawmakers who raised red flags years ago will testify on January 7th. A second hearing on February 10th could put Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison under oath. Chairman James Comer accusing both men of, quote, either being asleep at the wheel or complicit in the alleged schemes that drained taxpayer dollars from social services programs. Governor Waltz's office fired back this morning saying, quote, we're always happy to work with Congress, though this committee has a track record of holding circus hearings that have nothing to do with the issue at hand. President Trump, meanwhile, chiming in today as well, calling Waltz a, quote, crooked governor. Lisa Booth, This is a man that was within an inch of being, what, the vice president of the United States? This is Tim Walz.
Can you believe he was going to be the vice
deflecting
president?
and pushing back and blaming President Trump, and this is all political.
Yeah, with them.
Rings very hollow.
Well, yeah. Can you imagine that Kamala Harris wasn't the worst part of the Democrats? Someone who flipped past $1.5 billion in like 107 days to lose all 7 swing states, and somehow Tim Walz is the worst. I think he's worried about what investigators, both in Congress and federal investigators, are going to uncover about all this, of what Minnesota officials allowed to happen in their state, particularly Keith Ellison, who had a meeting with some of these fraudsters back in 2021. But I just want to make a broader note about immigration at large. I mean, President Trump in 2015 made the statement that other countries weren't sending their best. I mean, hello, this isn't an indictment of the entire Somali community, but we know that they played a large part in Minneapolis and Minnesota in all of this fraud. Or you can even look at someone like Congressman Ilhan Omar, who we took in with open arms, who was a refugee and settled here into the United States. And then about 9/11, she brushes it off and says some people did something, or has called America, one of the worst countries, or her net worth, according to the New York Post, mysteriously, grew exponentially. But this is also beyond Minnesota as well. I mean, even if you look at the COVID era funding, tens of billions of dollars were stolen in fraud. Or you can look at some of these, daycare and related programs in other states. We know millions of dollars were raided there as well. Yet Elon Musk was run out of Washington, D.C. for Doge, for trying to address some of these issues, and Republicans were attacked for trying to get some reforms built in with the big, beautiful bill.
But Paul, the question is now, where do we go from here? It's looking like, according to James Comer, from what we've heard this morning from his committee, it's going to be at the federal level. I had Senator Ron Johnson on Sunday Morning Futures, and he told me, he said, I've got subpoena power. He said, I am absolutely going to use that power to get to the bottom of this, because do you really think that officials in Minnesota, the governor's office in Minnesota, is going to do anything about this? I mean, but listen to Caroline Leavitt, press secretary. She was on Fox and Friends this morning. Listen to what she said about what they plan to do about the fraud.
Is that all?
These gloves can withstand 1,340-degree flames.
Those gloves are gangsters.
Since Nick Shirley's journalism really brought this issue further to light, we have surged resources across the board to the state. So I want your audience to understand this is a top priority for the administration. The Department of Justice, as we speak, is continuing to execute search warrants and subpoenas. People will be in handcuffs as a result of the fraud that Governor Walz has allowed to occur for many, many years.
Criminality, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny. Waltz now is saying, no, I've been on this. I've been enforcing. I've been all over this case. He's either complacent or complicit. There's no middle ground here, because Shirley went out and in one day found over $100 million in fraud. Leering Center, you couldn't see that much? I mean, come on. So what kind of an investigation was that? I want to go in a slightly different direction. Look, this could be some cases. At the end of the day, they'll lock up some low-hanging fruit. We won't get the money back, and that'll be the end of it. Here's the hidden metric we have. Treasury. Here's why. Treasury under FinCEN is the entity that controls and enforces the movement of money, like Western Union, MoneyGram, all of those things, but also the banks. None of this could have happened without a complicit money services bureau industry moving this money around to all the bad guys, but also overseas, which is what we're worried about. Why does that matter? Because not only do they have the ability to refer criminality to DOJ, they can button it up in a box and hand it to them, but they have the compliance power. Yeah. They can hit a bank, you know this, they hit a bank with a $1 billion fund. Why does that matter? Because if you start to do that, they'll stop. That's the only way to stop this thing. We know it's still going on. They'll hide under rocks. They'll figure a way around all measures. But if you stop the interlocutor,
is owned by the left.
This will finally go away. That's what you got to do. As the saying goes, follow money.
We're talking $9 billion, tip of the iceberg, Nicole. But I want to ask you about the FBI's role in this, because one former FBI agent said that the Medicaid fraud prevention fix that they're talking about here will not make any difference moving forward. We can talk about money that's gone. I don't know if we get it back in a clawback like Paul is talking about, but how do you stop this from happening in the future?
And that's the important question. And I have to agree with that former FBI agent. I read the article this morning and I thought, you know what, he's actually right. And it's a little concerning. But again, I think it comes back to You know, having worked in the FBI and seeing the fraud, I know this is alarming to Americans right now, but to me, I am sadly not shocked. In FBI Miami alone, we had 3 healthcare frauds. We were #1 in the country for healthcare fraud, stealing money from the government, basically. It is a nonstop effort. But again, look at everything that DOJ and FBI are faced with right now. Foreign terrorist organization groups, you know, fraud, mass shootings, you know, the violent crime. They are working tirelessly. But again, the important part to note is that there is no doubt in my mind. I know he mentioned the low-hanging fruit will be arrested. I hope that it's a lot more than just the low-hanging fruit. And I can tell you that there's a lot of tenacity at the FBI and DOJ about this right now. But these are complex investigations. They take a long time to work. I worked the first 4 years of my career was white collar. I mean, some of these investigations take over a year or more. Subpoena bank records, scheduling all the bank records, having your forensic accountant go through everything. Always follow the money. The bank records do not lie. And I sure know and hope that there will be accountability. I trust Caroline Leavitt when she says that there will be handcuffs. And again, you have to understand, DOJ was aware of some of this. There were former prosecutors involved under the Biden administration that turned a blind eye to this. They did not want to work these investigations because it did not fit the political narrative.
Of course, because Tim Walz was going to be the next vice president of the United States. But Tiffany, in Washington state, the attorney general there is already using this as a political tool and saying, don't you dare come to Washington state and look into our daycare centers. You might as well raise your hand and say, come on in and investigate me.
Right. It's like where there's smoke, there's fire. What's going on? Like, thanks for alerting us.
Weird how that happened.
Yeah. I mean, shocking. It's not just Minnesota. It's all over the country. It's California. It's Washington state, where our attorney general is defending the Somali community when there are allegations of fraud. It's interesting because 10% of the licensed child care facilities that are eligible for these subsidies are Somali-run. And the overall state population is 0.2% are Somali. So many of these buildings also have no address. They cannot even provide an address. You know, whether it's in DC and you know,
Bro, you
just
come in here, you
their
use
findings that
and
they
then you use
found
caps.
billions of dollars went to 30,000 dead people. I mean, I was a fan of Elon and Doge. I defended them from day one because we needed political outsiders. We needed business people to come in. That's the only way this gets fixed.
Bring them back.
President
Bring
Trump's
them back.
leadership.
Bring them all back. That's what I say. Come on, Elon. We need you.
Yes, let's go.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host
Emily
Liz Faulkner and Katie
Confagno.
McMenny.
Yeah, it probably is the days, bro. We don't do the caps and we don't like trigger words in the chat, man. Come on.
An update on one of our biggest stories heading into the new year. The Department of Health and Human Services cutting off all federal child care payments to Minnesota. This is in response to allegations of sweeping fraud. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney joins us now with more. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, Taylor, we're talking about $185 million that is now frozen. And particular federal funding for child care programs is just one small of the billions of dollars that prosecutors say has been stolen by criminals each year going back to 2018.
Oh, look,
a
it
big
just
reason
dropped
HHS
all the
says
way
it is
down.
pausing these funds is that the state of
Ooh, I
Minnesota
got-
still hasn't seemed to get its arms around what's happening.
We believe the state of
Really?
Minnesota has allowed scammers and
dropped
fake
that
daycares
much?
to siphon
189
millions
to
of taxpayer
95?
dollars over the past
Yeah.
decade.
Goodbye.
Fraudsters is stolen
You
from
can't do it because you're messing up the
Yesterday, I
algorithm.
spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota
I'm
Child
just
Care
gonna
Services office.
boot you if you
She
do
could
it.
not
Yeah,
tell me
boot-
with
you know
confidence
what?
whether
Give
those
one more
allegations
chance.
of fraud are isolated.
Go ahead.
Congressional investigators are also now looking into the alleged fraud happening in Minnesota. Today, the House Oversight Committee announced 2 hearings on the scandal. The first, a week from today, will feature testimony from several Minnesota state lawmakers, including the chair of the Fraud Committee that has been sounding the alarm on these problems for almost a year now. Here she is yesterday on Kudlow.
I think he has been derelict in his duties for 7 years. We warned him about these daycare fraud allegations last year. We did a full hearing on it in February, and they've done nothing since then. Even where there's clear signs and clear red flags, they haven't stopped payment. It is unconscionable.
The second hearing will be in February, and congressional investigators have invited both Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and the state's Attorney General Keith Ellison to testify. This past hour, Walz's office responded to that invitation with this statement, telling us, "We're always happy to work with Congress, though this committee has a track record of holding circus hearings that have nothing to do with the issue at hand. While the governor has been working to ensure fraudsters go to prison, the president has been selling pardons to let them out." Walz testified before this same committee back in June on a state's sanctuary policy, so it sounds like he's open to doing it again, but given how quickly this story has been developing, there is a ton that could happen between now and then. Taylor?
Garrett, thank you so much.
Thanks, Pam.
Who's outraged the most? The longer this goes on, the more frustrated I get. And I'm going to say something, and it's a joke because it is illegal and I would never recommend this. But I texted my dad last night and I said, what if every single American got together and decided, I am not going to pay taxes next year until they fix this crap? That's how outraged I am that we are working 6 months out of the year just to then finally get a paycheck, because half of our income goes to the government and it is going to fraud, waste, and abuse. I want to turn the spigots off until they fix this. I'm not advocating to not pay your taxes. You have to pay your taxes. But I'm getting to that point where I am frustrated.
It's even worse than that, because the federal government is running a $2 trillion annual deficit, roughly. It was a little less than that last year. So we're literally borrowing money to have it basically be defrauded from the American people by these individuals who run these states, and it's everywhere.
Well,
but what you said, what did Waltz say?
Yeah, I mean, he tweeted out, this is Trump's long game. We spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. He's politicizing the issue to fund programs that help Minnesotans. What's his plan all along? To let you run a huge fraud Ponzi scheme to fund the Somalis and then call you out on it? I mean, here's what strikes me. You're making this a political issue. It's a forensic one right now. This is akin to, you notice an errant charge on your credit card.
Yep.
Do you just say, hey, let me just see what happens. Let me see if there's any other charges. No, you call, you freeze the account, and you get to the bottom of it, which is exactly what the federal government is doing.
What realistically can we do, though? Because in the private sector, you go through audits. Every time you file a quarterly earnings report, you have an accountant signing off and saying, I've gone through these numbers and generally they look okay. That is normal GAAP accounting.
Right, but this type of fraud doesn't happen in the private sector. This happens in the public sector and over again. I'm glad to see the spigot being cut. My hope is that it's cut not just when it comes to this one particular daycare program, but government funding of health care and housing subsidies and school lunches and job training and all the corporate subsidies. Let's get broad here and cut out all these subsidies. And to your point, Dagen, it's incredibly frustrating, especially at a time we talked about Americans are putting these Christmas gifts on credit card bills. They're not feeling the results of the positive economy. Where is so much of that money going? It's going to fraud, exactly what we've seen happening in Minnesota.
As I often do, I am the voice of moderation in this.
Wait till we get to Ohio.
Despite
you got free money to give out. Can I take some?
I'm old. What can I say?
The content gets way better after this, is laying down all the new stuff. Wait till we get to Ohio.
Hey, that's your home thing.
This has been going on for almost a decade. 90 people have already been charged. Multiple people have already been prosecuted. Just to put it in perspective, it's not like this has gone on and nothing absolutely has been done. But nothing has been done to stop it going forward.
Right.
That's the problem. So just to be clear on what we're talking about here, and I'm also sympathetic, and this will be a popular voice too, to people that have come into the country from outside. I'd like to be sure that when we're going to prosecute these people, we're prosecuting the right people, because I don't know if it's the parents, the Somalis, oftentimes immigrant populations can be taken advantage of. And are they behind it all? Who's behind it all? Let's make sure we get the right people.
Yeah.
Last point.
Gotcha.
That is, if it's going on in Minnesota, Minnesota is not noted for being the hotbed of fraud.
It is now.
Well, it has not been in the past, and I've spent a lot of time in Minnesota, but I'm wondering where else this is going.
California,
Everywhere.
I mean, everywhere. This is what I said yesterday: is in accounting and public company accounting. Whenever you find an irregularity and start digging in, it never gets better. It gets
and
worse.
Is this just one?
No,
It's the cockroach theory, where there's one, there are thousands.
And you know, Jeff, I think they lean into people's sympathy. You know, don't you care about the children?
Yeah.
Who doesn't care about? Everyone does. You know, don't you care about the children? But the purpose of government is not to redistribute income. We see that it's not to take from one group and give to another. A government is a policeman. It's a gun. Its role is to protect our rights, not to feed, house, clothe, educate, and basically be a cradle-to-grave welfare system for everyone under the sun, no matter what their nationality might be.
From this day, well, I never gave into the emotional manipulation by politicians that, oh, you don't care about lower income Americans, the impoverished, children, because you don't believe in just reckless, profligate spending by the government. I don't believe in any government spending any longer, because the people in charge at the federal level and the state and local level don't care about how those dollars are spent. And I think the biggest problem are the Republicans. The Republicans are the ones who continue to sign off on these programs. The Republicans had their hands in the $2 trillion CAIR Act, and it's been thrown, which was at the beginning of COVID, which has been thrown back in their faces. To your point, Gavin Newsom did the same thing that Tim Walz did, talking about the fraud. He said that the federal CARES Act was rushed out by Trump, rushed out new unemployment programs without basic fraud safeguards to stop international crime rings. But California warned about it and stepped up to block $125 billion in attempted fraud, deploying ID verification. And Kevin Kiley noted it was backwards. California didn't do that. The state auditor found California didn't bolster its fraud detection efforts until months into the pandemic, and almost $33 billion was stolen because of it.
Yeah.
That they're they will lie.
33 billion. Everything's 33
and a third.
It's how you know it's them.
And try to make Trump the problem when they're the grifters.
Well, it brings you back to, why did Elon Musk get run out of Washington, D.C.? Because he started digging in and finding where the bodies were buried on both sides.
There it is, the person that said Elon didn't mention it. See, he did, and he called out Ohio politicians.
Discriminately. There's a lot of fraud, abuse, waste going on. The question is, what's the catalyst to actually get to a solution, right? You mentioned it. It was always a focus on speed of spending. How do we get this money allocated and out there as opposed to the outcomes? Because think of all the good you could do for the underprivileged and the children if there wasn't all this waste. There'd be a lot more money to actually have good outcomes.
That's the argument, is that if you actually cared about the kids, you would get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse, because then it would actually help the kids who need it. That's the argument. My favorite is my death row inmate who got the paycheck under the PPP plan in jail.
Right. Mark my words, the biggest federal program that is the biggest looming problem is Medicaid. And the Republicans did try to kind of trim away at it in the One Big Beautiful Law, but that is the biggest source of fraud. And it's only getting bigger.
All right, now check this one out. Now it's starting to get into the better stuff. Got rid of that. Now let's start seeing what these people, what everybody's saying. Here's
don't be ignorant and make a judgment because
Thank you, Keith.
social media make your own individual research.
Allegations of widespread fraud in Minnesota having ripple effects in Somali communities across the country, including here in Oregon. Tonight at 6, Oregon Somali community reacting to the backlash as DHS and the FBI surge federal officers to Minnesota following allegations of fraud by daycares run by Somali residents. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Barry Mangold.
And I'm Deborah Knapp. This is a developing story we've been following for weeks. Minnesota has been under the spotlight for years for Medicaid fraud. One of the biggest fraud cases dates to the pandemic when a nonprofit called Feeding Our Future allegedly stole nearly $300 million intended to provide food for children. Further investigations uncovered additional alleged schemes. The acting U.S. attorney for Minnesota estimates the total loss from all fraud cases could be more than $1 billion. Many of those charged in the multiple schemes, 82 of the 92 defendants, are Somali Americans.
And the issue came back into the spotlight during President Trump's immigration crackdown, and administration officials launched an investigation into whether some of the allegedly stolen funds were diverted to the terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. This week, federal officials started investigating fresh fraud allegations at Minnesota daycare centers. Meanwhile, members of the American Somali community say the fraud has damaged the community's reputation and say the entire community should not be blamed for the actions of a few. Tonight, we are hearing from Oregon's Somali community about the impacts here at home.
KT's Christina Giardinelli joins us from the live desk after talking to community leaders about this. What have you learned, Christina?
Well, the president of the Somali American Council of Oregon says they've seen a spike in hateful comments online, some people even posting pictures of their offices on social media. I'm hearing that the council has been working with Portland police to monitor the area. Federal officers surging immigration crackdowns in Minnesota following new allegations of fraud against Somali-owned businesses. Museolo, president of the American Somali Council of Oregon, says the backlash is sparking fear in Oregon as well.
You know, there's a sense of fears and sense of worrisome, both the safety-wise, even people worry about people even have a citizen status. Are they going to be harassed?
He's noticed an increase in hateful messages online, including some targeting his nonprofit.
There's kind of like a very hostile words used. And those of you in the social media, actually, one of them that was posted by a certain local group here, vilifying and even putting up pictures of our offices and doing some kind of generalization, that one black paintbrush type of stuff.
Olol tells me he's grateful to have support from the Portland Police Bureau.
But also I want to give credit to the Portland Police Bureau, who have done more rounds and even park here to kind of give us extra security.
The Portland Police Bureau tells me the Somali American Council of Oregon is part of the Muslim Advisory Committee and works closely to increase engagement with the city and police bureau. Olol urges Oregonians not to base their opinion of an entire community on the actions of a few.
Going out there to make a life and raise a family and be part of this member of the society, and to generalize a whole group because one person's action or a few people's action.
It's not one person, dude. It's a ton of them across the whole country, dude. What are you talking about?
It's wrong to any society, any groups in this part of the world.
Now, Olol invites anyone who is curious about the work that his nonprofit does to reach out and ask questions. At the live desk, Christina Giardinelli, K2 News.
All right, Christina, thank you. And the head of the FBI now expanding the investigation that uncovered fraud in Minnesota to other states as well. We asked the FBI in Seattle if it's investigating similar fraud allegations at daycare centers in Washington state. Washington is home to one of the larger Somali American populations in the country, with local Somali leaders estimating the number at 20,000. The FBI says it does not confirm or deny any specific investigations in Washington state as a matter of agency policy. Governor Bob Ferguson says he is not aware of any fraud allegations at daycare centers in Washington state.
I'm not aware of anything like that. I think we can all agree that if someone is buying the...
They say that they said that in Columbus. I'm not aware of it. No, he didn't say no, there's not. I'm not aware. That's what they said about Ohio. Now look at Ohio. It's only been 3 days.
The law in Minnesota,
even though the shit goes back 10 years.
Or any state, you need to be held accountable.
The Somali community in Seattle has reported that it has also received backlash. Governor Ferguson met with state and local leaders, including Somali community representatives yesterday, to discuss their concerns.
Well, tonight, Minnesota officials and daycare centers they're pushing back against fraud allegations. The spotlight focused on those daycare centers after a self-proclaimed independent journalist posted a video of himself visiting multiple daycare centers. He claims they got public funds despite appearing to not have any children present when he visited. The video went viral. The manager of one of those centers is calling the video dishonest and says there weren't any children there at the time because they weren't open yet.
We're open Mondays through Thursdays, 2 to 10 p.m. He was here earlier. I don't see him right now. We're open. We've been open. We haven't closed. We've been open for eight and a half years now. We haven't closed. What started that period?
During a news conference yesterday, the commissioner of Minnesota's Department of Children, Youth and Families says each of the centers named in the video has been inspected in the last 6 months. They did not find any fraud and said there were children there at the time. She said the department is taking the matter seriously and they will be looking into each center again to address the concerns in the video.
And brand new this evening, the Trump administration says it is freezing all federal child care payments to Minnesota. Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, Jim O'Neill, announced the move on X. He said administration for children and families payments will now require justification, receipts, and photo evidence before any money is sent to any
Wait till you see the press conference they pulled after this news.
state. He's also demanding that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz launch a comprehensive audit of the daycare centers. The department announced a fraud reporting hotline as well. Walz has previously said that fraud will not be tolerated and that an audit could be expected by late January.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, as we mentioned, announced in September he will run for a third term. But now amid the fraud investigations, there are 5 Republican lawmakers in Minnesota calling on the governor to resign. In a joint statement, the lawmakers said in part, "This is not about politics or stunts, and we do not make a call like this lightly. The office of the governor deserves respect, and we have tried to give Governor Walz time to act. But leadership means doing the right thing even when it's difficult, which is why we are calling on Governor Walz to resign."
And Governor Walz for months has insisted that he has been cracking down on the fraud. His office releasing a statement about this, saying in part, quote, "He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, one of which was already closed. He has hired an outside firm to audit payments to high-risk programs, shut down the Housing Stabilization Services program entirely, announced a new statewide program integrity director, and supported criminal prosecutions." This is, of course, a developing situation. Stick with K2 News for continuing coverage as we work to investigate any alleged fraud here in Oregon, as well as what's unfolding in Minnesota.
All right, now let's see what let's see what these Karens have to say. You guys, this is unreal. These Karens, you're going to see who's fighting the fight, and it sure isn't the Somalis. Look at this.
Today, I'm
This is unreal.
Child Care Center Director.
This is what I've
My
been
name is
waiting
spelled
to get to, these ones. And then Ohio.
AMASCHILLINGER. Many people in our child care community are afraid to come forward and share their stories today because they are being targeted. I am glad to be able to be here today to speak in support of them. Here's what I would love to be doing right now today as a child care center director. I would love to be singing and dancing and playing and reading with children. I'd love to be welcoming families and supporting staff. I would even love to be doing year-end paperwork, but instead, I need to be here. I need to be supporting our childcare industry and the hardworking and dedicated Somali childcare community who are being unfairly vilified, and to make sure that our families and families throughout this great state have childcare and early learning programs for their children, and to make sure our staff have jobs. So let's be honest about how we really got here. Our president decided he doesn't like the Somali community and he wants to destroy them. Speaker DeMuth and the GOP caucus sent a YouTuber out to create the narrative they want out there, not the
Hold on.
What they
Hold
want
on. You sent a YouTuber to expose your truth. It's the truth. You want to cover it up. It took a YouTuber, not a politician, a YouTuber.
Believe. The child care system in Minnesota is very complicated. Even for those.
I like how giddy and smiley and happy and scripted she is too. And you'll see throughout this whole entire thing, everybody's scripted.
Those of us who've worked in it for decades. So I can understand that it is easy to believe what you see on social media. But the truth is that Minnesota has guardrails in place to make defrauding the child care system extremely difficult. Minnesota does investigate suspected fraud in child care and hold people accountable. And they will continue to do so because fraud is never acceptable. But cutting off child care funding to everyone in the state is not the answer, and it's not acceptable.
What? unreal.
So what does it look like?
What's unacceptable? Should we keep giving you money?
Like when Minnesota child care funding is frozen. Over 20,000 children in over 4,000 programs across our state will lose access to child care and early learning. Their families will not be able to go to work because they don't have child care. Our child care center and others like us will have to close our doors. 75% of the children at our program qualify through the state for child care funding. We can't afford to continue to operate if we lose 75% of our enrollment. Without child care assistance funding, our center will close within a month. As those families no longer have money to spend because they don't have jobs, because they don't have child care, other businesses in our communities will be impacted by a loss of workforce and by a loss of income. And many will have to close their doors as well. You see, freezing childcare funding does not just impact families and children, it impacts everyone. During the COVID pandemic, we learned how vital childcare was to sustaining our state and country. If we allow this funding freeze to happen, all Minnesotans are going to suffer. We cannot succumb to hate and fear mongering. It is not who we are as Minnesotans. We are people who surround our communities with love and support. So instead of tearing down our Somali community and our childcare centers, let's lift them up. Let's make sure that our children have safe places to learn and grow.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not much of a good speaker. I'll try my best.
Watch this, y'all. I think this is the one where she can't say one damn thing. It's just one after another, dude. They are leering very well.
My name is Deco Noor. I'm a parent who...
She's clearly scripted. She can't just say that. And look at this Karen in the background. Just wait till she comes up. You have a big surprise for her. See her? The one in the background with the glasses? Wait till she comes up. We're all going to laugh real hard.
Receives federal funding for childcare for my kiddo. Over 20,000 kids will lose access to childcare programs. And that, that 20,000, thousands of children rely on childcare and thousands of parents rely on childcare. Therefore, if childcare will, oh my God. I'm currently a medical student. I rely on childcare. I work. If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Carly Gatiza-Wattoon. I am state representative. I am the DFL co-chair of the Children and Families Committee in the Minnesota House of Representatives. Our job as lawmakers is to show up every day to make Minnesotans' lives better. And Minnesotans deserve to be able to trust that each and every taxpayer dollar is being used responsibly to meet our collective needs. And due to bad actors, that trust is in jeopardy. I'm just as mad as you are. Criminals taking any dollar that is meant to help children and families in the state of Minnesota is completely unacceptable. We're taking fraud seriously. We're working every day to improve our systems, hold those criminals accountable, and move our state forward. That's why it's incredibly frustrating to me that Donald Trump and Republicans want to use this as a political vehicle to cut funding entirely to our state. It's irresponsible.
Who would have thought Karen would blame Trump for this? Who would have thought Karen would blame Trump? You can blame him for a lot of things, but what does he have to do with your leering centers?
Responsible at best, and it's despicable at worst to cast blanket dispersions on those caring for our littlest Minnesotans, particularly those of Somali American descent.
Imagine if a few people stole food from one of the nation's largest grocers, and instead of strengthening their safeguards, they just decided to stop selling food entirely. Imagine that the country's largest health insurance provider was under federal investigation due to fraudulent claims. And before that investigation was complete, the government just decided to stop funding Medicare and Medicaid entirely. Using a broad brush to eliminate the very programs that are helping Minnesotan families is not the answer.
Just wait, dude. Just wait, you guys. We're going to get a good laugh. I promise. There's so many Karens that come up here. It's just crazy, but there's a real Karen. Just get ready.
Fraud prevention is about policy and not politics. It's about solutions and not spectacle. But everything that we've seen from the federal government this week is about politics. President Trump is targeting Minnesota.
Except the fraud part. Except the fraud part. The only politicians so far being exposed are your elected ones of Minnesota.
Because his goal is to distract, divide, and demonize. He has shown over and over again that instead of working to solve problems,
just wait, it gets better, dude. It gets better.
Blame on a particular group of people.
Hey, bro,
in order
what are you
to distract
talking about,
Minnesotans from
weirdo?
his unpopularity, his failed tariffs and rising prices, his corruption, he's attacking and defunding Minnesota.
Ryan.
In an effort to divide us, he calls our neighbors garbage. And instead of seeking bipartisan solutions, he demonizes and attacks his opponents.
I had to go to the bathroom.
Out of sight isn't out of
Dude,
mind. Once you
yeah.
see standing water, that means your
Come
basement
back
is
here,
facing
bro.
large, expensive repairs. You can avoid bowing walls and foundation issues before they happen, which can save you.
The reality is, Minnesota
Karen's
is one of the best states
running
in the
her
country
mouth.
to raise a family, start a business, or retire. And freezing these child care assistance funds directly impacts small businesses statewide at a time when employers are already struggling to keep their doors open and parents already can't afford early care and learning options. The federal government now will be keeping even more of our tax dollars, although Minnesotans already give more than we receive. It is my understanding that the Department of Children, Youth, and Families is working with their county partners, the teams at the OIG and the BCA on reports of alleged fraud, while the Trump administration continues to find any reason to defund public programs in order to give tax cuts to billionaires.
Just
we
wait.
are
Just
going to stay
wait.
focused
Penny.
on
Just
fraud
wait,
prevention
buddy.
and solutions that will actually make Minnesotans' lives better. DFLers will be doing everything that we can this session on top of fraud prevention to make sure that Minnesota stays a great place to live, work, and raise a family, even as Trump works to defund our state. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Maratz, CA.
What? What's her name? Karen. Look, the biggest Karen of them all is named Karen. Can't make this up, guys. You can't.
RINMROTZ, and I work in
KAIRIN. You spell it with an I too. Ugh. Make me want to
the
puke.
Minnesota Attorney General's office, and I'm here to share a statement from Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. The Trump administration is threatening funding for the essential child care services that countless families across Minnesota rely on, apparently all on the basis of one video on social media. To say I am outraged is an understatement. Let me be clear, fraud is unacceptable and individuals responsible for it should be prosecuted. I've been holding fraudsters and scammers accountable for years and will continue to do so. Since I was first elected Attorney General, my office has prosecuted over 300 cases of Medicaid fraud and won over $80 million in judgments and restitution. And that's not counting our success in going after private sector scammers who rip off Minnesota consumers. Last year, I led a bipartisan push at the Minnesota legislature to expand the resources and tools available to my Medicaid fraud team, and I plan to do that again this year. What I will not do, if it is all within my power, is let the Trump administration devastate funding for services that Minnesota families depend on to afford their lives. We've seen this move before. In mid-December, the Trump administration gave 4 counties in Minnesota 1 month to conduct in-person interviews with almost 100,000 households that receive SNAP benefits to re-verify their eligibility. This demand was both impossible to complete and unnecessary, as SNAP recipients are already re-verified roughly once a year. The Trump administration threatened to cut off food support for almost 500,000 Minnesotans, including over 150,000 children, if Minnesota did not comply with this impossible demand. Just last week, I sued to stop that cruelty. And not for the first time, I filed this latest lawsuit just 6 weeks after I sued the Trump administration to stop the Trump administration from taking food off the tables of low-income Minnesotans during his government shutdown, and we won. There are legal and appropriate ways for the federal and state government to ensure that programs are being administered with integrity. As we have seen time and time again this year, however, this administration seems to have little interest in following the law, including laws that are designed to help state and federal agencies work together. My team and I are exploring all our legal options to ensure that critical childcare services do not get abruptly slashed based on pretext and grandstanding. This hasty, scorched earth attack is not just wrong, it may well be illegal, and my team and I remain committed to protecting the people of Minnesota to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Snyder, and I'm a little nervous to be here today with you all. I'm a director of a child care center here in St. Paul, and I'm really proud of the work that we do at my center and across this state to provide care for children and families. Becca just let me know that she had to skip school today and she just got emotional being here. And I feel like we all are feeling that same way. Like it's just the emotions are right there. It's not lost on me that there are providers who would want to be here but are afraid to be here. We all know, like Melissa Hortman serves here at this Capitol. Senator Hoffman continues to serve, and I'm here to speak because God didn't give me a spirit of fear. And I'm here to speak up on behalf of children and families and providers, and no one invites children to come speak at these things. So here I am, you get me. My center was opened by my mom in 1998. She was a family advocate, and she saw that there was a really huge need for affordable childcare that was full-time in our city. So she opened our center, and like I said, we've been really proud to accept childcare assistance from the beginning because we believe that every child deserves access to high-quality early learning. Yes. Many of the families at my center are one paycheck away from becoming homeless. I'm not exaggerating. If childcare assistance is turned off, children can't come to care. That means their parents can't go to work. If they don't go to work, they don't get paid. They risk losing their jobs. If that happens, they cannot make their rent check that month. Many families in Minnesota are living paycheck to paycheck as it is. It's not right.
You're laughing. Not right. You laugh.
I'm doing my best.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet so easy. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet.
That's how you speak.
In many cases, childcare assistance is a crucial piece of survival. I'm generally scared for what can happen next if funding is stopped.
I mean, this is so scripted.
And I can't help but think that this is part of a
I
larger
think she needs
design
a Snickers.
to stop public funding.
Yeah, she's not herself.
And I do see some signs over here that say stop fraud, and I agree, stop it. There are wait lists for these programs that are years long. There is fraud,
Say it. You can say it.
The fraud that is occurring is not at the hands
You
of
can't
families.
even say it.
We need to be looking.
Couldn't even say it right without laughing. That was like, bro, you're just not good speaker for your community.
Yeah, who's in power, who's making decisions, who's guarding the purse strings of our tax dollars, my tax dollars too, and making sure that children have places to go that are safe for them to learn, parents can go to work, and providers can keep their doors open. That's what I have to say. I went a little off script. Thank you. We would like to open this up for questions.
You hear the guy, question for Karen. Which one? Oh, the one with the goofy glasses named Karen with an eye.
What sort of signs of fraud do inspectors look for when they're doing these inspections?
Yeah, I would love for the provider who's been part of
She's like, did you see her look around? He said, this one's for Karen. And she looked around at all of them like, which one do you want to get up? Like, we're all Karens here, but I guess I will because I am Karen.
Investigations to speak to her experience, and if you have follow-up questions about that, you can speak to that, Christine.
That's hilarious, bro.
So my experience is that childcare providers are part of randomized audits all the time for childcare assistants. I've been in charge of childcare assistants at my program since about 2010. They come, they ask you for your attendance records. It is extremely detailed. Any information that you don't provide to them on that day, you cannot go back and say, oh, wait, I forgot this one, or oh, maybe this one was wrong. Can I correct it? There's no room for that. They're looking at very detailed things. Like, for example, if you have an X instead of an A for absent, that's considered a ding against you. That's something that they'll write you a letter that says this is a citation for suspected fraud for an X instead of an A. So imagine my surprise at this narrative that it's so easy to scam childcare assistants.
Is it different than these safety violations, that inspection?
Yes, they are different.
So when the DCYF said earlier,
Don't ever come in here and say that again.
is she speaking to something different than those?
Goodbye.
I can't speak to what that specific person is speaking to, but my understanding is how the systems operate is DCYF houses both child care assistants and licensing, but they operate separately. Does that make sense?
So the new requirements that were enacted today, what's new compared to what compared to the process you just described? What are you being asked to do now? What is different? What's your understanding of that?
I don't have a very good understanding of that. I have seen what you have all seen from the federal government, which was a tweet that said photos and receipts. Like I said, we're family-owned business, so my mom called me and said,
I don't know, Beaker.
And tell them that we'll.
I didn't see it.
Whatever they want, we'll send, and we will.
I
Because we want kids to come to our center.
I'm not going to say it. Don't be an idiot. It's easy. It's that simple.
I just wanted to step in and I address briefly the question about whether or not the health and safety visits are
Okay, here you
corresponding
go.
with some of the reports. Of
How does
fraud.
that feel, dude?
It's my understanding that some of these.
First off, bro, what about the kid just showing up after there was nobody in there, and then as soon as they go in, there's like all these kids just filled up. It's hilarious.
Allegations of fraud are based on the idea that there aren't any children in these centers.
Oh wait, it's funny. That's what she starts to talk about. There wasn't, and then all of a sudden they showed up.
That they're falsifying attendance records to.
And then today we just covered they broke in and took the records.
Gather taxpayer dollars for children who aren't actually attending.
Karen.
But when DCYF investigators go and check on health and safety visits, they usually see children at the center. So I think that they are connected, but perhaps not in the way that you're asking.
They're looking at how many kids each time they're going in. Is that your understanding?
I don't. They,
Count our kids every time they come to visit. Every day. How many kids are enrolled? How many kids are here today? Who's signing them in and out?
All right.
They're gonna avoid it all. They won't answer nothing. If you heard the people in the background, how many kids were enrolled? How many kids were in school today? How many? They just like next.
Right. Yes. So I am not able to speak to that as it is an ongoing investigation, but we have reached out to the department. We are in touch with them. We're looking for, to hear back on the standard review. Yep.
Can you speak about the different times that daycare is open?
Love you, Rooster.
Oh, right. Well, I think, every daycare center gets to set their own hours. We have very few centers in Minnesota that operate outside of typical business hours between maybe 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., depending on their location. In fact, I think it would be really beneficial if we could expand upon that for folks who work third shift and folks up on the Iron Range who work non-traditional hours as well. So that's something that we're actually considering in committee and how we can support providers. But yeah, it just is different at every center, I think. So,
you mentioned that this broad strokes approach is not appropriate in your view from the federal government. Standing here today, whether it's the daycare centers that were included in that video or in other parts of Minnesota, are you confident based on your work in this chamber that there is not any widespread fraud going on?
It's very difficult to prove a negative. I think that we have to be very careful when we base allegations on the amount of funding that goes to childcare providers for providing childcare. We can't just look at the amount of money that they've billed and then say, where are these millions of dollars going? Childcare is very expensive. Minnesota is one of the more expensive states in the nation to afford childcare. And we break it down. If we do simple back of the napkin math, you divide 1.4 or $1.7 million by 52 weeks, it's closer to $32,000. You divide that by 40 hours a week on average, you get closer to $817 per child. These aren't exorbitant amounts of money. They're just real numbers because it is costly to provide quality care for kids.
I can't type it. Hold on. She managed to give you numbers, but couldn't give you the amount of numbers of kids that were enrolled in your school. Okay. I think that should be the first thing, Yeah, I'm the principal or I'm the superintendent of a school that has about 538 kids.
I would love information on that. I don't have any. We've not been given any. I don't know.
When do you typically receive these?
Hey, Karen, I don't believe you.
We get paid after services are rendered. So we complete our billing process. We submit them to the county for payment. I believe the statute is within 21 days of the receipt of the bill, we're supposed to get paid. Your guess is as good as mine if we're going to get paid or not.
There's a question down here, sorry. In the
I guess I'm trying to get behind how restrictive this additional oversight is. Is there a reason that the state could not provide the federal government the requested records in time to make sure funding is released?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, you are asking about like the photos and the information that was put out via social media instead of an actual official letter to our state government, which seems like a weird way to govern to me, but nonetheless. Yes, after the fact, after the tweet came out. So, we're gathering, DCYF is gathering information as best they can. They've done much outreach to the federal government to try to clarify. But as of right now, we have not been requiring photos of some of these logs, these sorts of things. And it is something that we can take under guidance when we return to the legislative session. And that's something that we've been doing for years, actually, working on child care systems and strengthening the program integrity. We've been working on all of that with the new Department of Children, Youth, and Families. And I think that just it's happening so quickly that we just have to make sure that we are getting clarity on what they're actually asking for and what they're going to be requiring. But right now, the monies are frozen.
I saw a video today that said that they didn't accept a white kid.
And we haven't gotten all the detail that we need.
In 2014, Minnesota made national news.
Yeah, let's get one because this gentleman's up next. Actually, with the purple flag.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Karen, play dumb one more time for us so we can get into the next one.
Yes. So the question was about electronic attendance monitoring, which is something that the federal government has been requiring. Minnesota has gotten a waiver for it over past years, and we have appropriated funding for the program. It will be going into effect actually in June of 2026. So we're just months away from full implementation of that, but it has been an ongoing work.
And we'll be happy to answer further questions. We're going to have to wrap things up at this point. We're so grateful to all of you for being here and for all.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, for your outro to the Karens. Now let's see what these people are talking about this Somali daycare. Let's see what they have to say. Here's the full speech of the daycare. And look at it's the same propaganda that we just saw with the other one.
That is spelled NASRULAHMOHAMED. I'm the manager at Nokomis Daycare Center, and today I want to talk about what happened last night. Yesterday. Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because unfortunately someone came in.
Remind you, this guy who's talking, documents have been stolen, and we don't know that at this point, but all you see is white people in the background. Dude, no, all white people. And then there were Somalians that do talk. Just watch what you see what they do.
The cleaner called the owner and told him what happened and the vandalism that happened. The owner called us. Me and another manager came into the scene around 6 a.m. We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As he came in, he broke a door from the wall from Family Dollar from the side. He couldn't, unfortunately, we don't know if that he went in or not, but we saw that it was damaged. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were from our book. This is devastating news. We don't know why this is targeting our Somali community, as one video made
Doesn't know why.
by a specific individual made this all happen. We've been receiving hateful messages from enforcement security, including one that happened yesterday morning after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because...
Dude, you're playing victim. You got popped. You're playing victim, you Puff Daddy lookalike.
This is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans. We are supposed to stand with each other and help each other through everything that's happening. This is also sad that a video can cause all of this. I want to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone in our community. We have high quality daycares.
It does.
And this is very sad news that one individual who made a false claim about fraud that is happening in the daycares engaged everyone else to come and do this to us. We are not a part of any harmful things that are being said. We have no problem with CCAP, and our licensing has been good, even the inspections. I want to say no intimidation is going to stop us from what is happening and upguiding our community. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is...
Now the Karen steps in. Now the Karens come in.
Mary Solheim, and that is spelled MarySolheim. And I'm a child care provider in Maplewood. I'm here today to support Nokomis, the child care center, the teachers, the families, and their children. What happened here is absolutely
the Leering Center.
unthinkable. And it is the direct result of the inflammatory rhetoric coming from the constant barrage of harassment from not only the current federal administration,
but Donald Trump too. It's his fault, right?
But half of our Minnesota legislators as well. Now a random YouTube personality can cause this much fear. Fear needs to stop.
Dude, that's the exact same thing Karen said in the last video. How could a YouTube personality cause so much fear? Like, you're literally reading a script. This is the second press in 24 hours that y'all said the same thing.
Our
Hey,
children,
Gaz,
families, and teachers and providers work hard.
how's that working for
How
you?
is that for?
Every single day. What happened here underscores that there is reason to be scared.
Teammate, I need your.
We heard last night that the federal government that is complicit in this rhetoric is freezing our child care funding for the entire state of Minnesota under the guise of rooting out fraud. This has to stop. It is dangerous and people are getting hurt. Our child care assistance program that relies on federal funding serves over 20,000 kids in over 4,000 programs. Has anyone considered what happens when 20,000 kids can't get access to childcare? That's 20,000 kids whose parents can't go to work. That's 4,000 childcare programs whose teachers aren't getting paid. That's entire communities that will soon be shut down. I know the Minnesota childcare system inside and out. I know how incredibly difficult it is to commit fraud in the childcare assistance program. I also know that our childcare providers who are of Somali descent are being racially targeted because I have witnessed it firsthand. We want the state to catch childcare centers committing fraud. We want them to be held accountable. It hurts all of us. It hurts children especially, and it hurts childcare centers that are working tirelessly to provide high-quality childcare. But fraud does occur across race, across income, and across geography. When a few childcare centers that serve white children commit fraud, do we decide that every childcare center that serves white children is committing fraud? No. The Somali childcare community deserves that same respect. This federal administration is actively targeting our Somali neighbors and friends who are the backbone of their communities and an integral part of our larger communities. They are our teachers, doctors, business owners, and childcare providers. Their childcare centers are the hubs of their communities. Families rely on them for care and counsel, and they go above and beyond when their families need help. And they are being treated as pawns in a political game, a very dangerous game, and it needs to stop. And I have a message for my sisters and brothers in childcare. Thank you for your service. And thank you for being here to love our kids.
And the freaking comments fly.
Look, if you type in cap, I'm going to delete you right away. Don't. Just don't. It's simple.
Explain. Just explain why.
Because it ruins the algorithm. It makes us think we're fighting when we're just trying to do a show.
Thank you.
You got to listen.
All right, let this woman talk. Hold on. This is like. Okay, I'm gonna rewind this a little because this shit's crazy. Please don't use caps. It pisses Ryan off. Come on, guys.
Miss Childcare.
Okay, first off, can't hear nothing because you're wearing a mask. Why are you covering your face? Are you scared? Are you hiding from something? And second, you cry about ICE and don't wear your mask, ICE. Don't wear your mask, ICE, but you got one on your face. Okay, I see how y'all roll.
Any problem before this time in the child care center? I'm a working parent, and I bring my kids here while I'm at work. And now I cannot bring my kids anymore because they are too scared. And I don't have anyone to be home with the kids while I go to work. And I would like the person who did this heinous crime to be caught. As of recently as we are driving down the streets in our city,
That was Ryan, Rooster, not me. I'm chill.
Rooster, you're gone.
He's no, be quiet, dude. Your shit is loud. You're drowning everything out. Please stop.
And whoever commits crimes
Yeah,
should
man.
be caught. I support.
We understand. I understand, Craig.
Doing accountability.
The sound isn't dropping. What's going on is she is just speaking into a mask and you cannot hear her. And Ryan, you are very loud. It does drown everything out. I don't know if you want to turn down your mic or something, maybe.
I'll try.
Bringing our kids will be very tough with more and more of this hate crimes happening in our city. As a working parent, my kids come here with the support of the government, and the parents right now don't have a support system to leave their kids at home. As a working parent, I don't think that we can leave kids at home, and I don't think that is right. But having the government say that they are cutting support will be very hurtful, and it will be hard for us to continue working and providing for our families. That is safe here, and you are welcome here, and this is no longer the story that you feel or your kids feel. That our government supports our child care centers and stop this heinous crime. And thank you. Hi, my name is Amina Ali. I am reading this speech on behalf of a Somali child care provider who's receiving threats every day. Like nearly every Somali child care provider in the state, it is too dangerous for them to speak personally. So thank you for understanding. I want to express my outrage, sadness, and frustration in what is happening to our community. I am heartbroken at what happened at Nokomis, and I am angry.
Is that better?
Because there's no reason for things like this to be this way. Somali child care providers are being used in a political game. We are being hurt in the political game. The state is funding and prosecuting fraud, whether in childcare or other industries. The new surge in enforcement is causing trauma to our community entirely, and especially our precious children. In our culture, lying is a great offense, which makes it even more difficult to understand why a video that is full of misinformation is what is promoting our federal government, the one that is supposed to be for our people, by the people, and for the people, to freeze childcare funding in our state. This will impact thousands of people. People will lose their jobs and hold their homes. Those who are committing fraud need to be held accountable. We can do that without terrorizing a whole community.
Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Hungry Root is kind of having your own personal shopper.
The majority of our child cares, Somali child care centers, are very hardworking to provide high quality child care to our children in our communities. Just like most of the other non-Somali child care centers, we love those children like they are our own. We care for those children like they are our own. And we love following all the rules and regulations set by the state. And yet, because we are Somali, we are being targeted and accused of fraud. It is very frightening the last few days in our community. Minnesota licensing and regulation requires us to keep our doors controlled and not allow anyone unauthorized to come in. When two people come to the door asking, where are the children? Providers have the rightfully denied them access. Can you imagine if two Somali men knocked on the doors of a child care center with mostly white children and demanded, where are the children? They would be arrested immediately. My community is tired of being used. We want our lives peacefully, contributing to our larger communities and the state of Minnesota. We want our children to grow up loved and safe. Are we not entitled as humans to that safety? Thank you. If you have any questions.
For the manager of this facility, a couple Republican lawmakers have already either said or insinuated that they believe this was a made-up vandalism to get attention. I'm wondering what your response would be to that.
This is not made up. You can see what happened here. I believe that people show hate towards us because of what one person said. One person's opinion can't change what everyone is doing. Look what happened to us. We wouldn't do this for no reason, for attention. We're just showing you that what happened to us is real. And yesterday was our daycare. Tomorrow might be someone else's. We don't know. So this has to stop.
Could you also respond to, there's a spokesperson for the police department told us that it was reported that there was no loss and that nothing was taken. Is that incorrect? Like, was nothing?
What does it really take to stop a motivated, violent criminal dead in his tracks?
Reported that was taken. What was the situation there?
The police officer came in the morning. We told him what happened, and we told him that from what we've seen, we haven't seen, like, from in the position that we were in that moment, we were all worried about what was damaged and everything. We told him that we're going to check everything out. We're going to call him back, and we're going to tell him that what was taken.
So there were things taken?
Yes.
And you did call them back to tell them there were things taken?
Yes, we did.
You characterized the person who came in as him. Do you have any clues as to who this person was, and are you worried about the sensitive information that was taken?
We don't know the exact person. We just saw from the security camera from our neighboring store. We saw maybe an individual or two. We haven't seen because we've seen an image like walking around. So I'm just saying him or her because of what I saw. And I'm not saying that it's.
Are you worried about the child care information that you're saying was taken, the information of parents and children?
Of course.
Their home addresses.
Who wouldn't be worried? So we are getting to the bottom of it.
And what time can you clarify like that this happened? I know just a lot of it's like Sunday night, Monday morning, like
break-in.
Yeah.
This happened around yesterday, midnight. After from 3 a.m. until 6, somewhere in between.
For the mom who's here, I wonder if you can talk about what it was like for you to hear that your family's information had been taken.
وارد أهم صوتنا ساعة information ما دام لقاته وقضاء قرن يالكي أدريس كي نحياش information.
waxaan rabaa inaan ka hadlo waa ilaa wad kastaasaan kusii dhinjinsanba laastan waxaan daawanaya dad gurigooda inta loogu tagay la dilay taasaaba ka baqanaa inaan dhacdo oo gurigana
What are you saying, lady?
She said, I forgot to mention that with all the trauma, but I am very scared, just like we've already seen, that public officials have been come to their house and killed and murdered for no reason. And I feel many of our parents are going to be scared of that.
diinayaan marka way arkayaan waxay newska ka arkayaan marka waxay dhan way sii guriga ku noolaan karnaa informationkeena meeshaan yaala.
My kids see what's on the news and they are reading and they are asking me, what can we do now that they know our information and our home addresses?
Do you mind kind of elaborating how many children from Somali and how long you all have been in operation, just like to paint a picture of?
We've been running the daycare since 2016, and about the information of the daycare, I don't want to disclose that to the media and everything. I just want to keep it to our personal agenda and everything. Thank you very much.
Is daycare still open?
Yeah, yes, yes.
And who all is here today? Is this like a mixture of parents, of
Yeah,
students,
our community.
and then just other community members?
Yes, our community, yes. We're all standing with each other.
Were you part of the video?
Thank you very much for coming.
Were
Thank
you
you for
part
your
of that
time.
video?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Let's get into Ohio now, guys. Let's get into Ohio. So our favorite sheriff, here's our way down.
Alex Capriello live tonight in Ohio with another News Nation exclusive. Hello, Alex.
Yeah, hey there, Blake. So we're talking to Sheriff Rick Jones. He is loud, he's outspoken, and he's most certainly a character. But really, it's his brash approach to immigration enforcement and also following President Donald Trump's lead that has really gained him that national exposure. With his 10-gallon hat,
it's my shtick. It's who I am.
Ostrich quilt boots, and signature stash,
that takes talent.
Sheriff Rick Jones of Butler County, Ohio, seems more like a character out of a cowboy western.
Nobody sleeps on the floor. Everybody has a bunk.
But as he walks down the hall of his 1,200-bed jail, he struts with the self-assurance of a man reliably reelected for 6 election cycles, more than 20 years, carrying out the will and demands of the people.
People sometimes thinks that I'm just a hillbilly, a dumb hillbilly. And I've seen a lot of other elected people come and go. I'm still here.
It's the type of bravado that gets the attention of presidents, both past and present.
In a way that you're almost like a mini Trump.
I'm good with that. He has better hair than I do. His comb over looks better than mine. Hey, everybody come up here a little bit.
Shoot, he's even got the inmates voting for him.
Now, who's the best sheriff in the world? Okay, that's what I want to hear. 1, 2, 3, break. Okay. But if you want to know where I stand, ask me. I will tell you.
But the small-town sheriff has made national headlines not just for his quirks, but also his hardline approach to immigration. 20 of his deputies are 287G certified, allowing them to carry out immigration enforcement despite not being federal agents. 400 beds of his jail are designated just for immigrants ICE captures and plans to deport. Since Trump took office for his second term, he claims his jail has taken in more than 2,000 immigrants, and around 1,600 have already been deported.
What is the main benefit you and your deputies get from having that certification?
It sends a message. If you come here illegally, don't come to this county.
Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones.
ICE proudly stands behind the bombastic sheriff, posting videos like this on the U.S. government's YouTube page.
We've made a dent in the illegals. I am what I am, and I've done it this way, and I'm going to continue to do it this way.
Constituents frequently demonstrate outside his office, and one man launched a 5,000 signature campaign protesting a controversial sign outside the jail.
And they're worried that sheriff's deputies out there are just going to be snatching people off the streets for being black or brown.
That's the same thing that they always say. Racists, bigots. I have one word for that: horse.
But other locals also recognize he's done a lot of good for the community.
Sheriff Jones has made a lot of enemies, but he's made a lot of friends too.
And Sheriff Rick Jones is one of the more vocal local law enforcement officials that are carrying out federal immigration enforcement, but he's far from the only one. There are 40 other states all across our country that have some form of 287G program in place.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Yeah, we're getting into the meat. Now, here's Ohio politicians going, oh, well, we want to take a look at it. Okay. And then what? Let's see.
On immigrants.
This is an attack on fraud here in the state of Ohio and allegations of that fraud being widespread.
And what he calls reports of fraud within publicly funded daycares in Columbus. Video clips targeting Somali-owned daycares in Minnesota, and now here are circulating on social media. Our On Your Side investigator Lisa Rontala talks with a state rep who says all of these facilities should be investigated.
From Minnesota,
I meant to say Quality Learning Center. They spelled learning wrong.
To Columbus.
You can see that this place is just a total dump.
More people are targeting Somali-owned daycares, looking for kids and suggesting fraud.
Would you call these video clips allegations, or would you call them proof of fraud?
That's just an allegation of fraud.
Now, State Rep Josh Williams, who is running for U.S. Congress, sent this letter to the Ohio Department of Children and Youth, calling for more unannounced inspections and attendance audits of all publicly funded daycares in Ohio. He also wants to pull state and federal funds on the suspicion of fraud, opposed to a charge or conviction.
We're saying the funds have to stop until you prove that it is not fraud moving forward.
I mean, you go through some of these inspection reports and you do see non-compliance when it comes to attendance. Could that be a suspicion of fraud?
Yes, that can be a basis of suspicion of fraud.
Of the 578 publicly funded daycares in Franklin County, I looked through inspection reports for the first 20. Here's what I found. More than half was subject to a state inspection within the last 3 months. More than half were also found to be non-compliant with enrollment records. 2 were non-compliant with attendance records, which is used to calculate public funds.
With this letter that was sent yesterday, are you suggesting there is widespread fraud within publicly funded daycare centers in Columbus, especially those Somali-owned?
What we're alleging is that there is widespread reporting of potential fraud from individuals on the ground.
If fraud is found, Representative Williams says operators who are legal residents should face increased penalties. He says non-legal residents should be deported. At least one congressman in Minnesota is suggesting stripping citizenship.
Would you agree with that?
If an individual is a naturalized citizen where they came here under our goodwill and became a U.S. citizen through a naturalization process, there is a process to strip that citizenship back.
If widespread fraud is not found, Representative Williams tells me he will accept those results. As for this Northeast Columbus daycare already featured on social media for suspicions of fraud.
This place is just a total dump.
I found an inspection was done in October when it opened, and it's yet to receive any public.
So the person in the chat that said Northeast Daycare, yeah, this one is by the airport.
Funds.
They are not currently receiving any state or federal dollars because they have not met the requirements to receive that.
On your side, I'm investigator Lisa Rontala.
Right. Representative Williams told us the state is already adjusted.
Here we go. Get ready. This one's about to be wild.
Oh, yeah, man. Just jumped up to 350.
What's being
Sorry, guys.
Took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire.
What's being dubbed Operation Buckeye.
So it turns out illegal activity is spreading faster in America than anyone thought possible. Because here we are in month 2 of the fraud takedowns happening in Minnesota, and the Trump administration is already opening up a second front in Ohio, where whistleblowers say you'll find similar fraud rings plundering America, and nobody's trying to stop them.
Agents nabbing criminals, aliens from places like India and Somalia, some convicted of violent crimes.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center. And look, at this daycare center right here, no children inside of this daycare center. But between those buildings, over $2.6 million.
This is despicable. The fact that Democrats were at the helm for 4 years, this happened under their watch. And part of it is because we did not enforce our laws. We didn't have systematic audits. And what I'm seeing in Ohio is just the beginning.
They've taken advantage of the system here in Ohio, and we're putting a stop to that, allowing us to go after the worst of the worst who have been embedded themselves in these communities near Columbus, Ohio.
This is also a microcosm of a much bigger scam that the Democrats have been running for decades now and drove up the cost of things like housing and healthcare and an education, the hallmarks of the American dream, making that totally out of reach for working class Americans.
Whistleblowers say there's massive levels of fraud now taking place in Ohio. And while the news is scaring people, trying to make it sound like Trump is out there doing another thing to get people who aren't from the United States originally, nobody's talking about how the fraud that we thought was limited to just one state may now be in many different places. And it's being uncovered on the regular. How scammers build businesses with only one goal in mind, not to treat anyone, care for anyone, or help anyone, but rather to collect money for America's less fortunate and then spend it on themselves. Which is exactly what we're now being told is happening in Ohio.
I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Here's how. National.
And what types of fraud are we talking about? Well, first, we've got illegal immigration, the type of fraud ICE has been battling all year in this country. And we're now seeing them arrest dangerous fugitives from all corners of the earth who just happened to be in Columbus, which was recently labeled a sanctuary at one
complex where that dude's walking away was at the end of my street. I used to know people that lived in there. Right next to the KFC, anybody from
one
Columbia.
point by the Trump administration. But the real reason ICE is now here is because what we're witnessing is an all-of-government approach to stopping every single kind of fraud that's out there. And some of this fraud is stealing millions of dollars right out of America's piggy bank. Just like the schemes in Minnesota that we're now learning involve completely fake businesses. So obviously fake, they should have failed audits. But those audits never happened, with authorities looking the other way, which whistleblowers now say is also happening in Ohio, with fraudsters setting themselves up as supposed medical providers caring for family members, a scheme enabled by a network of doctors and government programs that look like they were set up to be ripped off. But before we get into the fraud schemes taking place here, we've also got to look at who ICE is arresting, because this will tell you something else.
So today we got a 47-year-old Guatemalan national. Checks every box as far as community and public safety goes, domestic violence, DUI, criminal trespass. We got a good team out here today. Homeland Security Task Force with some DEA guys, IRS guys.
So they got that guy, a fugitive with a long rap sheet who just happens to be hanging out in Columbus. Now, why would he go there and hang out there? Well, because this place doesn't like to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. But that hasn't stopped locals from sounding the alarm, saying that Trump is coming for them next just because they might not be from the United States, which couldn't be further from the truth. Immigration enforcement doesn't care where someone's from as long as they're here legally. And if you aren't stealing from the federal government or defrauding our country in some manner, there's absolutely nothing that the Trump administration can do. But what exactly are we looking at when it comes to financial fraud in Ohio?
So in Ohio, and there's many states like this, Pennsylvania and other states too, where you can go in and you can say, my aging parent needs a home health care and I want to provide it. So the state will, as long as the doctor has approved it, continue to pay you. It could be for 10 hours, 12 hours, up to 24 when it's critical care. So you can sit at home without caring for an elderly parent who really doesn't need it, make about $75,000 to $90,000 a year. Now you add two parents, that's $180,000. Now you add your in-laws, $250,000. You continue to add this and you wonder, what are the services being provided?
None, apparently. Nothing's being provided. And it's alleged that this type of home health fraud is rampant in Ohio. But as you're about to see, this isn't the only place where businesses and individuals say they're going to care for people and do absolutely nothing.
Where are the children now?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where are you? Which department? That is harassment.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down.
right? It's the same thing going on in Minnesota. You've got providers that are empty of patients and full of taxpayer money somehow. What a coincidence. The theft of government money is the new scam in America. A scam magnified by our formerly open border, which allowed individuals to enter our country without proper vetting, setting these programs up for the predictable results we're all learning about today. And this is why the Trump administration isn't
Literally called this for the last 2 years. Please go back and watch my video.
looking at crime in America as a state-by-state issue, and is instead looking at this as something that puts the entire country at risk, especially when you realize how easy it is to set up these fraudulent businesses.
So a lot of providers came and said, fraud is occurring because we said we weren't going to rubber stamp this paperwork. So they went to other providers. Their home healthcare network saying, we'll make it worth your while. Well, sounds like a kickback to me. So we really need to investigate the Medicaid system and who really needs critical care, because that's meant for our disabled, our elderly, and people who really need it, not to just live off our system.
This needs to be looked at. You've got whistleblowers. This is all out in the open. There's a trail of crime in these fraud rings, and nobody's looking into it, or nobody thought they would ever have to look into it, because you better believe that if the king of fraud himself were vice president in this country, none of these investigations would be happening. Something that would have benefited the fraudsters, allowing them to roll their schemes out even faster to your backyard even. And you know what's funny about this? Even the folks allegedly involved in these schemes know who's partly responsible for them.
Where is all the money going for if there's no children at these daycare centers?
Sir,
Yes.
I told you, please leave.
Yes, we have a question though. Where is the children at these daycare centers if there's millions of dollars?
Ask the local government, yeah.
Ask the local government. At least they're honest. You've got the local government creating programs that are perfect for criminals, and what do we expect to happen? We should expect to see nice looking, brand new, unused daycare centers with nobody inside them, and reports of home health care taking Ohio by storm. All of these systems having the appearance of legitimacy.
A list of all of the healthcare companies, loads of them right here.
Crossing state lines with your gun laws have changed. Claim your free 2020.
We want healthcare. Healthcare here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C.
So if this is happening in one part of America, and now we've got whistleblowers saying it's happening in other places as well, it makes sense why the Department of Homeland Security is moving south to tackle this stuff up in Ohio, where the schemes are a little bit harder to track down. You see, these don't involve setting up a fraudulent business that's obviously got no customers in it. Oh no, they have to do with enrolling as an independent healthcare provider who takes care of a relative who's getting Medicaid, which then pays out tens of thousands of dollars for the care received. And the reason these things are harder to track down is because you don't have businesses that you can just go and look at and say, oh, it looks like there should be 100 kids in there, but there's nobody in there. No, this is happening in private residences where people are also living. It makes these things a lot harder to spot if there aren't any whistleblowers, which there are plenty of whistleblowers.
They should know that they should be following the laws. You have individuals now that are scamming the Medicaid system in Ohio. They were trying to push these providers to rubber stamp providing bills so that they could have disability help and so many other things for elderly care when they didn't need it. And when the provider
let
said
me ask
no,
you though, what stands out to me is the percentage of young people that are claiming to be autistic, the percentage of elderly people making claims, the percentage of people that were making claims during.
Right. That's the thing. All of these schemes should be huge red flags, because why is it that in Ohio, we have these massive numbers of people who are on home care and have all of these disabilities that are outliers here and don't seem to happen in other places that don't have these fraudulent programs? It's almost like you create the program that can be taken advantage of, and all of the disabilities needed to take advantage of and get paid by it seem to skyrocket in those places. It's like we have a fraud industrial complex in this country, and nobody's asking questions. None of the people in charge of giving out this money wonder why in their state, Like Minnesota, for example, you've got such high rates of autism. Well, because we'll pay pretty much anybody to treat it. So now companies show up. And what do? They've got these incestuous schemes where they've got the parents and the doctors and the providers all in on the take. Nobody's receiving anything. This is money intended for people in America that really need it, and nobody's getting it. And with no local government checking in on this, you have to wonder if that's by design. Were these programs set up so that they could be plundered? Is that deliberate? And who benefits? These are huge questions, which we're starting to learn the answers to. And although it's easy to audit a standing facility in a place like Minnesota that's obviously not serving anybody, if there's no inside whistleblower, it's pretty hard to blow the lid off a situation where people are committing fraud inside their own homes, where they're allowed to live, and where people, the elderly person being cared for and the relative care provider, may well be in cahoots. It's almost like a program was deliberately set up to have zero checks and balances and no ability to institute them.
So why are we surprised that we had increases in fraud, waste, and abuse? These individuals were able to scam the system because there was no audit, Sean. The Democrats weren't looking. They were looking the other way. Tim Walz knew that there was fraud back in 2020. He looked the other way because they're the largest voting base for him. And in Ohio, it's the same story. They figured out a way to find some of these states that have a low bar of entry where they could get a doctor to rubber stamp them. And guess what? They're rubber stamping all of this, and it's at the taxpayer expense. People with disabilities are suffering. Families across America, including in Ohio, are suffering. That's what the money was for. So when you ask about the increased percentages, Democrats were looking
because this party is the party of fraud. They started out as the party of political violence this year. That's still true. And now they're also the party of industrialized fraud, robbing America. And now we've got whistleblowers coming forward, alerting the authorities that, hey, these schemes are going on. There's people trying to find doctors to just authorize massive types of arrangements. We said no, and now they're going to go somewhere else. They're basically doctor shopping in Ohio to try to find people to legitimize this stuff. And if a normal person with a camera can spend one day visiting these institutions and find out if they're a joke, there's gotta be more that the authorities in places like Ohio can do to crack down on this stuff. But that's the thing, nobody wants to. Nobody wants to crack down on it. And now we've got the FBI getting in on the action, saying they're gonna look into it. But why do we have the FBI coming into this now? Why did it take Nick Shirley, a YouTuber in Minnesota with a camera, to give the FBI what they needed? I'll tell you why that is. We're learning every single day that the same government giving out massive amounts of your money and my money to whoever's asking for it in all 50 states through these various schemes. That same government is also where you'll find the FBI. And we're supposed to believe that the government is able to protect us from itself? Of course not. If it's incapable of stopping fraud, it's incapable of stopping fraud. And we wonder how this is happening. This is why these government programs really need to be looked at before we even set them up, because then we don't need to rely on the FBI to come along after they see a YouTube video and try to stop them. But wait till you hear why they can't audit the fraud in Minnesota, and probably why they can't find it in Ohio.
Site visit in there. In these 14 high-risk programs right now, Jason, site visits aren't even required in many cases. We actually had a recent jury conviction get overturned by a judge here in Minnesota. And in that case, a DHS investigator stated that, well, we couldn't go investigate it to find out that this business was just simply run out of a P.O. box and was legitimate. We can't afford to do that. But for some reason, we can now afford anywhere from $8 to $19 billion in fraud, but we can't afford to do site visits. And one of the funny videos you'll see out there recently.
There's so much money being stolen. They don't have the money for site visits, which were originally too expensive. But because we don't do the site visits, even more money ends up leaving the door. That's why these programs aren't being checked out. We're told, oh, enforcement, too expensive. Oh, you know how expensive it would be to go to these daycare centers and look in the window and see that in Minnesota there's nobody inside. And you know how expensive it's going to be in Ohio to go to every single one of these home health providers and get in there at an appropriate time when we're allowed into a private residence to interview people and get testimony and do individual. I mean, it's going to be impossible to track down all of this fraud. So why even try? Why even try? It's almost like this was all set up to be plundered on purpose.
All right, look, I don't know who need to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents.
There it is.
On purpose, isn't it? And then you take consideration running these schemes in Ohio have a huge advantage over any investigator because these are family units.
I know that apartment, bro. And I'm gonna bounce to a new interview that just came out of the Learning Center guy being interviewed again, and then we'll go back to the Ohio.
You've got people living with each other who are related and who all benefit financially from these schemes being covered up if they are in fact illegitimate. The only way to blow the lid off of these things is to get whistleblower reports from honest physicians who don't want a kickback from approving this stuff in the first place. But if that doesn't happen, where are investigators even going to figure out? How are they even going to get a lead if no one's talking? But that's how recent investigations have been successful and actually taken down criminals. They got testimony from clients, aka patients, who were able to confirm that the services that Medicaid was being billed for never actually got provided. But without that patient turning on their provider and telling investigators what's going on, no investigation can even take place. It's like a bulletproof scheme system has been set up. By the way, this is how the fraud in Minnesota was able to go on for so long with nobody checking to see that no one was inside of these places. You see, you've got the care providers who say that they're there to treat kids who might have a disability or might need daycare. Then you've got the parents who supposedly enroll their children in daycare. And then you've got the doctors and everybody else who might sign off on some sort of home healthcare providers' credentials in order to get the whole thing going. Everybody's in on the take. You've got the diagnosis, which is fraudulent. You've got the children that aren't actually sick or aren't actually in daycare. And then you have the company that does nothing. They don't even have one legitimate patient in some of these places. And apparently it's the same thing in Ohio. You've got people who aren't disabled at all and are just in a home living there normally, getting paid tens of thousands of dollars a year to receive quote unquote care from a relative who also lives with them. It's like people's lifestyles are being funded here. They're getting a salary basically from the government to live in a place and do nothing. That's the allegations of what's going on here. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's anyone in government that would be able to figure out that this is going on and stop it because it's the government that's paying for all of this stuff. We're supposed to believe that the same people who are totally incapable of stopping fraudulent programs from getting set up to begin with are going to shut it down. That's the real lesson here. The real lesson here is the government can't protect people from itself. It's impossible. If it's set up to get robbed, it's going to get robbed, and it's only going to find out about it decades later if Vice President WALTZ doesn't exist, if he remains Governor WALTZ, and there's another administration out there with a mandate to look into this stuff. We wouldn't be hearing about any of this had Trump lost. It would be everywhere. It would be pervasive, and it would all be a secret. What do you think about that? Thank you so much.
Crazy, right? All right, let's see what this daycare center owner has to say. I got an interview, new one. I'll go back to Columbus, but I wanted to hear this while we're I want to hear what he has to say.
A lot of the journalism that's been going on the last couple of days has been really dishonest. I don't want to point fingers at anybody, but I do feel like what was done was someone came to our building that says our days and our hours. He came outside of those hours and then claimed, hey, they're closed and they're still making money. They're using taxpayer money to work. And it's like, you don't come outside of operational hours and then say they're using taxpayer money. That was completely false. As you can see, we're open Mondays through Thursdays, 2 to 10 p.m. He was here earlier. I don't see him right now. So it's like, are you trying to record that we're doing fraud, or are you trying to put the Somali name and the fraud in the same sentence? That's what really hurt us the last couple of days. We're open. We've been open. We haven't closed. We've been open for eight and a half years now. We haven't closed once during that period. So I want to touch on that first. The second thing is, which is kind of laughable, is the sign. We messed up the sign. We paid somebody to do our sign. He incorrectly did it. We're having him work on it. We paid him to correct the sign. He said it'll be done by this week. So by the end of this week, our sign will be fine. The third thing, which is the fraud claim. There's no fraud going on whatsoever. Kids come to us, clients come to us, their parents come to us. They're here daily. They leave on time. They come on time. there's no fraud going on whatsoever. Where those claims came from, I mean, if a group of people does fraud, you don't paint the brush with everyone in that group. You don't say, hey, there's a group of people that are Somali that are doing fraud. Say, hey, every single Somali must be part of fraud. No, we're business owners. And being a business owner is extremely tough. Trying to raise kids that are not yours, that are others, is extremely tough as well. But then for people to come and go like, hey, they're not really working, they're just taking free money. If any of us have children here, raising children is not easy. Trying to help them schoolwork, trying to build their manners is not easy work. So when somebody comes and does that, it's really disheartening. In the community itself, as Minnesota, as Somalis, as people that own this business for 8 years now, we do nothing but to uplift the community, uplift our children, uplift one another, uplift non-Somalis, uplift Somalis, to make a better community for all of us. So when somebody comes in and says, hey, they're not doing it, it's just like if you would have came during operational hours and there's no one here, okay, you've got a point. He came, I think it was 11 a.m. Obviously, there's no cars in the parking lot. If you look around, there's cars now. Yeah, because our employees are here, our children are here, our clients are here. But don't come at 10 a.m. and get like, hey, their door's not open. Obviously, our door's not going to be open at 10 a.m. We're not open at 10 a.m. That sign on the door says that.
So is this what the parking lot looks like every day at this time?
Oops, I was on mute. Yes, this is the guy that we saw earlier with the Yankees hat on, responding to the allegations of the documents and stuff being stolen.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are not familiar with it because not everyone's a daycare owner, not everyone takes their children to daycare. Opening a daycare license is not easy whatsoever. I see a lot of people pointing fingers at DHS. DHS does a good job to the point that if you ask most daycare owners, Somali or not Somali, it's a really strenuous process. You have to admit paperwork. You have to submit paperwork daily. You have to do a monthly. You have to do a yearly. They have to make sure kids are coming. They have to make sure parents are busy with work or school per se. If the parents are not occupied, we don't get paid. So for example, you bring your children to me. While we're open, if you're at home, we don't get paid for those children. Those children can't come to us. We can decide as they get, hey, like out of.
What's up, Devil?
This is the world's mass-produced liquid-cooled superphone. Not only does it have
How you doing, buddy?
Just to do a favor for the parent, we'll bring the parents. But those kids, we're not going to get paid for it. That day their parents stop working or start going to school, we don't get paid for it. So it's not like, hey, just enroll yourself in daycare. It's not that easy. The parents themselves, yearly, they have to.
You got to mute yourself if you're not talking.
How much they
Please.
make, where they live, the house income, the size of the house. They have to fill all those out. What kind of income they make, both parents, how much they make. If they make over a certain threshold, the government does not pay for it. So it's not like the government is paying for people that have their pockets full. It's people that can't afford it and are working and are going to school. So the government and DHS make sure that person is not able to take care of their children. That's the only time they can bring it to our daycare or any daycare. If the parent is at home, we're not getting paid.
What do you say to people who say this is like all for show, like all the cars in the parking lot, the kids being dropped off now, it's only a response to that video? What do you say to that?
We spoke about this earlier. You guys can come tomorrow. You guys can come on Thursday. You guys come back Monday. If there's not this many cars, let me know. There'll be this many cars. There'll be children going in and out because that's what a daycare center is.
Why would the commissioner say today that you have been closed for a whole week now, not due to fraud, but because of spacing issues?
No, we haven't. We've never had spacing issues. We've never discussed this with our licensor. We have a licensor that we deal with every 6 to 12 months. We've never had spacing issues. You have a certain capacity. We have capacity of 99 children. We can't take more than that. But we never had spacing issues. Like where all of that came from is completely false. We have kids going in and out. And like I told them earlier, you guys come tomorrow. Check it out again. But what frustrates me is the YouTubers that are making the claims. Where are they now? Like he was here, they were here earlier. You see kids, and now you're not here. So where are you now?
On an
How many employees do you have? Because people think you're not taking all that money because you have employees. So
There's employees. There's food that we have to serve them. We have to serve them lunch, 2 snacks, and dinner. For 60 plus kids, that bill is not small. That bill is not small. We pay the teachers, obviously. We have to pay the teachers a good wage, standard, if not more. When they're with us for a certain time, we have to increase their pay. We have to make sure the toys are up to date. We have to make sure even the electronics they use inside the building is up to date. So it's not like the money comes and it's in our pockets. It's hardworking people that are here. It's hardworking parents. It's hardworking employees. It's hardworking owners that make all this happen. It's not one or two people that make this happen.
What would you say to Nick Shirley, the YouTuber, if he was standing in front of you?
I have nothing against him himself, but I do have something against the rhetoric. It's if you're gonna be a journalist, just have a moral compass. Like do what you do correctly. If you catch business that are fraud, no one here is with that, or like we don't support that as a community. I don't support that myself. I was born and raised here. I'm not for fraud. Like the notion that hey, a certain batch of Somalis got caught, so all of them support it. It's like no one. If in any community, any mishaps that happen, the rest of the community obviously doesn't want that to happen. It's a stain on all of our names, as you guys can see. We don't want that to happen.
This dude's talking in circles right now, literally.
But just to say, hey, a certain company got caught, so they must all do it, and I feel like that's what he's doing. I'm not a fan.
What at 10 p.m. may not be your typical daycare hours. So can you explain why it is?
Definitely talking in circles, chat. Definitely just talking to talk. And I always say the more you give somebody the mic and let them talk, the more guilty they sound or make themselves look.
The reason for that is we're after school hours. So most of our clients, not most of our clients, all of our clients is after school hours. So schools earliest dismissal would be 2:15 to 2:30ish, and the latest dismissal would be up to like 4:30ish, 4:40ish. So that's when our kids come to us. We don't have anyone in the morning. We deal with only parents and clients that come to us after school. So that's why ours are 2 to 10 p.m. Just as a side note, if I try to tell you guys, if you try to open in the morning, it's not as advantageous because if the parent has 5 to 6 kids, they're not able to bring most of them because they're going to be at school. They'll bring you an infant, but you'll maybe have 8 to 10 infants. You can't really suffice a business with that.
There was a Zoom call today with the state, with politicians in the House that said that you closed last week. I'm walking up, yeah.
I discussed that with her. We never closed. There was never a sign on our door. There was never a time where kids were told to stop coming. There was never a time we told our employees to stop coming. All that's false information. Like, where does this come from?
From a Zoom call today with the...
No, we were not closed. We were not closed. We didn't tell anyone we're closed. We didn't email anyone. We didn't contact anybody. We have a licensor. There's a specific form that you filled out. You can't just say, hey, I'm closed. You have to fill out a certain paper, send it back. That has to be approved by DHS and then be sent back for you to be closed per se. That was never done.
Thanks,
I
Dev.
spend thousands of dollars a year on food waste because this delivery
Much love,
service
bro.
is the
Thank you,
perfect
Dev.
amount of groceries
Thank you, Devil.
and delicious help.
Do you think the commissioner mistook your facility for a different place, or how
I'd rather not.
does the state get that
I'd rather not speak for them, but that's completely false information. That's nothing that we, like I said, filled out and submitted to anybody. So where does it come from?
Can we get a tour of the center?
Not right now. Because most parents, most daycares, parents do not allow us to have their children recorded. And it's not just daycares. I know a lot of journalists like to make it a daycare issue. You can't go in schools and record children because we have forms when we're submitting our students. 99% of the time, the parents gonna say, "Hey, I don't want my child on any sort of camera." But for our own sake, when we're taking them to playgrounds and whatnot, we don't record them because the parents tell you not to. So it's out of the safety of the kids. That's why we specifically asked that the camera's over here and not over there, so the kids are not recorded. And once again, I'd like to conclude: the YouTuber that was making the claims, you were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're a fraud. Where are you? Why are you not here right now? It's like you're trying to put out a certain message about a certain group. I'm not gonna make that claim. I don't want to make that claim.
Oh, are you trying to pull the
seems like he's doing
card, bro?
Where are you right now?
Bro's playing the victim card now. He's playing the victim card. Bro, you done robbed us. You robbed us, but now you're playing victim. Come on, man. Really? Fuck out of here.
No, he was here earlier. He was recording us. We had no issue with it.
You blaming the white kid that fucking exposed you, bro? Are you mad? Are you mad that homie exposed you? I thought Muslims don't work. Muslim women don't work. Why do you need daycare? if you can't even work? How many Muslims or women are really working from 2 to 10 o'clock at night? Really? Especially when everything they get is free. You know you're full of shit, dude.
Property, you can record. No, he's not here.
Could you just confirm how many employees you have and how many students you're serving on an average day?
We have about 25 employees, and children, we're at 92, I believe it is. Our capacity is 99, so we don't really like to touch.
Oh, Reed.
We're at 92 right now. Our capacity, though, is 99. That capacity is set by the fire marshal, not, like I said, this is not like something you can just write on a piece of paper. The fire marshal sets the standards. We didn't get to choose, hey, not 92, we didn't get to choose it.
But how many would come in daily? How many kids, roughly?
50 to 80, depending on the day, depending on the weather, depending on if they play sports. There's a lot of different factors that go into it, but children are here. And like I said, I'll conclude this. You guys come here tomorrow. You guys come here Thursday. You guys can come here Monday. The kids will be here. Just federal holidays, just to be clear, I know there's a lot of rhetoric around are paid days for us. So we're closed on those days. Like New Year's Day, January 1st, we're not going to be here.
Devil, love you, bro.
Clients and parents all know alike. We're not open Christmas. We're open front. It's not because we don't celebrate. We don't celebrate.
Did anyone ever? I wish I knew how to like it.
And it's one of those paid holidays. So, like I said,
Confirm for us the $4 million a year. We've been hearing that a lot. Is that
don't know where that came from. I have no idea where that came from.
$4 million?
That's a complete false claim. We don't make.
Wait till this next one. I don't know what it's gonna bring us, guys, but it's gonna be more. It's gonna be a little more there.
Yeah, I don't think people understand how that works at all.
The funding works. You're getting a certain threshold per child. The younger the child is, the more you get paid. The older they are, the younger they get paid. The less you're paid. So depending on how many children you have is how much you get paid per family. But we don't make those standards. CCAP and the government makes those standards. We don't make those standards. We're not allowed to bill a cent more. Like say for example, infant, you get paid a certain rate. You're not gonna get paid a cent more than that once you bill it. So if there's a certain amount we make, that's from the kids we take care of, we feed, we clothe, we pick up, we drop off. That's what we submit to the government, and the government pays us for that. So it's not none of this stolen money.
The sign you said that
will be fixed by this week. It'll be fixed by this week.
Has it been this way for the past 8.5 years that you've been open?
No,
Do you know?
no. We paid someone. We paid a graphic designer. Clearly didn't do a good job. We try to get back. I don't want to mention his name.
We paid a graphic designer to make our leering sign. He didn't know how to spell, but we didn't catch it, bro. Oh, God.
For a while now, for like 3-4 months.
Come on, bro.
I'll get it fixed, but by the end of this week, it'll be fixed.
The street is also misspelled. Do you notice that? The street is also misspelled, isn't it?
Well, both of those will be fixed by the end of the week. Both of those, but just the rhetoric that there's fraud going on. You guys can feel free to come. You guys can come tomorrow. Mondays through Thursdays, though.
Come tomorrow. We'll have it fixed. Don't worry. Students,
feel free to come.
Can you tell us your name?
No.
Can you tell us your name again one more time?
Ali, A-I.
A-I, last name?
Ibrahim.
Spell?
I-B-R-A-H-I-M.
All right, let's see what Richie from Boston has to say about this, and then I've got the city council meeting in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, talking about the whole Somali thing. But I needed something to make Devil happy. This is something that'll make Devil a little bit more entertained. Devil, this one's for you, buddy.
GTV News. Have you heard of the Somalians in our country?
Yeah, but I'm more so worried about the Jews.
Straight up, but check this out. Ching Chong, break it down for us. Chloe and Michael, good morning. We're here at the Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good, where $4 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars are going to Somalian immigrants who say, I'm the captain now.
This is our country, go away!
It looks like our investigation team at Jake GTV News has hacked into the cameras. Let's see what they've uncovered.
We've snuck in to finally see where your taxpayer dollars disappear. If I don't make it out, blame Israel.
It feels good to be a refugee.
Safe to say the great replacement has begun. Back to you.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Perfect distraction from the redacted Epstein files and Israel for the week. Am I right?
Straight up. And according to the reports, the Jewish Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, along with a few fake Christian organizations, are getting paid about $3,000 per refugee.
What?
Shut it down. The Goyim are starting to say America first, and it's bullshit. Trump is making America great again. Don't you dare mention Zionism or I'll fire you, Jason.
Calm down, Producer Berg. Jeez. So yeah, blame the left. They're like really ugly.
Racist.
See what I'm saying? Trumpstein, take it away.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks.
Gosh, I freaking love Israel. This is why we voted for him.
It's literally the left that's the problem. Don't notice the genocide in Gaza.
Facts. Let's hear from the people who haven't started noticing yet.
Isn't Trumpstein great? He's literally saving this country and can do nothing wrong.
What about the Epstein files?
Democrat hoax. What are you, a lefty?
Exactly. Let's hear Tampon Tim's response.
Donald Trump's calling our Somali neighbors garbage and the state of Minnesota a hellhole. We've got little children going to school today who their president called them garbage.
Wow, such a noble governor of Minnesota. Imagine him and Camel Toe won. We'd finally have tampons in the men's bathroom.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Would have been amazing.
Are you a woman trapped in a man's body, or worse, a man trapped in a woman? I deserve to be in your middle school reading books to kids.
Sponsored by the Jews at BlackRock.
Because we're chosen.
What the heck was that?
Honestly, everything looks AI.
The FBI and Cassitel done nothing.
Right, like just arrest someone already. Yeah, like anyone at this point.
It took a YouTuber to uncover this whole $9 billion Somalian fraud.
Yep. Nick Shirley, take it away.
$1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has quality learning center but can't even spell learning right on the door.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None, not at all.
Thanks, Nick, but let's ask a libtard. My pronouns are he, him, and the problem is the racists who don't let foreign countries invade our homes. Flood the open borders now. Absolute dumbass. Anyways, while all our taxpayer dollars are sent to Israel, let's hear Trumpstein blame the lefties.
Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him, okay? There's something wrong with him.
Well put, Trumpstein. Federal prosecutors found a Minnesota Medicaid fraud that's paid out at least $9 billion since 2018. An actual drop in the bucket to the $50 billion we sent to destroy the Sand People.
Shut it down! We're only running this segment so you stop asking questions about the Epstein files in Israel. Trump is making America great again!
Speaking of Israel, did you see them at their right to protest?
Oh yeah, this one's my favorite video to show the normies. It just shoves them straight down the rabbit hole. There's no recovering from this one.
Check this out.
So here we can see the documented gang Palestinian prisoner by 5 men.
The
sickest part about this isn't the fact they did this, but the fact they decided to protest for the right to read, and no one ended up prosecuted at all. With 65% of Israelis saying that this should be allowed. These men were later praised on television, while the woman who put the video out was sued. We should really check on her.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. She's ending up like Jackie, and that's where you're heading next with your antiseptic little mouth. I've been in the market for a new lampshade. You're this close.
Hell yeah, Producer Berg. Show them who
Small
the
hat.
are.
His small hat when he turned around, dude.
Literally get on my knees for a raise.
That's a good goy, and we love to see you degrading your morals.
Said he would get on his knees for a raise, dude.
Good point, Daisy. Jennifer joins us live from Little St. James to remind us Epstein worked alone and had no accomplices or victims.
Please don't. Thanks, Succubus, but we know you've been blackmailing our FBI since the Prohibition era. Let's do a little tour of your people's island since the latest photos leak. Come with me. Here's some rich people art. Whew, looks pretty weird. So let's keep moving through. Wait till you see his dentistry room. Wonder what you creeps were doing out here, just doing some dental work for minors out here, right? Look at the nose on this mask. Satan's literal chosen little people for sure.
Wow, it's getting hard not to notice at this point.
Yeah, it's almost like they worship Satan.
Yeah. Didn't Charlie try to warn us about this guy?
Yep.
Roll the clip.
Satan's little chosen people.
Epstein
Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well.
That lady.
The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics.
Gosh, he was so based.
Yeah, straight up. But this is what happens when you take donor money and go a little off script.
Right. Back to you, Jennifer.
As we move into the living area, we can tell this was no genius, but a man who was entrusted with Les Wexner's fortune. He didn't even graduate from college. Let's check out what's written on this chalkboard. Here we can see Epstein's brilliance, or lack thereof. So we got power here, deception, and plans.
Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer.
That's right, Charlie. And he basically owned the Justice Department as an untouchable. He'd bring minors to Trumpstein's resort, the Mar-a-Lago. At this point, they're all implicated. Facts. Reports say he was allowed to leave this jail for up to 12 hours a day, the 6 days a week, chauffeured by a private driver to his own high-rise office in West Palm Beach. If this were any other perverts, they'd be getting bent over in prison while they rot away in a jail cell. Is it a coincidence that Israelis are the only ones who can flee from prosecution and not be extradited? Shapiro-Stein, take it away.
Of course it's quiz.
Shapiro-Stein, take it away.
Just because you notice we run the largest blackmail and trafficking rings like Epstein doesn't mean you're right. After all, we're chosen. Don't forget that. Run the commercials.
Anti-Septism is on the rise.
We didn't do it.
Joes need a place to hide from the hate.
It wasn't me.
It's time to flee to Israel. BlackRock. Because we're chosen.
So do you think Trumpstein was in the files?
If he was, the Democrats would have used it against him. Blame the sand people.
All right, bro. We go to live to the investigators at Jake GTV for more.
Thanks, Jeff. So it's not all of them, but it's always them. Jews, Muslims, and Christians have been living together for centuries before the Talmudic Satan worshippers infiltrated their culture.
The problem is when you try to play the victim of terrorism when you yourself are the terrorists. Am I right? I know that's you, Tucker. Just because you antiseptic grifters are noticing doesn't mean we can't control his wife and take over his company. Don't notice what she did in Romania or where her kid's at. Play the sympathy card.
Okay, let's roll this.
Our goal with the Romanian Angels Project was to show these children the true American heart during the holiday season.
This is the weird part.
And what better way to do that than having our United States military personally deliver the gifts?
So the guy she named as Colonel Busher was caught running a brothel where U.S. Marines were orphan minors, and we have the affidavit form for proof.
All right, Ching Chong, but wasn't that just a philanthropy thing for her pageant?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty normal for pageant work. There's no way she was involved in anything beyond charity,
Right.
right? No, bro. This was years prior. What 17-year-old starts a 501c3 corporation? Probably has nothing to do with her mom's work at Homeland Security developing EMP and drone technology.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. We ended up giving the sand person in Bondi Beach a gift after he stopped the shooter. Air that. We're your greatest ally.
Jeez. All right, we'll show the dollar you gave.
Rabbi Mendel Castell gave Ahmed a symbolic dollar note he's had since 1988.
Today, I wanted to share that with Ahmed. I don't know where my family would be if not for him. And that's why I say thank you to him.
The visitor said Ahmed is recovering well at St. George Hospital.
Looks like he'll be seeing you for that $2 you owe him next time you see him. You can't make this shit up.
Goyslop Jr., because you're not even chosen.
Goyslop Jr.
Fake burgers, fake oils, fake joy.
That's antiseptic, and I freaking love it. Anyway, if you're still not following Jake GTV, you're either triple boosted or just genuinely retarded.
It's time to flee to Israel. BlackRock, because we're chosen.
To all of my fellow noticers, I wanted to wish you a happy new year. If you want to keep us on air, just hit the like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one.
Okay, so it's going to be very hard to go from that to this because that was super funny. That was just supposed to be a comedic break. I hope you all liked it. Do you guys want me to keep going or end it, bro? I got one more, and that was the press conference with all the Columbus leaders talking about the Somalians and all that. Do you guys want to watch it or do I? Yeah, we still got a half hour, and it's a half hour long. We could do it. If it's
Half hour?
boring, yeah, a half hour. Let's see what it is. If it's worth it, if it isn't, we'll turn it off. I wish I could have ended it on that though. That shit was hilarious. To be honest,
That was pretty freaking fun.
It was, dude. It was definitely unexpected.
Here, we have State Rep Mark Segrist, State Rep Christine Coakley, State Rep Beryl Brown Pickle-Antonio, State Rep Anita Samani, State Rep Latina Humphrey, State Rep Allison Russo, and our Senator Herschel Craig. Would you please help me represent or celebrate our elected leaders? I have the honor of standing here representing my colleagues, and I'd ask them to stand as I call their name. Councilmember Chris Weish, Councilmember Nancy Day Alcar, and Councilmember Emmanuel Remy. And Councilmember Lourdes Barosa de Padilla, who is already standing. Thank you for this, Councilmember. We have obviously our Mayor Andrew Ginther, who you hear from next. Also, our state representatives, Ishmael Muhammad and Representative Munira Abdulhali. We are gathered here this morning in City Council and Chambers because this is a place where everyone is welcome. Columbus is home to the second largest Somali population in the United States.
This is gonna piss me off, dude. I already know as soon as I hear Mayor Ginther start talking, I'm actually going to get pissed off. I know it for a fact. Dude, this guy, when he was running, dude, you could just see the evilness seething off this guy. Like, he is just a straight puppet. This is going to be pretty cucked out, guys.
United States, and we're proud of that.
You think Minnesota's bad? Columbus is no different.
Americans are business owners, they're teachers, they're nurses, they're artists, they're police officers, they're our elected leaders. They are co-workers, they are classmates, they're neighbors. They are woven into the fabric of what makes Columbus who we are, a strong, resilient, and vibrant community. Columbus is a safe and welcoming city, and no one should live in fear because of where they were born. No one should live in fear because of what language they speak. No one should live in fear because of the color of their skin or how we pray. And for those of us who come from a faith tradition, this is a moment that calls us to pause and to reflect. The book of Hebrews tells us, do not neglect to show hospitality to the immigrant, for by doing so, some have entertained angels without knowing it. That verse isn't simply about being polite. It's about recognizing our strength, our connection to one another, that we're all wrapped up in this thing together. It reminds us to recognize the image of God, the dignity and the worth in every single person, especially those who have been treated as outsiders. Here in Columbus, we live that out. We don't just tolerate our neighbors, we welcome them. We stand with them, we protect them. Because hospitality isn't weakness, it's our strength. It is courage. It is who we are. So when hateful words are spoken from positions of power, we answer with community. When fear rises, we answer with solidarity. When others try to divide us, we choose unity. We choose to be a city that comes together. And we will continue to show our Somali American neighbors, not just with our words, but with our actions, that we all belong here, that we matter, and that we will not allow anyone to tear our neighbors down. I want to encourage everyone to reach out to your neighbors, to support our Somali businesses, because we are all in this together. Because welcoming our neighbor isn't good policy, it's our moral responsibility. It is our faith in action, and it is, without question, what makes our city so great. Would you please help me welcome our mayor of the city of Columbus, Andrew Ginther.
Oh, God.
Good morning.
This guy is, I swear to you, he is like Tim Waltz of Minnesota, of Columbus, bro.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, council members, for hosting us here this morning. And thank you, Representative Muhammad, for your call and outreach earlier in the week and all the incredible, I almost feel like somewhat of a family reunion in here. I've seen so many folks here from the legislature, from some of our suburban communities. It really speaks to the power.
This is how unrecognized high IQ looks in children. Constant overthinking. High IQ minds analyze everything.
What do you mean is anybody missing a cat? What do you mean?
Of Central Ohio, and why
What do you mean by is anybody missing a cat, bro?
Columbus is such a special place. And our Somali neighbors have a large part in that community. Columbus is proud to be one of the most welcoming and diverse cities in the United States. Our diversity is a core strength that drives our culture, our economy, and our future. Our city is home to one of the largest and most vibrant Somali communities in the nation, with more than 60,000 residents of Somali descent and nearly 500 Somali-owned businesses contributing every day to Columbus's growth and success. Somali community is not just a part of Columbus, they are essential to who we are and who we're becoming. An international city on the rise, where the best and the brightest from around Central Ohio, the state, the nation, and the world come, because this is a safe and welcoming community. Whether you were born here or arrived yesterday, you belong. You're seen. You matter. You're valued. We are stronger and safer because of our diversity. And today, we recommit to our neighbors. Many Somali Americans are critical to our economic success. They have helped to build us into who we are. Our house that's on the rise. Our goal is to continue to protect our neighbors and to continue to lift up our diversity as our strength. Your leadership, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement strengthen the very fabric of our city. We value and appreciate you, your hard work, and your deep commitment to building a better future for your families and for our city. And we're lucky, we're blessed that each and every one of you here today have chosen to call Columbus home. Years ago, I issued an executive order making clear that City of Columbus resources will not be used to support deportation efforts unless there's evidence of a crime having been committed. None of us want criminals in our neighborhoods, regardless of where folks are from. But the City of Columbus will not use our resources.
None of us want criminals where we're from, but bro, I guarantee you if they were rolling around in your gated fucking neighborhood you live in, Mayor Ginther, your ass would have them out. Why you have them running around our shit, bro? You get how much they paying you?
Is to do the federal government's job for them. This means that we will not investigate Columbus residents solely based on their immigration status. And we will not use city resources to apprehend anyone living in our city solely based on immigration status. We work every day with
you hear this shit?
County, state, federal authorities.
He literally doesn't give a shit about what the Constitution or what the hell we're trying to do. He's literally saying fuck the president, fuck the voters, the whole country. What was it? I know as far as Ohio goes, there's 88 counties and 8 counties voted blue. 80 out of the 88 were red. Bro, nobody likes you, dude.
To get criminals out of our neighborhoods. We will not use the Columbus Division of Police and the hundreds of millions of dollars that the city of Columbus taxpayers put into police to do the federal government's job for them. We will, however, offer the city services to all Columbus residents, regardless of where you were born. That means that everyone should continue to feel safe calling Columbus police when help is needed. We have the lowest levels of homicides and violent crime in our city since George W. Bush was president.
Yeah,
it is
right.
because the police and the community are working closely.
Yeah, right. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. You know how many undocumented crimes are going on every day? I know. I don't even like going up in there no more.
Closer together than ever before. Some of our great officers are here today, and we are proud of the work they're doing.
Look, all these other videos we watch with Minnesota, I don't know. They look like liars. Don't believe it. But this dude, I know for a fact, the areas and everything he's talking about, he is absolutely lying.
With diverse communities throughout our city. Our city will not be a vehicle for discrimination or fear. Let me be clear. Hatred, xenophobia, bigotry have no place in Columbus. Not in our government.
It doesn't.
Not in our government, not in our neighborhoods, and not in our public discourse. Our message to our Somali neighbors is very simple. You are valued. You belong.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
Our commitment is unwavering. We stand with you and we support you today and every day.
No caps, buddy.
Try Bojangles Bow Bites with our peach honey pepper sauce.
I mean, what do you guys think? Hold on.
Invented this really deserves a raise. I don't understand why it took until 2025 for people to realize how amazing this is.
Something real fast. What do you guys think of all this, dude? What are you guys thinking of all this? Boy, you got to understand, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was trying to show all this, and my shit got like, dude, let's just put it this way. They didn't want the information to get out, and it exploded. We were just way ahead of it.
This is past, present, and future is built on strength, diversity, safety, inclusion, being a safe and welcoming community for all. We will not blink. We will not budge. We will cling to those values and fight for the future of every neighbor. It's now my honor to introduce and welcome Representative Ismail Muhammad.
Exactly.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor Ginther. Thank you, Council President Shannon Hardin. Thanks to all the council members that are here. I also want to give a special shout out to my State House colleagues, starting with former leader Allison Russo and all of our other elected officials that are here, community leaders, nonprofits. It's been a tough couple of days, but I have never been more proud to call Columbus home. As the mayor was indicating, 2 days ago, I started reaching out to our elected officials, Mayor Ginther, Shannon Harding, and all the others, and the response has been absolutely amazing. Not only just offering support, responding, putting out a statement, making sure that our communities are aware that this is a welcoming city. And I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit out on me today, but it's been hard because my office has been receiving calls and emails, constituents, college students, high school kids who are asking, why is the leader of the free world calling me garbage? And it's hard to respond to that often. And but we've seen that movie before. We've seen division before, and the response has been, again, absolutely amazing because this is a welcoming city. And we've seen the contributions of Somali Americans, not only in Ohio and Columbus, but also in Minnesota, Seattle, San Diego, and other cities.
Oh yeah, San Diego is the other one.
We understand and we recognize their contributions. So again, I think just to reflect one last thing, last year I've had a chance to travel to New York City with 15 other elected officials that are all new Americans. And we had a chance to go to the Statue of Liberty. We had a chance to go to Ellis Island, and we kind of got a full history of immigration in this country. And we understand that America was never kind to new immigrants, but with time, families understood that we have a common American family. They understood it. They understood that diversity is our strength, not a weakness. And the response, again, has been absolutely amazing. So,
Ryan, you remember when you asked me when we were watching the protest going up through Columbus with the ICE raids? Remember when you asked me? Remember when they were going, OHIO, you must go, and all that? You got to remember.
Oh, yeah.
You said, where do they learn this type of stuff? And then I showed you the one program. I'm like shit like this. This is how they think, dude. This is the programming that's going on where I live. That's what I was trying to tell you during the scamdemic, dude. It was way worse here than it was up north.
I walked your streets. I saw the flags. I don't know what to say. My mouth is
bad.
I was jaw dropped.
OSU, Ohio State University, their biggest donor, their hospitals, the one that I have to go to is called the Wexner Center, Les Wexner Center. Okay, like it is as cucked out as you're gonna get.
So thank you to all of our elected officials, organizations, nonprofits that have been responding. I've seen young volunteers that were delivering groceries to families that were worried about actually, coming out.
I really like these Fitville Men's Rebound Corps.
At least it's not a brick.
Other families have reached out to me worried that should I carry a passport with me at all times. So you can imagine kind of the level, how low we've stooped down, but we're going to respond to this. We're going to make sure that we will elevate the discussion beyond this. And we understand that not only the Somali community, but tomorrow it'll be the Mexican community. We've seen that movie before. So let's please rise to the occasion, understand that there's a lot more that unites us than divides us. So again.
Exactly. Is that Bad Boy Herschel? Hey, exactly, bro. Wexner's, dude, and not just that, but same with Nasser too.
And thank you. The Somali community will never forget what happened here in Columbus, Ohio. Thank you. And now, it is truly an honor to introduce my sister, an amazing state representative. Please put your hands together for Representative Munir Abdullahi.
You're right, Southern.
Good morning, everyone. Truly, thank you all for being here today. I did not expect this room to be this packed. It's honestly so heartwarming. I gotta take a moment to, now that I'm up here, I have to take a moment to really just take it all in. And thank you. There's another elected official that came here today as well. I think we missed Sarah Ingalls from our Columbus City School Board. Thank you for being here. And thanks for your leadership. And to all of our community leaders and volunteers who made this possible today. We are here today, unfortunately, to address the shameful words of our president. Words have power. Many of us have probably experienced that, especially when they come from the most powerful man in this country. All the while, his people, our people.
If you don't know, they're talking about when he called them garbage. When he was talking about Ilhan Omar. That's what she's talking about.
With basic the truth. Failures, our president chooses to scapegoat our community and other communities. While people struggle to pay for medication, for food, to keep a roof over their heads, they use this divisive rhetoric to distract from those failures, from the work that he's supposed to be doing, taking care of our people, taking care of all Americans. And it reminds us that again and again, racism has always been used as a tool for distraction. So we stand here today to remind our community, Somali American community, the immigrant community of Columbus, Ohio, that we belong, that you belong, that the vile words of a vile man do not shake us. Our resilience is deeper. Our resilience is deeper than anything he could ever comprehend. And many of our families came from horrible conditions, from war. We're not scared of the words of Donald Trump. But words, again, have power, and our children are listening. And to those children, I want to say, you matter. You are not garbage. The only garbage are humans who call other humans garbage. Again, many of our families came here searching for a better life, and that is exactly.
This is a gathering of the fucking snowflakes and just like spill out their hate for Trump. Is this what it is? Like talking like they're like a bunch of kids talking shit behind their parents' back.
Exactly what we will build.
Hilarious.
We will continue to build a better community, a better life with our neighbors, our families, our friends, our community. And we'll continue showing up, just like you showed up for us today. We continue showing up for each other. And so to all of our neighbors, I say thank you. To all of our friends here, thank you for showing up, for speaking up, and standing in solidarity. Because everyone deserves a chance to live in this beautiful city of ours. Not only live, but thrive. A city that is made beautiful by the diversity and hard work of all those who call it home. So let us continue to protect that home and make sure that it is welcoming for all. And make sure that everyone knows their rights. Please brush up on your rights and know that the resources are available to you and that we are resources available to you. All the elected officials in this room who have shown that they care and they are a resource to you. And continue to look out for one another, for your neighbors, and do not allow hateful, divisive rhetoric to tear us apart. Again, there's more that brings us together than there is that brings us apart. And it is an agenda of powerful people avoiding responsibility. Thank you again. And again, thank you to all the organizers who did this and continue to lead with courage and compassion, and our elected officials as well. And again, continue to keep looking out for one another and fight against this divisive rhetoric before it tears our communities apart. Thank you so much. And I would like to bring up Khalid Turani, the Executive Director of CAIR-Ohio.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for Mayor Gunther and for President Shannon. Where is he? There he is. The mayor has left, I guess. Thank you for hosting us in the People's House. And thank you for all the activists and for the representatives and for everyone who came together. For the faith leaders, the civic leaders, and the ordinary citizens who came from all walks of life to express their love and solidarity to our siblings in the Somali American community. We stand here as civic leaders and civil rights leaders, as elected officials.
Hi, Candy. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Love you.
And the electorate. We stand as a community united against the divisive zero-sum politics. We stand in solidarity of hate speech. The president did not mince garbage when he vomited on the American people his hateful rhetoric.
Dang, William. Read William's comment. Read William's comment. Read it. William, I'm in Columbus, Ohio right now, bro. You know? And people just were not understanding the truth behind what was going on. Like, really.
If you didn't live here, you don't know shit.
And they like, dude, Kamala Harris just straight smirked and laughed at it.
No, they all made fun of it. They made fun of Trump.
And you're laughing at us, dude. You're laughing at us.
And it ain't even about Trump. It was all of us.
It was us.
Like, they were stealing our geese.
He wasn't even president.
And we should not mince words when we stand against that kind of discourse and against that kind of politics that seeks to divide us. It seems every time the president's numbers slip and go down, his voice rises against immigrants, people of color, brown communities, and we should stand firmly against that kind of politics every day. It seems his only way of dealing with his outrageousness is by becoming even more outrageous, hoping that we will forget the outrageous thing that he said yesterday by saying something more outrageous today. And I believe he wants us to start chasing our tail, chasing after his outrageousness. But we have got to be standing firm against all of his outrageous remarks and hateful speech, no matter who it is directed against. And we do that by coming together. And this is what we're doing here. And frankly, I'm pleasantly surprised. I did not expect to have that many people on a Saturday morning, such a cold day, to come out in that kind, in that show of love and solidarity with our siblings in the Somali American community and the immigrant community at large. But to take this to the next level, we are calling for some action. Next Saturday, December 13th, is going to be a day of action to show love and solidarity to not only our Somali American community, but also to the rest of the immigrant community. You know, some of us were not lucky enough to land on Ellis Island. I landed in JFK 40 years ago. But that is all right. I'm just as much of an immigrant, and I did hold a green card, just like the president's mother did. I don't have blue eyes. My mother did, but that doesn't matter. It shouldn't. It seems he thinks the only good immigrant to America is an immigrant who looks like him. And I think that will make America look ugly if we do that. Our standing in solidarity with the Somali American community, with the immigrant community, with people of faith who are coming together, I think is the strongest statement that we can do to respond to this kind of rhetoric. December 13th is going to be a day of action, and we're calling for June to be Somali American Heritage Month, where we celebrate this great community of ours that is here in Columbus and Minnesota, all over the United States, contributing in every possible way. You know, they talk about, well, our community is the lawyers and the doctors.
He said he wants to have June be the Somalian month. Is that what he just said? Chat, is that what the dude just said? I don't want to rewind it. Is that what I just heard? Ryan, if he just said that, the reason I'm saying that is because you already got, you know what, in June with the colorful flag, and then you've got men's mental health awareness.
There you go.
Aliens are trying. So now they're just going to totally just push out the men's mental health awareness, and let's just focus on Somalians and the LGBT community, you know?
You know what it seems like to me? It's like piss men off that month.
They hate us, bro. It's crazy. Even the white men.
And the business owners. Well, you know what? And we have some Uber drivers and construction workers, and they are all right. We don't have to be all lawyers and doctors and entrepreneurs for us to have value in this country, because you know what? Everyone contributes in their own way to building America. And we look forward to coming together, whether it is next Saturday, a day of action, or it is making June.
You heard that too, Pop Boy? I heard exactly what he was saying there, bro. Slight ass, bro. I heard exactly what he was saying.
As Somali Heritage Month, we look forward to working with everybody on this. And thank you very much. Thank you for Columbus. Thank you for the people, for the elected officials, for the city council. And we look forward to working with everyone to make the city the hospitable city that it is. I mean, we are the 14th largest city in America, and that is for a reason, because of this mosaic that makes this city so great. Thank you very much.
All right. Big ass city, just full of just cuckism.
And I'll introduce the next speaker, one of our community.
It's very chill though. Hey, I will say that. The cops don't give no shit. And it's very chill. It's way chill. But they let people go rampant on the other side of the highway.
Leaders, Kauthar Musa.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you for all of you for coming today. Thank you, our Mayor Ginter. Thank you, our Council President Shannon Harden. Thank you for answering our call. Thank you, all of you, for coming this morning. Your support shows a lot. It's more than showing up. I have received multiple calls, not only from the Somali community, but also the elected officials. I was saddened. I was like, Columbus is bigger than us. And we are so happy to be here. Just to make a little bit of introduction of who I am. My name is Kauthar Musa. I'm a Somali American community leader, and I'm also a healthcare provider.
What the F did
The
you
recent
just
remarks
say?
from the administration were very hurtful to our Somali community. Every community deserves respect, and we want to be seen with dignity. When Minnesota was attacked, the entire diaspora community was attacked. I have received many calls from the community members. People are scared. What many people in our Columbus may not know is that our Somali community in Columbus and Minneapolis are very close and connected. Families travel back and forth continuously, and many of us has families live in Minnesota. Both cities are like suburban areas.
You think?
For Somali community.
Who's surprised?
When something affects one community, it affects all of us. Our community are hardworking community. We are business owners, healthcare workers, teachers, students, and parents. We help the city of Columbus to grow, and also we help the United States to grow. We brought what we have built so far, and we have more to come yet. During this time, I want everyone to feel safe and supported. Please stay connected and look out for one another. Thank you to our mayor again, our council president Shannon Harden, and our elected officials, CAIR-Ohio, our community leaders. Your support means so much to us. Thank you. And I want to introduce one last person. Engineer Muhammad Ali, he's a community leader. He is one of the people behind this great event. We have been on the phone last night at 3 a.m. and he has been doing a great job. Thank you, Fatih, also. She's one of our volunteers that has been putting together all of this resource. Thank you, all of you. We are all in one. We are not two. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali. I stand here proud to speak for the Somali American community. I want to start by sharing a personal story. I am an American.
You got Muhammad Ali here.
I came to this country as a teenager. I went to school here. 20 years later, my first job was actually a security guard. 20 years later, I stand in front of you as an engineer. Yes. And I own my own engineering firm. And that's the story of every immigrant. Thank you.
Did he just say that's the story of every immigrant? What the hell he just accomplished? Dude, you're like...
I don't know. Did this dude just say who cars?
Like, dude, you are literally, that's the fucking, bro. You gotta be kidding me.
Within the Somali American community and all other immigrant communities, we have great leaders, we have elected officials, we have engineers, we have doctors that save life, we have nurses, we have educators within our city here in Columbus, Ohio. And we are business owners, we are voters. Let me repeat, we are voters. We hear what our elected officials say. The labeling of a community, a whole community, and calling them garbage is unacceptable, it's unethical, and it's not something that we would take it lightly. We have to respond it and we have to condemn his action. I remember, you know, words are not just words when it's coming from the highest office of the nation. Words have consequences. Words, you know, can fuel hate, can create division, you know, and it impacts people, real life people. The other day, when the president echoed those nasty words, within our schools, the Somali American students have been attacked, have been bullied, have been called the same exact names that was used by the president. So that shows you the magnitude the words can have, the influence that it can enable others just to use it because the president accepted it and, you know, he normalized it. And that's not normal. We should condemn.
So you think kids just ran to the school and were repeating Trump the whole day, dude? I'm just wondering, like.
I
want to remind us about the history. We are all familiar with Martin Nomi. He said, they came for the communist. I didn't speak up because I was not a communist. They came for the socialist. I did not speak up because I was not a socialist. They came for the Jewish people. I didn't speak up because I was not a Jew. But unfortunately, they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me.
Wow. Wow. So you are what?
This president.
Are you calling yourself the new Jay? Is that what you're saying? You're a victim too?
This president have targeted so many different immigrant communities, Muslims. He called the Haitian community cat eaters and dog eaters. I'm not a Haitian, but we all stood up for Haitians.
A loaded psycho.
Our brothers and sisters from Mexico.
Everybody taking this propaganda. This guy, I wonder how much he got paid to come speak, because he's the only proper speaking one of them all. And he's just spitting every bit of propaganda he can.
I'm just going to give you a minute.
That will believe it. This is like, dude, this is grade A propaganda.
Mexico, drug dealers. We stood up with them, even though we're not Mexicans. Today, he's attacking the Somali American community. I am proud to be a Somali American. I am unapologetic to be a Somali American. I am proud American. So when my team and I put together this effort, I was not worried about the turnout from our community. I knew I could count on our neighbors. And this shows unity, and this is the true reflection of community. Thank you all.
What more fitting words to end this community gathering. This is much more than a press conference. This is who Columbus is when we come together. So thank you all for being here. Here we also have representatives from our Immigrant Refugee Affairs Committee. If you are here and you represented an elected member of that committee, would you please stand up? Commission members, would you help me recognize them as well?
I can't believe they're even clapping for themselves.
Personally, you must not know many agents.
Gird ourselves. We're 2 years into this thing, or 1 year into this thing. It seems like many years into this thing.
Yeah. I love Herschel.
We have to grow this muscle.
Okay.
Muhammad, what you said about coming after each community is so true. We have to grow this muscle of standing in solidarity with one another. We have to do it, as the care director said, without mincing words. Without mincing words, we have to match it. And that's what today is. Thank you so much. We will do one-on-one interviews with anybody who is here. Is that right, Jose? But thank you again for being here, and we will join you in that call to action next week. Thank you.
Hey, William, I'm
All right,
Mexican,
guys.
buddy.
As I always like to do, I want to end it on a good note. We just beat that topic up. I hope you guys got something out of it. If you didn't, oh wait, what am I doing? Hold on, guys. If you didn't,
Michael,
if you didn't already, sorry guys, I thought I had it all together.
You were kind of scrambling.
The beginning, start from the beginning and go through. You know, I think I did already do it. All right, let's get this done. I put up the wrong video. Sorry, guys.
Michael, us Polacks got to stick together, man.
All right, let's do it. And then we'll end it. I don't know if I'll even stick to the whole thing. If we're bored, we'll end it. Simple.
Candy, same here.
But what's really, really important to us is not just that we have a police operation, because we had a success.
It's my favorite. I had to do it just for something to watch at the end, man. We just,
human trafficking.
Shit was
and
tough.
what we do from the moment they come into the operation, we want to immediately hand them off to our social services friends and our counselors so that they can begin working with these victims of human trafficking. These are some of the most difficult victims to work with. We know there are a lot more of them that admitted, but as you can see that we have fuzzed out the faces of several that have admitted or either we suspect. And then there's one that we had to tape over this morning that was in the county jail who just this morning admitted to us, okay, I am a victim of human trafficking. I would like services. So our goal is to start these services the moment that they are taken into custody, and then to treat them as what they are, victims, not suspects of criminal events. I might point out, if others of these prostitutes come forward later as victims, there's specific law in the state of Florida that's really terrific that causes us to go in and eliminate all evidence of an arrest, photographs, reports, court actions, and they're treated as a victim. And it's important to understand that if there were no Johns, if there were no customers, there would be no prostitutes, and there would be no human trafficking. But folks, the overwhelming majority of these ladies are or have been in the past taken advantage of. You know, they used to call them, oh, he's the one who provides for me. He's the one that gives me a ride. But what we've found is many, many, many times that in fact, this person is trafficking this lady. He's making a profit off of her. He is controlling her very life. As I said, some of these victims are hardcore because they've learned that these traffickers control their very life, what they wear, where they live, their drugs, their food, their entire life. We've got to break all that down. So having services on site to deal with this is very important. So we made 160 arrests.
Right, Michael. Hit the like, subscribe, share, everybody. Please.
That was 86 prostitutes, 65 Johns, and then there were 9 others.
It sure was.
I'm going to talk about briefly that were called.
Yes, it was, bro.
We charged during this operation
what Columbus
52
is, dude.
additional felonies, 216 misdemeanors. But of this group of folks that we see here today, they had already amassed collectively 419,000 or 419, I want to say thousand, but it's 419 previous felonies. You would think I'd learn to read this, okay? There's not zeros at the end of it. 419 previous felonies, 619 previous misdemeanors. So many of these people were already well known to the criminal justice system. Only 16 of the 160 were from Polk County. I think the people of Polk County are about to get the message.
Thanks,
that
Michael.
If you come here and violate the law, we're going to put you in jail, and Brian Haas and his prosecutors are going to prosecute you. So we're pleased that it was only 16 of 160. Central Florida needs to catch a clue. If you come here to commit crime, you're coming here to go to our jail. But
yeah, you don't want to go there.
In addition to that,
don't go to Polk County.
We have 3 of the men that are here for deriving proceeds.
That's the Wardenburger, ain't it?
Traffickers.
No,
we don't have enough evidence
that's
to charge
Ohio.
them with that at this time. They're still under investigation.
Oh, yeah.
But as we start with our folks that we're going to show you today, our cards, I want to start with a blank card. I want to talk about this lady because we must educate the community to understand that many of these ladies that are victims have had a really tough life. And we're trying to break the cycle. This particular lady was the victim. She walked into our undercover operation. She was 10 weeks pregnant. She said she had been taking drugs, and specifically fentanyl, and hoping.
Hunger Root is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty. I'm gonna open the box.
And praying that naturally she could abort the baby. She didn't.
Wow.
It was an unwanted pregnancy. That's
That's scary, bro. That's sad and scary and irresponsible.
Some of the sadness that we see. She
Yeah.
also received a text while she was in our custody from someone that said, quote, "Just promise me you'll be careful. Get out of that place because that is Polk County. Get out fast." Well, it's too late. She was already in custody. But that was a good thing because we have identified her as a victim. And if she'll accept the services of these wonderful ladies that's behind us, we can make a positive difference in her life. She's from Fern Park, Florida. And that's over near Seminole County.
What? What?
Now, as you know, Deputy Police Chief Jason DePrima. We talked about him earlier this week because it had leaked out to the media and they showed significant interest because he's the Deputy Chief of Police in Cartersville, Georgia.
You hear this?
He managed to embarrass his organization, himself, and his family.
That's police chief, and he's not scared to call out his own people. Everybody thinks he always picks on a certain group or whatever. He call anybody out. He don't care. He loves it.
This is what he looks like when he's under arrest. We talked about him last week. I won't talk anymore today.
I thought he looked familiar. I can't believe this dude's on it again.
Other than to tell you that he resigned from the police department. He is no longer a police officer in Cartersville, Georgia. And he needs to work on reconstructing his life with his family. He did a very mean, nasty thing to his family, and he certainly embarrassed all the people of Cartersville. I think it's important that I underscore that the Cartersville Police Department is a very professional police department in Georgia, and they didn't deserve what Jason did, and he lost his career over it. He has resigned. So with that, it must have been Government Day or Government Week at Fall Hall 2 because Jason was not the only person in law enforcement to get arrested. This is Keith Nieves. He's 24. He's a state corrections officer. He works for Lake Corrections, Lake CI. He's been there 2 years. He came there on a late night. He lives in Orlando, and he wanted to engage in consensual sex with a prostitute who turned out to be an undercover law enforcement officer. Now think about this. This guy is in charge of people who are in prison for violating the law. He comes and he violates the law. So birds of a feather flock together, and he's in the jail as a jailbird, like those jailbirds he watches. Then there's Cameron Burke. Cameron Burke was a computer technician. Formerly, okay, let me underscore formally, he was at Oak Ridge High School. He's 41 years of age, Oak Ridge High School.
What are yours online?
Or Orange County, Florida. Interestingly enough, listen to me, you can't make this stuff up. He was out on bond from having sex with a student, a mere child. Yes, that's right. He had sex multiple times with this child.
What?
At school, in his office. He was arrested in March of this year. So he,
dude, disgusting. And like, this is all Florida too.
He's bonded out. He's got some hugely serious criminal charges pending against him in Orange County. And guess what? How much of a difference did that make? Not a lot. He's on dating websites, and he comes to the undercover op saying, I want to engage in sex with 2 women for $200. Well, when we arrested him, then he becomes an emotional wreck. Oh, I can't do this. I'm out on charges. Well, dude, why didn't you think of that ahead of time? Of course, you only had 3 brain cells. He didn't care until he was caught, and then it was serious. Well, what about that little girl you sexually battered at school in your office where you were a computer tech? So in any event, he's arrested again, and we certainly hope that there is a Parker v. State so that he stays locked up. He's a dangerous person to children, to the community, when he's not locked up. Well, you know, teachers sometimes have to be taught a lesson. There you go. There's your teacher, Carlos Gonzalez. He's 36. He teaches at New Dimensions High School in Osceola County. He teaches math. And he came for 1 hour with 2 ladies, and he was willing to pay $200. But he obviously didn't think through this very well. I don't know how well he does math, how well he teaches math, but, you know, 1 trip to a prostitute house ends up 1 trip to the county jail. 1 and 1 is 2, and he got to 2. He said he was not going to have sex when we talked to him. He just came there to give the undercovers the money. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He just out of the warmth of his heart wanted to talk trash to 2 prostitutes online and show up to give them money. And then he was going to leave. He did leave.
Most people don't realize that they're sitting on inside the.
I thought for sure he's
every day
talking
millions
about
of
all this. It would be like the
He did leave. He left in the back of a van and went to the county jail. Oh, he was from Davenport, from Polk County. He should have known better. He knows better now. Guess who this guy is? School teacher. Got us another one.
Another one?
Yep, John Layton at West Orange High School in Orange County. When he showed up, I just love this. You want to go, what are you thinking, man? What are you thinking? Well, you're not thinking. He was wearing the high school track shirt. I didn't stutter. He was wearing the high school track shirt. And he came there and he wanted sex for $40. And he saw our undercover agent and said, wow, 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 I'll take $100 worth of that.
Sorry. He said, wow, wow, whoa. There's Andre 3000. I don't know what that is. But anyways, wow, wow, wow. I'll take 100 of that. $100.
I'll take $100
worth
worth of that, dude. Come
What
on.
he got was $100 worth of a trip to the county. So
sorry, guys.
He's in jail.
It's not
Maybe
funny.
he and the math
I know it's not funny, but it was kind of
math teacher can talk about, how did you get here? Well, 1 and 1 added up to 2. He said, well, you know, I'm a track coach. I sprinted my way to jail. I don't know what they'll talk about, but they had an opportunity. Not only that, are you ready for this? Then he asked the detectives, how long is this going to take? He said, you know, I got track practice in the morning. No, the students have track practice in the morning. You've got jail practice in the morning. You're not going to any practice.
Dude.
Well, that was the end of our government, folks, for the time being.
Did that guy really think he was they were gonna let him? I look, dude, if that was New York or Minnesota, they would release him and let him go teach that next day. Thank you, Sheriff Grady, for not letting that shit happen.
But then we had a male prostitute show up, okay? This guy's name is David Morton, and boy, did he show up. This guy was naked when he walked in the door.
Get out of here.
Buck naked. To be buck naked, you can't even be wearing your socks. But you see, he was wearing a shirt, but that was all. So he boldly walked in to the undercover operation, and that's right, had nothing on from the waist down, but apparently he had him a little towel, so when he was outside, you know, they could see the cheeks of his butt, but he was protecting the other area. But as soon as he hit that front door, boom, away the towel went.
Oh my goodness.
Guess what? He went to jail. And he is just a bad guy. He's from Orlando, Florida, too. And then there was John Glass. John Glass is 61 years of age. He's from Verona, Kentucky. But he has a vacation home in Kissimmee.
Kentucky and Florida.
Yeah. In Kissimmee at the vacation home. When he eased away and showed up at our undercover operation. You know, I don't know if he showed up on time or not, you know, like his.
He looks like your typical Kentucky too. Kentucky to Florida, bro.
Pizzas, because he owns Domino's pizza franchises in Kentucky. You know, you order what you want on the pizza. Well, he ordered what he wanted, and then he arrived, they told me, on time. So I guess his training of delivering pizzas or having his staff deliver pizzas on time, he transferred that over to us. But listen, we didn't give him any pizza. We don't serve any pizza at the jail, but certainly he felt like he had gone through a pizza oven by the time he had gotten arrested, got to go to jail. But he was an honest sort of Domino pizza franchise owner. He said, well, I've done this 4 times in the past. Well, have you discussed this with your wife? Did you get her permission? Did she say, go, boy, go? Apparently not. So he told her, he says, I'm paying for an hour of sex, but I think 15 minutes is all I need. And give her a tip, I guess, kind of like the pizza delivery guy.
No pun intended.
What else can you say?
I'm gonna give her a tip, all right.
This is Guillermo Perez. He's 57. Now, where would we be with an undercover operation and no Disney employees?
Oh, there's
yes,
where Disney.
We always have Disney employees. And he's a bellhop at the Coronado Springs Resort on Disney. He's from Winter Garden.
It's a bellhop.
He confessed and he said, you caught me. Well, he wasn't by himself. This guy is a independent photographer. He does not work for Disney, but he's contracted by Disney. He came there not to take photographs, but to engage a lady of the evening. But he's a nice guy. He brought sour Skittles for the undercover. He's from
I
Orlando.
love sour Skittles.
Yeah, I do too,
Maybe
man.
when they
Those are
get out
pretty
of jail,
good,
they
dude.
could like Uber back to Orange County together. You think?
What about all the tunnels in there? You probably got access to all those
Dude,
tunnels.
you got to
in
stop
there.
buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligrams generic Viagra for just.
I used to get sour Skittle fucking edibles like 3 years ago all the time. They're like coming pack of
There's your
Skittles.
there's
They're
a commercial again. Yeah, they are fire. Hit the like, share, subscribe.
So here's Shanice Blake. I want to make it abundantly clear she did not come there to have sex, even though she went on this website, but she showed up with, you're not going to believe this, a pound of marijuana to sell. That's right, $1,900. She sold a pound of marijuana. So who drove her there? Her boyfriend, Kervins Phillips. He's 29. What did they bring beside a pound of marijuana? Their 2-year-old baby. No car seat.
Wow.
Not secured, but a 2-year-old baby. Brought a 2-year-old baby with them. That's not cool. So both of them went to jail. The 2-year-old baby was recovered and is on the way back to the family. Then there's Ariel Palmore. She really likes our undercover operations. She loves visiting with us at our operations. In fact, she loves us so much, she showed up in our March Sadness arrest earlier this year. And then she came back for our fall haul too. We look forward to seeing her again in our next operation because she's kind of gotten used to being arrested by us if she's out of jail. But when we look back at her felony charges, okay, she says she's in cosmetology. But in 2009, she was charged with murder. It was dropped for robbery with a firearm. She got 1 year and a month and 6 years probation. Man, that Orange County is a place you ought to be if you want to commit crime. Don't come to Polk County because we're going to lock you up for like ever for being involved. But they pled her down. Well, she did so well with 1 year and a day and 6 years probation. In 2021, she was charged with murder or homicide again.
What?
And that charge was dropped or abandoned in Orange County. She's doing all right. She somehow was allegedly involved in 2 murders, and she's still out coming to our operations where she's been arrested twice. She has a very, very violent history, but we appreciate her coming to our operations and behaving. She's a perfect lady when we arrest her. She's from Orlando. Our next one, where would we be without an alleged gang member? That's right. He says he's a member of a gang. He's from St. Cloud over in Osceola County.
These people are driving from all over the state to go to this county. I don't understand.
He said he was supposed to be the prostitute in this event, and he came over to engage in sexual conduct with a lady, ostensibly, while the husband watched. Surprise. That's not what it was. It was a sting, and you got stung on your rear end.
It's a sting.
When we arrested him, he was armed with a handgun in his waistband. Newsflash, he's a convicted felon. He's not supposed to have firearms, but he had one. He has a history of violent and nonviolent past. Now, folks, our goal is to try to send him to prison for carrying a concealed firearm by a convicted felon. Not only the charges that he has in front of him. So today we have asked our colleagues who would like to present. Our police chief said, hey, Sheriff, you got it. But we do have the opportunity to hear from Jody Domain. She's from One More Child. And there's representatives that were at the operation from Heartland for Children, Children's Home Society, DCF, Amanda Wilson. She said she's not going to talk. Salaya Freedom was with us, and Dr. Marianne Thomas from My Name, My Voice. Start with Dr. Thomas, and then next Jody Domain will speak.
Hi, my name is Marianne Thomas, and I am with the organization My Name, My Voice. And just first, thank you to the sheriff for inviting me back again to do this operation, along with the fine men and women who conducted it. It is so important that we are able to do this, that in that first instant that a victim is identified, that we are able to immediately stand alongside that victim and sit with them through questioning, help them along their path of talking to police and being able to walk out of that life. Thank you to all of the PDs that also showed up and lended a hand. I worked with some amazing people this time. I have to say these operations are better every time. I'm proud to be a part of it. I saw people who are detectives or officers for different organizations come and ask me about victims from previous operations and how they are doing. I saw people come in this operation and come and say, I see something, I feel something is off here. Can you come check it out? And I was able to immediately go and talk to that person and see if they needed help. And so I'm so proud to be here. And if you're someone who I met on this operation and you were under arrest and you were there to sell yourself, I just want to remind you something you heard me say that night. You don't have to do this.
Go to his.
You can do something different. I am standing here saying it can be done. And so please, you are given a packet of paper with different phone numbers. Call one of them. If you don't get the answer you need, call the next one. But please make those calls. And if you're someone who is arrested for purchasing a person, that's not okay. Okay, we don't buy people. That's not okay. And so I'm sorry we had to meet like this, but I'm really glad that we do this because I really hope you have learned a lesson here. Thank you so much.
Okay, Jody.
Thank you, Sheriff Judd. My name is Jody Domain. I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking at One More Child. One More Child is a nonprofit organization that served over 320,000 children and families last year by coming alongside foster children, hungry children, struggling families, single moms, and trafficked children and adults. We've worked these human trafficking operations with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the various agencies represented here today. And every single time we are able to identify several potential victims of human trafficking. But what we also know is that everyone that walks through those doors to be purchased, after we sit down and we hear their stories, they have had histories every single time of being abused and being sexually exploited. So our teams made up of advocates, peer mentors, and mental health counselors are able to come alongside of them immediately to offer life-changing services that begin the restoration process immediately. So we're going to ask this. If you have children in your life, because we know now more than ever, children and young adults are susceptible for being trafficked and sexually exploited. Please be involved in their lives. Find out who their friend groups are and what their friend groups are doing. Find out what they're doing on the internet. Check out their social media apps, monitor them, find out what websites they're frequenting. And please learn the signs to identify human trafficking and grooming. And once you identify it, please intervene by reaching out to the Polk County Sheriff's Office and your local law enforcement agency, and if it's a child, DCF, Department of Children and Families. If you would like more information on how to identify the signs of grooming and human trafficking or how to intervene, please contact us at onemorechild.org. I just want to thank Sheriff Judd and the Polk County Sheriff deputies, the various agencies represented here today. As Dr. Marian Thomas said, and we echo, it is of excellence, and how they are treating potential victims and those that are exploited is just bar none. They are now very, very advantageous about getting these services implemented immediately. So thank you all for your time, and thank you for your service.
Dang, that's a lot of people.
Once again, our goal is to rescue these young ladies, and the Johns need to know we're going to have other operations, and we're going to lock you up. And there is a mandatory $5,000 fine that goes with a conviction. And we are going to go after people who go after these ladies who have been trafficked, these prostitutes, these victims, all whatever status they claim in life, we're going to go after them. And the reason we're going to go after the Johns is because we know the vast majority of these ladies that aren't cooperating are in fact victims. And we're not going to give up on these ladies who we believe are victims either. So with that, any questions? Okay. I have another topic here that I think will be of interest to everyone. There was apparently a group of Democrat House members, Representative Driscoll from District 67, Christopher Benjamin from District 107, and they met and attacked Governor DeSantis about his plan to use the Florida National Guard to help out in the Florida prison systems. I applaud the Secretary of DOC, a friend of mine who grew up in the system, who is simply the very best. I can tell you that Ricky Dixon, the Secretary of DOC, was brilliant in his efforts to
Ryan, I'm going to do one more.
obtain
You don't have to
resources,
stick around. I'm gonna
and
do
who
one
better
more.
than
I
the
can-
Florida
there's
National
nothing
Guard,
wrong.
who is trained to protect us,
I'm better
keep
than
us
you.
safe, and to operate in a time of emergencies.
Yeah.
As you know, whether you're trying to hire veterinarians or doctors or nurses or truck drivers or law enforcement officers or corrections officers, right now it's very difficult in the state of Florida. There are over 5,800 openings at the Department of Corrections. I can tell you clearly and unequivocally, neither the Secretary Dixon, or me, or the governor will allow violent criminals to be released to prey on the people of the state of Florida and our tourists that visit. Our system is a forgiving criminal justice system for those that make mistakes. Statistically, of every 100 people that are arrested this year, only 4 will go to the Florida prison system for any period of time. And the reason that they go at all is because they're dangerous, they're violent, or they've got a huge history of violating the law and victimizing people. So while these representatives threw bombs and allegations, they had no solutions. They could have stood up today and said, gosh, let's help the Department of Corrections. Please send your loved ones to be corrections officers. It's a tough job. But you know what? The people who work in the Department of Corrections every day are the ones who make it safe for us in Florida. Our crime rate's low, and it's going to continue to be low.
Right.
But
Seems
if they
like
suggest for
a lot of crime, man.
that letting people out of prison is a solution, they're barking up the wrong tree. If they want a Portland, Oregon, or a Seattle, Washington, or Washington, D.C., or a Chicago or a New Orleans or a Detroit or San Francisco or Los Angeles, move there and run for public office.
Love them.
Understand one thing, in the state of Florida, people are safe. We're thriving. People love to come here on vacation. People are moving here by the droves because it's a safe community and a great state. I applaud once again our Secretary Ricky Dixon and all the hardworking men and women that work so hard every day in this very difficult job. So unlike Representative Driscoll and all that group, I want to encourage you to send your loved ones to apply to work at the Department of Corrections. It's noble. The governor, in fact, just authorized and the legislature approved a huge pay raise for the Department of Corrections, and they're hiring people as we speak and having great success. But they've got to fill in the gaps in the meantime. So Secretary Dixon, it is really, really impressive that you thought of this and that the governor approved it. And the reality of it is these folks are going to be working in support positions for the experts that are going to be hands-on with the inmates. Shame on you for standing up and throwing rocks and throwing bombs without solutions. Shame on you. You're not part of the solution. You become part of the problem when you do that. It's no time for politics. We don't mix politics with public safety. We keep the community safe. We don't care how you're registered or if you're registered, but people are going to be safe.
Well said, Sheriff Grady.
In this state, and I just apologize. I just really appreciate the Department of Corrections for the work that they do. Are there any questions about that? Okay. If that circumstance needs more bad mouthing later on, y'all just let me know. I'll be here all day long. Take care.
Hey, we'll rock out to one more. I'm chilling. Hope everybody's having a good New Year's. Hit the like, share, subscribe. God bless y'all.
Thank you, everyone, for being with me today. And if you'll indulge me for just a few minutes, I'm going to outline a very complicated investigation that was led by my organized retail crime team. And this investigation began in October of last year, and it involved the TDA. This is a very violent Venezuelan gang. This gang originated out of the prisons in Venezuela. It's recognized in the United States as an organized, not only an organized gang, but they're also recognized as an organized terrorist organization. Now, you watch the national news and you think, oh, that's something that happens someplace else. But I can tell you that this violent gang was alive and well in Central Florida. And I want to show you, this is Alexis Benavides, and I'm going to introduce him to you in a minute. This is his gun. I want to tell you that these folks came across the border illegally. I want to give you details. This started with 32 cases that we worked, and it was with them stealing high-end liquor. But it started out something as minor as grabbing beer at convenience stores, and it elevated to robbery. And then not only was there a robbery here, but we worked with Osceola County because during the process of this in Osceola County, they committed robbery with a firearm. It's a violent group. So how did we come into contact with these folks? Through Public's Organized Retail Crime Investigation Unit, who noticed a trend of people stealing high-end liquor from them. And during the process of us investigating this, we determined that they were also stealing from Sam's and Walmart, the same trend. We also learned that other agencies had made 4 arrests along the way. And I really want to underscore and highlight the Lakeland Police Department, because when they went to Sam's in the city of Lakeland to steal, they actually robbed the clerk, injuring her hand. They had loaded this high-end liquor into a basket, were trying to leave with it. She tried to stop them. They literally ran into her, injured her hand, and fled. The Lakeland Police Department immediately started an investigation, learned when they fled, they damaged their vehicle, which ended up in a crash, and then they scattered like rats on a sinking ship. They ultimately got an Uber and fled. Lakeland Police Department had suspects, and they were on to this case. They worked hand in glove with us, and they wanted to make sure that not only did they have a successful arrest, but that they worked with us so that we could wrap up this entire organization. But I want to stop just a minute. It's not just the Lakeland Police Department and the Sheriff's Office. It's DHS. They were involved in this investigation. The Orange and Osceola Sheriff's Office was involved in this investigation. Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in this investigation. The U.S. Marshals Task Force was involved in this investigation. I put holes on all of these folks, and I'm going to talk in detail about that in just a few minutes. The statewide prosecutor is working with us, and our detectives are currently working with them because we're seeking to file not only organized retail theft charges, not only robbery charges, we're seeking also to file racketeering charges, which is a 30-year minimum mandatory. We couldn't do that without the cooperation of first our state attorney's office and ultimately our Florida statewide prosecutors, who works under James Uthmeyer, our attorney general. So when you look at this investigation and you look at all these investigations, no one agency does this. So I want to underscore and recognize each of them. Osceola, Orange, when we were picking up 3 of the 5, 2 were already in custody in Osceola County, by the way, for a robbery. They sent teams of people out to help us with surveillance and with entry to make sure that we had sufficient help to do this appropriately, because these folks are violent and they're dangerous. But once again, I want to introduce you to the different individuals that you see here. And I'll start with Samuel Charlie. He's 25. He is a documented member of this gang task force, of this gang. We have designated him as a terrorist federally. He has a criminal history in this country. We don't know about his criminal history in Venezuela. He came here through El Paso in 2023, walked into the border. It was wide open. It was not difficult. He was one of the leaders in these theft operations. He's unemployed, and that's a common theme you'll hear throughout the day. None of these people are working in the United States, but they're living high. So what does that tell you? They're committing crime. They came here illegally through the Biden open border, all but, I believe, one. They're robbing and stealing from those of us in the United States who behave. And at the end of the day, we didn't have to search far for him because he was already in the Osceola County Jail, charged with a robbery that occurred during the period of time we were investigating this organized retail theft group. Then there was Ramon Luna. He's 26. He is an associate. So why do we call him an associate? Because he has not been certified yet, but he's running with these gang members. When we finish our investigations and we finish working with the feds, we anticipate that all of these folks will be documented as gang members. Only 2 are, but he's an associate of theirs now. Interestingly enough, even though they claim not to have known each other, guess when he came through the same month, September 2023, in El Paso, illegally. And at the end of the day, you're going to see pictures at the end of them partying. They've got time to steal, they've got time to rob, they've got time to party in this country, all while they're here illegally, all while they were allowed to just walk into this country. Then there's Aldemaro Mendoza. He's 26. He is also an associate. Now, he's the exception. He came in 2016 as a Detroit Tiger minor league prospect. He didn't make it. He didn't even make it to the minor leagues, but he was a prospect when he was brought here. And guess what? He failed to deport. So while he had a legal status in 2016, he failed to deport. Now listen, 2016 to 2025, okay, I'm not real good at math, but that's about 9 years, right? The federal government has him in deportation procedures, but in 9 years, they can't get him out of here? Come on, man. If you don't think the federal immigration system is messed up, here's your sign. All the while, he wasn't hard to find because he was in the Osceola jail for robbery. That's right. Charlie and Mendoza together robbed a person at gunpoint in Osceola County, neither of which should have been here. Then there's Darwin's Leon. He's 28. He's also an associate. He crossed in December of 2021 at El Paso. There was a warrant for removal for him. But despite that warrant for removal, he was here wandering around, committing robberies, committing organized theft, partying. We also know that he was in Aurora, Colorado at the time of the takeover of the apartment. We cannot, and I underscore, we cannot tie him directly to the TDA that was doing the takeover, but he was there during that time period and he was an associate and he's running with them. He's also showed up in other areas of the country. So is he employed? Of course, none of them are employed, because why bother working when you can come here illegally and just steal from those of us in this country? Then there's Alexis Benavides, who's 27. He's a documented TDA member. He's also, I might highlight, currently a suspect in a murder in New Mexico. But he's also been to Illinois. You know that state that thinks you ought to protect illegal immigrants? Maybe there are other suspected murderers in Illinois they want to protect. I mean, just thinking out loud. He's supposed to be higher up in the organization. And when I asked, what does higher up mean? They just said, well, I said, is he a leader? Is he a boss? No, he's just well respected and higher up in the organization. So when did he come across? August 2023 at El Paso once again. So why he's got a criminal history in Illinois, we don't know what their criminal histories are out of the country, but he's pending a federal warrant for removal. So at the end of this operation, we have these 5 people who are in this country illegally. And not only are they in this country legally, they're not working, they're not pretending to work, but they're stealing. One of my detectives, and by the way, my detectives are the very best, and this is just one more example of their brilliant work and their relationships with other federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecuting groups, said they continued as the investigation went on and we tried to tie them together. They continued to become more violent and more violent and more violent. Now we know there should be one map here that shows the state of Florida and the different areas. So regardless, we don't know what all they did in Illinois. We don't know what all they did for sure in New Mexico. But what we do know is the whole time they're here, they're committing crime. And that is just one more example of that. So I want to share something with you. I want to share, you know, Ramon Luna, you see they're all, some of them are smiling here, but I want to focus another picture of Ramon Luna. You see, it's not such a happy time. Life as he knew it is over. Is he crying because he can't steal from Americans anymore? Is he crying because he can't rob people in the middle of the night anymore? Is he crying because he can't rip off high-end liquor?
Yeah.
This is the end of the road for him and his companions. I hope he has his traveling clothes on, because we want to charge them with racketeering and send them to state prison for a very long time and then deport them. Now, some would say, why don't you just deport them and not spend any more taxpayers' money on them? Well, first off, if you deport them, there's no guarantee that they won't try to find their way back. And there's no guarantee that we won't be dealing with them again in murder, robbery, or theft, just as they make their way here. So he's going to be locked up for a long time. We know that 4 of the 5 of these folks came across during the Biden era of totally open borders. You've heard me stand here before and say we don't have a broken immigration policy or a border policy. We have one that's non-existent. This is the kind of people that are coming across. At one point in time, this rascal got on his hands and knees after we arrested him, and he was begging. He's not so bad. Now look, here's the guns they like to carry as they torment people in the street. But he's not such a big bad guy when he's locked up. Maybe he's having visions of El Salvador prisons at some point in time in his future. We know that sometimes 2 of them, sometimes 4 of them, sometimes all 5 of them did these grabs at the same time as they would enter and rob and steal. We know 2 of them, as I said, robbed at gunpoint. But they're not smiling anymore, you see? They're crying. They were smiling during the Trump era. I mean, during the Biden era. They were smiling when they came across. I think we have a picture, another picture of that too.
No caps, please.
They're smiling and they're partying. You see, they came across illegally. They were stealing. They were partying. They weren't working. They weren't adding anything to this country. And then you see how cool they are as they sent their pictures back to their buddies in Venezuela and how they bragged about being here. And at the end of the day, they thought it was real cool. We're bad dudes. And they're playing people for a fool. I like to think about, you know, who is it? Van Hollen, you know, that just went to visit this illegal in prison, okay? Well, let me tell you something, Senator Van Hollen. You come here to visit these guys, you'll be talking to them through a glass. There won't be any handshaking. There won't be any politicking. You know, these are criminals and they're dangerous. And when are we going to figure it out as a nation These people don't belong here. I'm thankful that President Trump said enough is enough.
Okay.
I'm thankful, you know, when he came here, all of those smiles turned to cries. They know it's coming. We're out arresting people. Right now, I think today I have about 70 or 72 on ICE holes in the county jail. Make no mistake about it. You come here, we bump into you, we're going to enforce the law. We're going to notify ICE. We also, because of the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis and our legislature with current legislation where they provided enhancements, we have enhanced all the levels of those we have charged. So thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Florida legislature. Ben Albritton, our president of the Senate. Daniel Perez, our Speaker of the House. Thank you all for giving us the tools to keep the people of Florida safe. So my last editorial comment, for those of you across the nation that think this is okay, why don't you find you some violent gang members that we have also designated as terrorists and take them into your home. Let them sleep in the bed next to your children. Let them drive your car, illegally, by the way. Let them live with you, because when you ignore these people and you think it's okay for them to be in this country, they are tormenting and terrorizing and stealing and robbing and murdering people. By the way, you notice the TDA didn't take over any apartment complexes in Polk County, because we'd have gone there and wore their butt out the second they showed up and locked them up before quick. So wake up, those of you who are wanting to protect this kind of criminal, and shame on you. I am so proud of our state attorney, Brian Haas. I am so proud of our Florida Attorney General and his statewide prosecutors, James Uthmeyer. Together, we're working with all of our partners to get these folks locked up in jail and subsequently prison and subsequently moved out of this country. I am frustrated with a complex federal system that seems to pay more attention to illegal aliens in this country than they do the safety and the security of those that are here legally and the U.S. citizens. Are there any questions?
Keep saying the same thing over and over.
We're
You're
not
starting
currently in jail.
bro.
We're not in Osceola jail. Were they arrested like
Put them in
at home?
timeout.
Was it
Yeah.
in the act of one of these crimes?
No, they were arrested pursuant to robbery warrants that we obtained, our organized retail crime team, and Osceola Orange, FDLE task force. They were in Osceola County. They weren't residing in Polk County. They went over there, staked them out, identified them, and took them into custody.
How long they were in the business of stealing?
Well, I believe they were in the business of stealing from the moment they stole their way into the United States of America. There's never been any evidence that they've lawfully worked. So they came here and started stealing and started robbing, and we suspect murder on this one. And we don't know what we don't know yet, but all of this investigation on these guys is still underway.
Let me ask, how long have they been, are you aware that they've been here in Florida committing criminal acts?
We know we started the investigation with Public's organized retail crime team. When they brought it to our attention, they saw a pattern in the Public stores across the state. So I'm telling you right now, They came across this country. They've never worked. So they have more than likely been stealing from the moment they stole their way into this country. Oh yes, absolutely more charges are expected. We are working hand in glove with a statewide prosecutor who is simply the very best. These guys are into it up to their eyeballs, and we're going to go ahead and finish sinking them in the criminal justice system when we complete this investigation.
Sheriff, there's been a national conversation about due process. You said that you want to see them in state prison, which implies a due process. How important is that to you, even when people are here illegally?
It's amazing to me that somebody can steal their way into the United States of America and receive due process. But due process, as we think of it in the criminal justice system, is not the same as due process in the immigration system. Due process in the immigration system means being taken in front of a federal deportation judge or federal judge that deals with immigration issues. So it's not the same complexity. But they're backed up years and years. I mean, this one person has been here since 2016. Now, he started here legally, but he overstayed his visa. We've got the federal system. That's where you need to dig in and say, hey, think about this. As violent and dangerous as these guys are, their associates are gang members. Only 2 of them had removal warrants. 1 of them was in the process. 2 of them had nothing yet, and they're here illegally. The federal system is just all tangled up in its underwear. And they can't get these people out of here in a year or 2. It's decades. So we need to jump up the immigration judges. We need to jump up the infrastructure if we're serious about getting those out of this country here that are illegally, especially those that are committing violent crime or committing crime. And there's not 10,000, 20,000, there's millions. According to what we're told, there's at least 1.4 million with a deportation warrant at the federal level. 1.4 million. That's what we know about. Some of these violent gang members, known as a terrorist organization, didn't even have that going for them yet. Now, ICE has got a hold on all of them. But I work with the ICE people on the ground. They are working so very hard. But you know, when you're handcuffed and hogtied at the ankles, it's difficult to do what you need to do to keep the people safe. I've said this before, and I'll say it one more time. President Trump's got to get that big black pen and an executive order and start signing and saying, hey, y'all are not listening to what I'm saying. We're going to get these folks out of here quick. And if it takes this, or it takes reallocation of funds, or whatever it takes, if we've got 100 deportation judges, we need 1,000. If we've got space to keep 1,000 in the state of Florida, which we don't, have 1,000 extra beds, but we need capacity, and we need a system that picks the pace up. It can't get better by itself, and if you do the same old thing with the same amount of resources, the same way, you're going to continue to get the same results. And the same results is that the federal system fails, and it doesn't fail because of the DHS, ICE workers, Border Patrol on the ground. It fails because of the policy in place.
Just to clarify, so people understand the process of how this works. So they obviously, with the combination of their ICE detainers and now elevated charges, they're not getting out until they're prosecuted here, provided they're convicted, they'll serve their sentence here, then be deported.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
I understand you have an ICE agent working here in Polk County over at the jail?
Yes, there is an ICE agent that is embedded at the Polk County Jail right now. That gentleman is working miracles. He is able to help us confirmed that people are here illegally that are arrested, and he is expediting the ICE process. There's just not enough of them. I'm telling you, we deal with them every day. No, I am currently the chair of the Florida Immigration Council, and I work with them, and the supervisors and the agencies are working wide open. We've got to have policy change to make an appreciable difference. We got the same old clunky system that's ineffective at best and horribly broken in reality. And to try to move it along, it is just slow and onerous. Okay?
How long has that ICE agent been there?
About 3 weeks, maybe.
Don't know if you have this number, but we last saw you maybe 2 months ago when you first talked about speeding everything up with the ICE process. I know you said you have about 70 to 72 ICE holds now. Do you remember how many there were back when we first had that press conference?
I can tell you what we've always done. And I say always, I'm talking through this Trump administration, the Biden administration, the last Trump administration, the Obama administration. We've always, every 24 hours, given the information to ICE. ICE runs them through their system, and they said, hey, hold this one, or we don't want them. The problem is, most of those that were arrested that weren't lodged in jail for a long period of time got out on bond before we got any feedback. And legally, we have to release them. During the Biden administration, the numbers of people they even tried to hold diminished significantly. That has changed, that's turned around. But still, there's a capacity issue. We've got a governor and a infrastructure at the state where we've gone to the federal government and said, hey, we'll put up temporary housing, 1,000 beds, 10,000 beds. We are training, state troopers are already trained. We're in line to be trained by ICE to be field task force officers. We're doing everything under great leadership from our legislature and Governor DeSantis to spool up and help the federal government. The feds are helping and working hard on the local level. They don't have the policy change that allows this to speed up. And the word's got to get to the president. Mr. President, we watch the news. We see what you say, what you're trying to do. You need to get someone to dig down and find out that my experience, your DHS people are trying hard. But quite frankly, I think you're listening to a bunch of bureaucratic lawyers as opposed to changing policy. You're listening to lawyers, and lawyers will tell you the least risk occurs when you do nothing. But the reality is there's not much risk at all with doing what's right. There can be loud mouths with a big trumpet, but doing what's right doesn't always occur in silence. Just do what's right. Just give the ICE people, the DHS, the Border Patrol, the authority. Change the rules, the housing rules, so the state of Florida and the other states and the local law enforcement, those that run local jails, can help. If it's good enough, if the Florida state rules are good enough, Florida jail model rules are good enough to hold U.S. citizens accused of a crime, they certainly ought to be good enough to hold illegal criminals in this country accused of crimes so that we can help more. But till the president gets that big pen out on an executive order and mandates it and then looks at his watch compares it with a 30-day calendar and says, well, y'all got about 29 days and 12 hours and 45 minutes to get this fixed. If you like working here, nothing's going to change. Because by the time he gives the order up here and it drizzles through the current rules and it goes to these bureaucratic lawyers who are paid whether they work or not, on the ground, the ICE folks, the Border Patrol folks, the local folks struggle. So, Mr. President, listen to what I'm saying. I'll get you what you need. I'll help you accomplish the mission that the voters told you. Get these illegal people that are starting, as you said, with the worst first out of this country. That's what we're doing. But 5 at a time ain't going to get us there when there's hundreds of thousands that are committing crime and there's 1.4 million deportation warrants. Mr. President, I know what I'm talking about. We can help you out, but you got to help us out first.
All right, I'm gonna still go one more. Brian, you can go anytime you want. I'm looking at right now. It's just a whole bunch of just a whole bunch of like literally crap, and I'm not watching college football. My Buckeyes lost.
Chief Pacheco here. They donated a lot of resources for us this time, and it's really appreciative. And the support by all of these police departments was over the top. Kansas City Police Department's represented today by Detective Dominez. Davenport Chief Steve Parker's with us. We also have the Auburndale Police Department with us, Detective Kevin Seymour, Lake Hamilton Chief Mike Teague, and the Winter Haven Fire Rescue was with us, Hunter Hart. And that wasn't just if things got real hot, they'd put the fire out, but I imagine they would have if it had have happened. But it's important to point out that in this county, we don't operate in silos as separate law enforcement agencies. We're all friends. We all respect and love each other, and we all work together. And you're going to see the outcome when you have great police agencies work with you. I'm going to give you a lot of information quickly, and then the reporters can narrow in on whatever they're interested in. 228 arrests, 66 prostitutes, 50 Johns, and 12 others. This time we identified 13 potential victims of human trafficking.
Okay, this is the wrong
one. I
one.
want to make this statement today.
Is this a different one?
In 1 year, we have
Yeah.
identified
It is a different one.
58 potential victims of human trafficking in 1 year with these operations. What's significant about that? That is the most ever we've been able to identify. And why were we able to identify this many potential victims of human trafficking? Because of these ladies that's standing with us.
Is it?
We do something that
Right.
most police agencies run
What?
if they do these
Is this
kinds of
different?
operations at all. We embed our
think it is.
counselors with us from the absolute very beginning
I
of
know.
the operation, even before.
I couldn't hear you.
Every bit as important to our investigation as our detectives that go undercover and many times risk their lives. So I want to once again thank our social service organizations.
Oh, come on, man.
At the beginning. 42 of the 228 that we arrested were from Polk County. Now, those of you from Polk County know better. We talk about this, we don't hide it. And if you don't know about it, you obviously live under a rock. So you had to learn the hard way. But for the rest of you, pay attention, because this is not the last operation. We'll have more, and we'll give you the opportunity to be arrested if you're stupid enough to show up. That's a guarantee. In addition to that, 42 of these folks were married. And I've got some quotes from wives that I'll give you in a little bit.
Yeah, this is different.
And some people say,
That's
well,
how
this is not a
disgusting
big
this
deal,
is.
but
This is
at
a
the
whole
end of this
different one.
operation,
That's how gross this whole Florida is. It's a whole different.
I'm going to talk about the 21 illegal aliens we arrested in much more detail. Criminal charges. Oh, it's a low-level misdemeanor, and these aren't violent people. These people had a previous history of 2,038 arrests. Did you hear what I said? These people are criminals in their own right, most of them, not all of them. 879 previous felonies, 1,159 previous misdemeanors. We dealt with 17 firearms this time by 15 different suspects. 44 people brought narcotics. 12 people came and had outstanding warrants. We appreciate that. They came to us. We appreciate them down. One was a commercial pilot. We had a branch of the military and teachers, and I'm going to talk specifically about those in a minute. But the comments. One wife sent the detective a message the next day. She said, "Good one, guys. Thank you for helping me in my marriage. Keep doing what you're doing." One John said he worked overtime today and he just needed to blow off some steam. Well, we gave him a chance to also cool his heels in the county jail. Another one said, "Well, I came here because, I'm going to be incapacitated for 10 days. I got to turn myself in Monday at the county jail for 10 days. The judge sentenced me to previously." Wait, you don't have to turn yourself in. We're going to give you a ride and some additional criminal charges to go through it. One John who was married said, "Well, sometimes you just need to see something different." Well, he did. He saw a different woman, but she was undercover. Then he got to see the jail. I would hate to see what it's like at his house when his wife, who's obviously going to watch this, finds out that he just needed to see something different. And then there was a John that was married for 26 years. He said his wife was at the Hard Rock Casino. And he was at, y'all thought I was going to say something, but I'm not. But it didn't turn out to be the Hard Rock Casino. It did turn out to be the Rock, known as Grady Town or the county jail. One John was married. He said he came here to play golf. Well, I got to tell you, I've heard it called a lot of stuff, but never playing golf. And there was no hole in one. One John said he left his wife and 5 children at home. One prostitute said she'd only been here 2 days. She was here from New York to make money. And instead she came to New York on vacation, and she's going to leave here on probation. But let's talk about specific people real quickly as I go through this. First we'll start with our athletes. This is Edwin Madrino. He's 54. He's from New York City, New York. He's self-employed, according to him, as a volleyball tutor. He's a coach at Monroe.
A volleyball tutor. That guy.
A
Never
tutor.
let my kid go by him.
Junior college in New York.
I don't know what the hell you
You
just
don't know
said.
if he's still a
there,
coach or not. He said he tutors children as young as middle school. He came for sex with a lady. He wanted to pay $150. Oh, by the way, in January of this year, he was arrested in Hillsborough County for what? The same thing. He's married, but his wife's proud of him. 2 arrests in 2 counties in Central Florida. I don't know if this gets to New York City or not, but we'll put it on social media and she'll have all options. Benjamin Johnson, he's from Plant City. He's a golf pro. He's also an athlete at Eaglebrook in Lakeland. That's right. He's PGA specialized teacher and coach. And he came for sex with a female, $150. He has a criminal history of cannabis and dealing in stolen property. So He can teach you to play golf, or he can teach you how to deal in stolen property or how to get caught at dealing in stolen property. Then there's Wilman Santa Cruz, not to be confused with Santa Claus. He's 50. He says he's a triathlon coach, a certified triathlon coach, and he's a triathlon athlete. You know what's strange about this? The dude showed up with meth.
Dude, he is such a good roaster. I'm sorry, chat. Give this guy credit, dude. He gets in.
I mean, does that help you perform better when you're a triathlon athlete?
Come on,
Or do triathlon athletes who you would think would be the kind of people who took care of their body was
Bro.
using meth and seeking out the interest of a lady of the evening? Then there's Sergio Collins. He currently is a progressive insurance claim adjuster, but he's married. I bet his wife's not happy. And he says on his LinkedIn page that he's a middle school football coach at Lakeland Christian School. They said, no way, he is not a coach at Lakeland Christian Schools. So when you're doing your press, don't look him up online and take Sergio at his word. The school said, absolutely not. He thought he was going to come have sex.
Tell him.
But then, of course, if you're going to have coaches and teachers, you might as well have a straight up teacher. This is Gene Ahume. He's 26 from Auburndale. He's a teacher at New Beginnings High School, where he teaches math and science. He came to have sex. He called it a quick visit for $60. Well, since he's able to teach math, he can figure out that it didn't add up when he came to this time. Then Brandy Barnes. She's an IT specialist at Tampa General Hospital.
Dude.
We're going to get to the medical world for a minute. You know, we did the coaches, we did the teachers. She has a criminal history of meth arrest, and she agreed to provide sex to an undercover for 1 hour.
Ew.
Okay.
Ryan, smash your pass. Smash your pass.
Then this is Luxon Jean Brinville. He's 38. He's married. He's in the medical field. He's a RN, a registered nurse at Manatee Springs Nursing.
Sorry, real fast. She looks like the bus driver from South Park.
He wanted to have sex. He has a criminal history of DUI.
The worst one you've ever showed me.
What's up, Clayton?
RN. If you get drunk and drive, I'm interested to see if they're going to do anything to his license for a morals act of trying to have sex. We'll find out.
Smash.
Navarro. He's from Puerto Rico. He's 61. He's a veterinarian. He's retired from the USDA. He came over to have sex, but his veterinarian license is still current. Maybe I can talk the agent of putting him in the county jail, because we always need help with spay and neuters at animal control. This is Traycon Giles. He's from Tampa. We're going to the military now. He's a staff sergeant in the Air Force. He came for sex, and he said, well, he's done this before about 6 months ago. He doesn't learn very fast.
Well, let's go ahead and
the Air Force would have a slow learner, but I guess they do. And then there's Jaden Hall. He's 19. He's scheduled to begin his Air Force training in May. And oh my goodness, he had a meltdown. This can't happen to me. This can't happen to me. I'm going into the Air Force. But maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Who knows? And then there's Brandon Bush. He's active Air Force as well. Air Force was the only branch of the service we caught this, or Air Force wannabes. He's scheduled at McDowell. He's an Airman First Class. He's not only in the military, but he's a military police officer. So since we talked about military and he's a military police officer, let's get to our law enforcement officer. Y'all Kusi. He's 23. He used to be a detention deputy for me. We fired him when he was arrested in Orange County on February the 9th. No, I take that back. He resigned before we got around to firing him. And then we arrested him again on February the 23rd. So
he's a predator. He's a problem, man. If you get caught, fired, and then you go do it again, you got a problem.
On the 9th, he got arrested in Orange County and resigned. On the 23rd, we arrested him again. And he said, hey, is this a felony now that I'm arrested the second time? He didn't pay attention in the police academy because he hasn't been convicted yet. So while we were interviewing him, and we go, like, dude, what are you doing? You went from being a stellar employee to committing morals crimes, and it's 2 in a month. He said, I got a problem. No kidding. You got
I think we all could see that there, Trey.
a big problem.
Those eyes.
Then there's Alex Everett. He's 34.
Really?
He says he's on disability. He doesn't work, so that we're paying him to do things like have sex. He called it a quick visit. In his car, we found cocaine, fentanyl, cannabis, a gun. He picked up an armed trafficking and cocaine and fentanyl charge in addition to his misdemeanor soliciting charge. Oh, he's got a criminal history of robbery, fleeing, armed trafficking, and he spent 8.5 years in prison for some of those violent things. He says he's on disability. He's not disabled, folks. He's able to commit crime. And if you're able to commit crime, you ought to be able to go to work. He just doesn't like to work, obviously. And then there's Joseph DeBello. He's 46.
Yeah, Miss Crabtree.
He's married. He's a plumber. He also said, let me see if I can find it here. He also said that he's a pagan. He's a member of an outlaw motorcycle group. Now, he said a lot of things, you know. They said he, by the way, he was super nice. He's a relatively new member of the Pagans. And he explained all of this. He was very proud of his outfit. They call it colors. We asked him about this. And he said, well, because I have this safety pin here, we thought maybe it was for big underwear or something. He said, when you have it like this, you're sending a message to all the other different motorcycle gangs that you're just passing through and you're peaceful and you don't want any problem. So he had his diaper pin, so he didn't want any problems, but he got problems. But he told our undercover, you see, there's rules about this jacket. The rule is that, well, no one is supposed to touch this jacket. Okay, but the member, you see, no one. And you must turn the jacket inside out to hang it up. We chose not to do that too. Why we're not touching it. He said that his wife was going to really be mad.
Yeah, bro, don't type
he
that
used
here,
other
bro.
words.
Come on.
Well, we called her. And guess what?
Sorry, I didn't see that.
She was really mad. And I bet the Pagans are really mad. Because, see, he's not been a member but just a few months. And here, now he's disparaged them. And the cops have one of their jackets. And they've been handling it. And, you know, we didn't hang it up backwards or any of the other rules that they have. But, hey, Joseph, I don't know how well you do plumbing business, but you don't do very well at following the rules with your outlaw motorcycle gang. I'm going to go over this really quick. These two guys are brothers. Omar's 16, Caleb's 17. They came down from Wesley Chapel, which is in Pasco County, and guess what? They came down to rob us at 16 and 17. We saw them slinking in the hallway, listening through the door. They set up the deal, but it just wasn't right. They were dressed all in black. They had their face covered. And when we took them down at their car, they had a BB gun that looked like a real gun. That could have gone really bad for them. But instead, they're just charged with soliciting and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, by the way, They have a criminal history for burglary and larceny out of Hillsborough County just recently. They're juveniles. We're going to see how the system deals with them to get them in line so they don't end up with the rest of their life ruined. But before I turn it over to my colleagues here, they worked with us to make this happen. And what this is, and I want everybody to see it clearly, federal policy drives illegal immigrant crime and victimization. And that's the focus, other than our victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, I want to introduce you to Andres Gill, okay?
Good job.
Here's this guy. He's also on this board, but get a look at him for a second. He came down here from New York with 3 females. All of them are in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said? They're all here illegally. He's the one that comes with them to drive them. These ladies are all controlled by a human trafficker. We think their human trafficker is a female. She sets up their appointments. She puts their ads online. She tells them where to go. And by the way, on Friday, the victims of human trafficking, and we've graded them out, 3 of them that are here illegally from Venezuela, 3 of them have to pay her $3,000 a piece on Friday, or else they're threatened. So they're not free. They're really indentured, and they're quote unquote paying off their debt. Now, here's what they told us. All right. I'm sure the federal government will verify that this is not true, but you decide who you want to believe, whether you want to believe these victims of human trafficking or the whitewash the federal authorities give you. They said that when they came into the country illegally, DHS gave them a form, an ID, paperwork that allows them to fly for free. You know, Southwest would let your bags fly free. Well, the federal government will let your illegal immigrants fly free. And they operate out of New York. And they were working up there, and the New York authorities said, hey, if you don't have identification, you can't work in our sex trade up here. You know, we don't allow sex trade here at all, but New York will allow you to do some stuff if you got the proper authority. So they say they make a lot of money. They're addicted to it. These ladies are going to give you more details. They tell us that they fly to major metro centers for free on the federal government, where they set up their appointments for sex all around the country. Did you hear what I said? Listen, folks, if they don't pay $3,000 a piece on Friday, they're in trouble. The human trafficker sets up the deal. Hey, this deal is just outside of Tampa. They say they show this ID, this card, this paper, they fly for free down here. Then they fly back. But we heard a similar theme from all 21 of these folks. We can't work legally. We're addicted to this cash. It's a lot of cash and it's quick. So we have to give $3,000 a week. We get to keep everything above that. We have a crisis at the border. And because of the crisis at the border, we have people that are victimizing illegal folks, forcing them into the sex trade because we allow these criminals in the country illegally. We all rail about this and nobody pays any attention. And then we want to politic everything. Oh, we had a good piece of legislation that limited the average to only 5,000 illegals a day in the country, and then we can shut it off. Well, if you can shut it off at 5,000 people illegally coming in this country a day, you can shut it off at no people illegally coming in this country a day. But the politicians are politicking. while the victims are being victimized. I read an article this week that says, well, the illegals coming here aren't committing crime at any greater percentage than the people who are here legally. What they didn't tell you is if they weren't here illegally at all, the crime they would commit here would be zero. So we're being victimized. But that doesn't make any difference on the national level. You see, because they set up there behind their gated communities and in Congress, and they play politics back and forth between the two parties. Wow. Illegals are victimized.
Wow, Steve, tell me you follow Q without telling me you follow Q.
Victimized. And you got this goofy looking kid here who's making sure that they come up with $3,000 a week a piece, and he's here illegally.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
That's what I thought, but
it doesn't have to be. If we can deal with it and catch it on the local level, they can stop it on the federal level. Shame
Can't even comment in my own chat.
Every one of them. For not getting together and saying, you know, there are things bigger in this country than my individual politics.
Literally said, nah, you can't agree with Clay.
So now we'll start with Jody.
Jolena.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue, and I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking at One More Child. We would like to thank Sheriff Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's detectives, and the various agencies that are represented here today for their continued partnership and for the ability to affect those who are being impacted by commercial sexual exploitation at their most critical moments. One More Child has been serving vulnerable children and families for the last 120 years. Last year, we served over 250,000 individuals. 776 of those were survivors of human sex trafficking that we served in Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Ohio. We walked alongside these individuals with survivor mentorship, advocacy, and mental health counseling. Several of the survivors that we came alongside of came from operations just like this one, including Amber. We met Amber at the last Polk County Sheriff's operation. And although Amber wasn't ready to disclose her victimization, she was ready to receive help. And we were able to wrap around Amber with advocacy with her criminal court case and provide her necessary resources that began her path and journey to healing. As a result of this, we were also able to help Amber identify a local church that she was able to plug into for her forever community. And now she's got a hope for her future. During this operation, we provided follow-up services to 62 individuals who came to be purchased for sex. We met with over 23 women while they were incarcerated to let them know that they had better options, that there were resources out there for them that could lead for their healing and for them to be self-sufficient on their own. We also helped identify as many as 14 potential victims of human trafficking who now have ongoing investigations. I will say with all of this great work in this operation, there were a lot of people who were arrested for purchasing sex, coming to purchase sex. And the sheriff has asked us to address that this is a significant problem that must be addressed at all levels.
Steve, I want to like
we were in the rooms embedded during these investigations. So not only are we able to present those that are vulnerable with necessary resources, but we're also able to provide education to the buyers that what they're doing is not a act between two consensual adults, that people on the other side of that transaction are being victimized time and time again. And we are begging, imploring for our
I'm not gonna lie, I'm on both sides of this fence, dude. I truly believe that what you do behind closed doors as adults should not matter to the government at all. But then I understand that a lot of these people are victims, so it's like really weird position that these poor women are in.
Advocates around the state to utilize the resources at their disposal, including
yeah,
the state's
I've
attorney's
always had
office to make sure that we're implementing the fines associated with buying commercial sex. And also that we're utilizing registries that we have. The Polk County Sheriff's Office is one of the very few that utilizes those types of resources. And we are asking that other advocates around the state do the same as well. Now, none of this great work could have been possible without our expert team. We dedicated a total of team members, including advocates, mental health therapists, and lived experience experts who were embedded during this operation on the very night of the operation happening, and then also did immediate follow-up visits afterwards with every individual we encountered that we could. I would like to introduce you to one of our lived experience experts, Stacy Ham. Stacy had a pivotal role in leadership during this operation, and we are grateful that she utilized both her lived experience as well as her expertise in providing support to those who have been affected by commercial sexual exploitation.
Okay, we already know the answer to this one, I think.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Ham, and I am here today as a survivor leader and mentor with One More Child's anti-trafficking mobile team. I'm honored to stand here today with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and so many amazing organizations who are continuously fighting for our survivors to be seen and heard. I can tell you that human trafficking is very rarely what we often see in movies, social media, and online. It often depicts children being kidnapped, held in cages, taken against their will, teens being stopped at stores, or when they leave schools. While this may happen, this is not the case in the majority of our trafficking victims here in the U.S., and this can sometimes lead to our victims being misidentified. As a survivor of human trafficking, I grew up with my exploiters and my traffickers. I was born into a multi-generational cycle of familial trafficking where I began being exploited and sold for sex by the age of 2. What I've learned throughout my trafficking experience and from my brother and sister survivors is that so many of us have personally known our traffickers. Many of us develop relationships with our traffickers, and many of us have felt a sense of belonging with our traffickers. I can tell you, many traffickers are men, women, boyfriends, girlfriends, family members, pimps, and people that we are meeting online, all who are using.
To those that are watching this after I'm done with this stream, I'm only laughing because of the chat, not at the topic.
Grooming tactics to prey on our vulnerability. Any race, age, and gender can become susceptible to being targeted for human trafficking. It typically takes an average of 8 to 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable to come forward and speak on behalf of being a survivor or a victim of human trafficking. And I can tell you this is true. Throughout my life, I've had so many amazing people pouring into me, encouraging me to speak on my experiences and to seek healing for my recovery of human trafficking. I've had amazing mentors who have taught me great life skills and therapists that have helped me process the trauma that I endured. I stand here today as a survivor of human trafficking to share there is light and that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. To any survivor that is out there listening right now, I want you to know that all of us, we see you and we hear you, and we have teams of experts here ready to meet and serve you 24/7. We are ready to come alongside you towards your hope, your healing, and your restoration. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Parchment. I'm the co-chair for the Human Trafficking Task Force for Polk, Highlands, and Hardin counties, as well as the Resiliency Coordinator with Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is the lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families that oversees the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardin counties. On behalf of Heartland for Children, I would like to extend a warm thank you to Sheriff Judd and all the law enforcement personnel standing behind me. The strong partnership between the Sheriff Department, Heartland for Children, and the other NGOs allows us to be on the ground floor of engagement with potential human trafficking victims to provide them with the immediate resources and help that they need. That's unique to this area. Other areas don't give that opportunity for NGOs to be right there on the ground floor to really pour into people who are being victimized in that moment. So we thank you and appreciate that. This operation continues to be an outstanding example of collaboration, compassion, and community engagement. Each and every law enforcement officer, detention deputy, and volunteer operated in grace and professionalism, and we appreciate it. During the course of the 8 days, we were given the opportunity to engage with and get to know every individual that came through the door. I would like to thank them for being open to speaking to us about their current circumstances, engaging in discussions about human trafficking, weighing out the implications and safety concerns of being in the life, and briefly unpacking the trauma associated with it. We were also able to discuss what adverse childhood experiences are and obtain a few attendee scores. Several of the people who completed the ACEs screening had a score of 4 or more, which is considered a high ACEs score and indicative of a history of trauma. Not only were we given the opportunity to speak to potential human trafficking victims, we were also able to educate the buyers on the role they play in the cycle of abuse and trauma that may have endured over years. There was one common thread that was quite evident when speaking with the women in the life, and that was resiliency. I would encourage you to continue to build on that resiliency and reach out to our partners for help. Hope Florida is a free program that is designed to help individuals work through barriers for self-sufficiency and community resources. With the help of resource navigators, we are committed to staying engaged with families beyond the first phone call. If you need help, contact Hope Florida at 850-300-HOPE. United Way of Central Florida 211 hotline is a 24-hour, 7 days a week resource dedicated to helping people find community resources and local programs.
I get what he's saying.
Everything from everyday basic needs to more complicated necessities. So and do then I. kindhelp.org is a free Depend. comprehensive website with a variety of resources and providers that are unique to the area in which the users live. These are just 3 among many outstanding programs that are doing the work in our communities. Please take advantage of these free resources to help strengthen your resiliency and respond and reposition your life to a sustainable and safe occupation. In closing, please remember, and I'm speaking to anybody who may be in the life or may be being trafficked, that you are more than your current circumstances. You are loved, you are wanted, and you have an amazing testimony ahead of you, but seek the help because we are here to help. Thank you.
Can't be back at a nice sentence at the end like this, bro. Really?
Hello, my name is Sarah Batchelder,
Just
and
say
I
it
am
again,
an advocate with Sale of
no,
Freedom.
no.
Like many of these ladies said,
You
when
can't put
individuals who are
in
being
there.
trafficked during these operations or through other means, they
Yeah,
don't
bye.
often raise their hand and say, I'm a victim of human trafficking. It takes many different encounters for them to feel comfortable enough to share that, or even to understand that that's actually what's happening to them. So if you are out there and you feel that you may be being victimized, please reach out. Sale of Freedom offers safe homes. We offer therapy. We assist people in attending court hearings where they're able to testify against their traffickers. And we can be reached at 1-888-FREE-ME.
Morning, Assistant Chief Pacheco with the Lakeland Police Department. Just want to thank Sheriff Judd and all of his team and my team that participated in this operation. What's disturbing to me is that this was just one operation, and look at how many people we arrested and how many victims of human trafficking that we identified. What happens on the other 364 days a year that we're all driving around our city and our county and what's happening right underneath our noses. So there are tons and tons of victims out there who we have yet to identify. And it's only through these operations that we're able to at least identify some who we're able to help. So from our agency, from the Lakeland Police Department, we're proud to partner with all these other agencies to be a part of these operations, and we'll continue to do so as long as there's a need to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Parker, Chief of Police for the City of Davenport, and the Davenport Police Department. And I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it. You know, we stand alongside with Sheriff Judd and the rest of these other law enforcement agencies in these kind of operations. I mean, it's, you can look at the numbers and tell it's a needed task. It's something that needs to be done. And, you know, in Polk County, we are blessed to have law enforcement agencies that work well with each other. We have that great partnership. But I think what's important in these operations to know is the collaboration and the partnership we have with these organizations behind us.
We're almost there.
You know, it's without them that we don't see the after effects. We don't see the hard work that goes into helping these victims get out of these kind of scenarios. And I think for me, I think that's the key to these operations, identifying them and getting that help that they need afterwards. And that's where these ladies come in at. And again, I just want to say thank you to Sheriff Judd and to our partners here for all the work that we did this past week. Thank you.
Just go back, Bamboozle, and watch the beginning of the episode and the last
Now
episode.
what happens is we gather all these cases together and we send them to the state attorney's office. And we're fortunate in this state to have Brian Haas as our state attorney. He is simply outstanding. Cool. His team is outstanding. He gets it. He gets the 30,000-foot picture. He gets the ground picture. He is an advocate for the victims, and he's going to prosecute the suspects to the fullest extent of the law, for which I'm grateful. But with that, do you have questions of any of us?
Sheriff, so within the span of a year, you were able to rescue or identify 58 victims, potential victims of human trafficking. This is a new record for you. So is that indicative that this problem is growing worse year after year, or?
I think it's indicative that we are finding the victims. We have seen, and you have covered for years in the media, about the human trafficking problem across the United States, and Florida being a vacation state and a sunny state is certainly no exception to that. It is also an attribute to our NGOs because, as Chief Parker said, they see them for the long term. If it was a one and done on the night of the arrest, these numbers wouldn't be 58. We'd be lucky if they were 3.
Thank you, guys.
But they continue
Good job, guys.
To follow up to rescue them. So while I'm totally excited because we've never seen these numbers, the biggest problem we have in this type of investigation is getting the victims to admit they're victims because they're more afraid of their pimps and the human traffickers than they are of the criminal justice system. And it's only through the work of these ladies and their teams that happens. Yes, ma'am.
See, that's exactly why I'm on the fence. Because there's dude, they literally groom these chicks, scare them, make them feel like they're like without them, they're not gonna like survive. And then they go do these things. Yes, they're adults. Yes, the guy that went and buy it, he's just like not normal, he's just some guy like sitting at home or something and go, damn it. So like presenting adults, but then it really just like is just so immoral because you don't know what that person's been through. It's just such a hard topic to have to it's just a very weird topic because it's no matter what it's not good,
You
think it's already
you can't use that word.
Human trafficking and controlling these women. How important is it to you for you to find those people and arrest those people?
Oh, absolutely. That is the next wave of this investigation. We know she's Dominican and we know she is currently in Miami. So if she doesn't get her illegal Dominican butt on a plane and fly back out of this country, we're going to be on her like a good hound dog on a trail. That's a guarantee.
Look, dude. So like basically what he was saying is that a female was running that, bro. A female was running on that, That's kind of crazy. What's up, Dan? What's up? Thanks for, dude. Y'all were funny, man. I couldn't help it. Like I've been sitting there. I covered to those that came in on the second half or at the end. The whole first half, I talked about what's going on in Minnesota and Ohio. And there's some gems. There's a funny one in there. Like definitely go peep it out. I kind of put this on because I needed to decompress. Because I think we did about 3-something hours of just straight in your face Columbus, Ohio, Minnesota shit. We did. I don't know. There really, as much research as I did into it, there's not much content that I didn't present to you. There just isn't. And if there is and new stuff comes up, I will be there right away to tell y'all for sure.
No kidding.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours right now, dude.
Yeah, man, I know.
3 hours, and then we'd watch 3 Grady videos just to like.
And we did a video before this one, and
we did 3 total.
Yeah,
we did like 1, and then like, dude, I noticed everybody likes the legal. When he catches the illegals, I noticed that's what everybody likes in the chat. You know, I noticed the chat and like the viewers really like when he talks about getting the illegals and stuff. I don't know. The last one, I think, is a sore topic. You know, I think when we can find ones where, because he's great. Look, dude, he's got so many good ones. Yeah, I do. I know I do. That's why, if you noticed, I did a stream before this one, and I went for like 1 hour and then cut it. So, like, this one, I just had so much content. I had to just push through, and then it, like, a whole bunch of people popped in, and, like, I'm just chilling back. You know, my Buckeyes lost yesterday, so I'm really not feeling the college football. So I was like, you know what? I was having a genuine good time watching him with you guys, laughing at you guys in the chat, because like it says in the description, we're taking some hard topics and we're laughing. We try to get a laugh every so often.
Crazy Colors, I'm gonna bring you back. Don't ever use that word in here again, please.
But yeah, you know, so you know, I have a good time laughing with y'all and shit. So I was having a good time, but you know, Sheriff Grady can really roast some people, bro.
Sheriff Grady,
he doesn't need to do that. He doesn't need to do that. Yeah, I think he kind of does though. Because like I think it like the one where like yesterday I think it was where we watched the one where just over Christmas those 8 kids got in trouble for stealing and didn't get to play in their football championship game, and he roasted the crap out of them. And like people in the chat were like, "Oh, he shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong." Blah blah blah. But I truly, truly, in my heart, believe that that's doing them the best that they could do. You know what I'm saying? Like for them to see themselves on TV and to see themselves effing up that bad could change their life. And if not them, there's other football players out there, athletes, kids, whoever you want to name. It doesn't have to be an athlete, but you know, people of that age or from other state, anywhere, that see that and go, man, yeah, I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So like, yes, it is kind of like messed up that he sits there and roasts people, but it's necessary. It's very, very necessary. Like, a good roasting is necessary. I don't know what to say. Don't go there. Clearly, just don't go there. And it's crazy that we covered 2 different ones where people come from all around to go there. Have they not learned yet? When are they going to understand? That's not where you, like, look, dude, stay away from Mr. Grady because he doesn't play around, you know what I'm saying?
No, he doesn't F around. Not at all.
Not F around, dude. And like
helicopter hat.
I'll tell you what drew me to him, and I don't know if there's anybody in the chat that remembers, you know, has anything, but like what drew me to him, to Sheriff Grady, was when the whole BLM marches were going on and all the riots, and he straight up said, "Look, I told, you know, I wonder if I could pull it up real fast, and then I'll end this."
Serious? All right. Oh my God, man.
It's just a clip. He just tells everybody. He tells everybody, don't. I informed my community to that they're locked and loaded and to do what they got to do if they have to.
Yeah.
You know?
I encourage them to blow you out of their house, dude. It's like,
yeah.
Out of your house, you know?
Let's see if I can find it real fast. Yeah, here it is. It's 1 minute and 51 seconds. We can handle that. I think we've done enough. 1 minute and 51 is a minute. Yeah, watch the first half of that stream, man. Watch the Ohio part too. The Ohio one is like it's all Columbus. You know, watch that part. I'm telling you guys, it's
yeah.
I gave y'all some gems, dude. I gave y'all some gems. I promise. There is, of course, there's always lies and everything, but there's some gems in there, dude.
I can tell you, folks, so that there's no misunderstanding today. This is a peaceful protest. This is a riot. We can tell the difference. The governor can tell the difference. Our law enforcement officers can tell the difference. In the event you didn't get that, let me show you something. This is a peaceful protest. This is looting. If you loot, the next thing you can try to steal is something off of your food tray at the county jail. That's a guarantee. And we're going to enjoy taking you down there.
This is what made me like him, dude.
Some people are slow learners. This is peaceful protest.
Some people are slow
This is
learners.
violence. It's not acceptable. I truly believe in our God-given right and our constitutional right to speak openly and freely, to address our government. That's important. We listen every day. But I've also watched across this country when law enforcement officers who put their life on the line were told to stand down, allow them to burn the precinct, allow them to rob and loot. You have no idea, Governor and Speaker and President of the Senate, how proud we are of you just being here and saying we're going to introduce this legislation, but just being here and saying that you support us.
Where meals become memories. Kitchen
And
Magic.
there's actually a
Cooking is
commercial.
joy
I
with
can't
the
believe
right
it's not a
tool.
hard-on pill thing.
Oh, wait, that's not it. What?
God.
That wasn't it? Hold on, guys.
God. We're learning something today, huh?
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I think this one's it.
I hope everybody leared something today.
I hope we lear something. I hope this is it. There we go. Wait. I don't know. I'm scared to play this. This is what he says to his. This is what he tells his citizens. This isn't the one, but this is what he still be telling his citizens. Like he told everybody during the marches to like literally blow them off the porch, but he encourages his citizens. Like, bro, like I tell everybody, you've got to man, what I just do? You've got to vote for a sheriff. I say this over and over and over and over. You've got to vote for a sheriff. And once you get the right sheriff, you're good to go. What is going on right now, dude?
I don't know.
What is going on? That's weird.
Right, Trucker.
Okay, here we go. Can you see it, dude?
No, nothing yet.
All right. It's not letting me do it. That's weird, dude. It just won't let me do it.
Yeah. He said, not only do you get arrested, you get roasted.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. You get arrested and then you get roasted, dude. Literally.
It's the way it should be.
Here's another sheriff that does that. What a gangster, bro. What a gangster. I'm sorry, guys. I'll play it for you guys tomorrow night or something. I'll find it. I can't believe I can't find it, dude.
I know. You've got like 200 of them.
I can't believe I can't find it. I've got a whole nother sheriff in here.
Same video.
Hell. I mean, it's the most classic one.
All right. Well, we should cut it.
All right, hold on. I know. Hold on. Maybe that was it, and it just cut it off. Let's see if this is it. And then I'm going to end it. Sorry, guys. I got to see. I got OCD, bro. The people that are left are like our people. Like, all right, I think this is it. If not, sue me, guys. I have good intentions. I promise. Sue me. Everybody that stuck around, thanks for sticking around. God bless. Much love.
Hit the like.
Hope everybody's had a good New Year's.
Subscribe so you can come back.
Everybody has a good
information
New
on social media that some of the criminals were going to take their criminal conduct into the neighborhoods.
There it is.
I would tell them, if you value your life, you probably shouldn't do that in Polk County, because the people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns, and they're going to be in their homes tonight with their guns loaded. And if you try to break into their homes to steal, to set fires, I'm highly recommending they blow you back out of the house with their guns.
Ow! There it is. There it is, y'all. I was not going to end it until y'all got to hear it, because, like, honestly, there's no way. I mean, like, that was, like, the most golden moment. As soon as he said that, that was, like, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. When I heard that clip, back in the day, I've been messing with him ever since, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not really a huge cop fan, but, bro, I really rock with him, dude. Because he said that, like, he truly cares about his people. Like, you can tell he truly cares about the, he truly cares about the people. I'm putting this up as the screen thing. You guys, look what I'm going to use as the screen, as the, look what I'm going to use as the, whatever, for the picture when we end it. Look what I'm going to use. You think that's acceptable? Yeah,
No.
not acceptable.
No.
Is that not a good one?
I don't think so.
What's a good one then, dude?
I don't know, but does that look like you want to click on it and watch it? I don't think so.
Yes, it makes it.
I would skip over that one if I was
okay.
If I was swiping through.
I think that's hilarious, dude. Right? Literally.
Dude, put that and 2 other ones in there. Who knows?
How about this one? What about Richie's? Let's see if there's anything.
I mean, I guess, dude. I mean,
What about this one? Hold on. Hold on, guys. What about this one? What about this one? What about this one? Oh wait, I went in full screen, dude. Were you fucking hey? If you've never watched me before, would you turn it on? Would you click it if you saw this as the cover? Hold on.
I wouldn't click that one.
Listen, look.
I'd click that probably over the other one.
All right.
I don't know, man.
What do you think, Chad? How's that one?
Oh man.
I put Judd on there. I've put him on there a few times, man. Like most of this thing this whole episode has been literally that topic. I don't know. Is that too much? One last choice before I end it, dog. Y'all, is that too much? You said yes, it is too much. All right. What else do I got?
Nothing.
I mean, like, dude, I erased most of it. I mean, I could do the Columbus. Oh, you know what I do got? I think. Hold
on. They want you to use that one.
Where is it, dude? It was the Columbus one with the.
Everybody says it's better than the first one.
Okay.
Make sure you hit the like, subscribe. Don't forget. If you want to catch us again tomorrow.
I think that's a good one, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, dude, use that one.
I think that's good, dude. Because that's them literally laughing at us, dude. That's them laughing at us. Yeah, that's going to be my thumbnail.
Thanks, Trucker.
I was trying to pick out a thumbnail. Yeah,
Thanks,
I was
Trucker.
just trying to find a good thumbnail. Trucker said liked and sub. Thanks, brother. Much love, man. Much love. Like, this is my favorite part of the show, like just at the very end, because these are like the writers, the people that have stuck around and kicked it. Thanks. All right, that's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one. I figured it was gonna be that, or it was gonna be them like, I am the captain, and then they're all sitting there with their fingers like this. I thought that would have been funny too, but you know, it is what it is. Is that how you really feel, Kane? He said I'd click on it. Damn right. Damn right. Oh my goodness. Is it? Yeah, for sure. So what? Hey, what was I gonna ask y'all? Who watches college football here? Before I end it, did anybody watch that Buckeyes game last night?
No, thank God.
Oh my! You didn't watch it? Are you out of your mind?
I was sleeping because you want to go on ungodly hours.
Yeah, and then I wake him up at 7:30 in the morning to tell him about how I kicked everybody's ass in poker all night.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Like, and I'm like, talking all these poker stories at like 7:30 in the morning. He's like, dude, I'm trying to sleep. I'm like, it's okay. It's all right, Ryan.
I'm like, what room am I in? Read it.
He was actually like
nap time.
He actually was like, good job, and like was laughing and shit, and he was annoyed at the same time. It was humorous my way. I was laughing. I went to bed laughing. I'm not gonna lie.
You were wide awake. I was sleeping.
I was, dude. And I ate a whole bunch of edibles. And I sat there, was rolling one after another, playing poker, dude, and just was racking people. And when you win, like for like a good 5 hours straight, your adrenaline is just on 12. Like when you're literally when I say knocked out 15 people, 20 people, and you're the only one left on the table, bro, that adrenaline rush is insane, bro. It's great.
It's like
It's great.
the adrenaline.
Adrenaline rush.
Come on, man, cut it.
Cut these. We got 5 minutes until it's at 6 and at 5 and a half.
Hell no.
You can get off. I'm just bullshit. I guarantee you they'd rather hear us bullshit than watch some of this bullshit we had to watch.
Well, we need to make a whole show of just bullshitting.
Yeah. I mean, the kids in that pic. Dude, what about those Karens? What about dude, you guys gotta go back, dude. Watch the freaking Karen video. You got to watch these Minnesota Karens, dude. You got to go back and watch it. Do it for me. Dude. If it wasn't good, I would not be saying keep going back. I'm not even lying, because that shit is wild. All of that going on, and it's just a bunch of white Karens.
It's 11:22.
Heck yeah.
Habibi.
Habibi. Dude. Hey, man, you have a good night too, brother. You have a damn good night. You have a damn good night.
Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, man. And have a good year too. We got a whole year ahead of us.
We got a whole 364 days or some shit.
I hope this year, I hope everybody thrives this year. I'm tired of all this negative energy. Even though I feel like it's only gonna ramp up, I hope all of us could, we'll be all right. We'll be all right, bro.
We better be.
We damn well will be. Not even better. We'll be all right for now. But shit's getting messed up, bro. I didn't even get to talk about half of the bull. You know this show? I didn't even talk about.
Save that shit for tomorrow.
None of the New Jersey helicopter. There are so many stories that I didn't even get to talk about. Because it's like, you can't even get to it all. And the fact that this is going on in my backyard. Hey, Hugh, you have a good one, brother. The fact that this is going on in my backyard, and I've been telling you all this, especially Ryan, because he's my friend. I'm like, Ryan, you got to understand, bro. Like, this shit's crazy around here. Exactly what I told him. I told him about the Somalis. I told him about all this shit a year or two ago. This is not new. And if you actually go do research.
I walked the streets. I
understand, but I'm trying to tell the chat, if you go and do research, you'll see that they've been talking about this problem almost 8 years ago or 10 years ago. There's news stories about it for years. It's nothing it's not like, oh, all of a sudden this just popped up. No, it's been going on for a really long time. And now it just seems like, because they kept saying, dude, they're eventually going to take over. They're eventually going to come out. And here they come. We knew it. We knew it, bro. Legit. We knew this is what was going to happen. I wish I had that video that Billy sent me, but they took it down off of TikTok. If you want to watch it, it's on my last video at the end. At the very, very end. I'm sure we'll find it. That's the only way you're going to see it. I'm
sure we'll find it. It's real soon.
No, it got taken down off of TikTok.
I'll find it.
And well,
it'll be on X.
Well, what that guy said was insane, dude. You guys know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Dude, this guy starts talking about it, how much he truly thinks we're stupid and that he's living off the government for free, and he was like bragging and stuff. And he starts talking about like how he likes like underage, you know, and he was like saying like, that's what they all do. Yeah, he's live on Instagram.
Oh, that fuck!
All these people is down, bro.
Talking about the 16s
because he's talking about literally doing that to young. You know what I'm saying?
To 16. Yeah,
dude. He started calling. He started telling their whole playbook.
I might still have that in my phone.
It was like 3 minutes long, dude. 4 minutes long. And
that was bad.
It was he wasn't playing around. He was laughing at us.
That's what they do in that country, dude.
That wasn't in that country. That was in Minnesota.
He was from there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is dude, that's what they think about us here right now.
Yeah, dude, you can't bring that over here and just walk around freely and get away with without your nuts getting cut off, dude, or something.
Dude, I've been saying that forever, bro. I've been saying that forever because like they like the white. To be honest, this whole white thing is a new thing. They're like definitely gravitating to like the black culture, right? That's who they're like kind of having them rep them right now. But in the reality, they really didn't. They didn't have a problem with white people. It was actually the other way around. Africans didn't like African Americans, and like they beefed all the time, dude. That was the beef. It wasn't with white people. That's why this is really weird to me how it kind of flipped, because forever it was like they always judged Americans. You know what I'm saying? They did. They judged American you know. So, like, it was real relevant where I live because I remember a girl saying she couldn't date another black dude that I was friends with because he was American and her family wouldn't let her. But she could date a white dude, though. That's crazy to me, bro. Like, that's how much hate they really, really have. And then they're acting like now, all of a sudden, oh, well, we don't like white people. But really, that really isn't the case. If you know the communities, everybody rocks out with each other. Like as a white dude, I could walk up to. There was Somalis all the time that were at the, you know, and dude, they were cool.
5:30.
I don't know what happened, but now clearly they mass migrated here to a point where it's like all the cool ones are getting drowned out by the other ones. But I remember there being really cool dudes. Like, they were cool, bro, in my opinion. I don't know.
Numbers are jumping up, man. God dang it.
What do you mean? Yeah, no, just because they're listening to what we're saying, it's all good.
This looks like a music video. Looks like a Puffy video, don't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a parody. It's hilarious. It's definitely hilarious, bro. That had me crying laughing, dude. It had me crying laughing.
I'm crying, yawning.
Yawning.
I'm not going anywhere until you hang frick up.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Let's see. How is huh?
Nothing. We're 52 minutes or 5 hours and 32 minutes on that.
It's all good.
Oh, my legs. Oh.
Listen to this guy cry. Listen to
I don't care. I don't care. I'm sitting here for 5.5 hours. You don't fucking think I'm gonna not have any pain?
Oh yeah, you definitely got pain in my ass.
Oh my god.
You definitely got some pain in my ass. Read. Hey man, hey bro, my New Year's went smooth. I had a good time.
Happy New Year's, man.
But the Buckeyes lost, bro, and like, I was with a whole entire bunch of people that graduated from Ohio State, and we're all hanging out watching the Buckeyes game. I'm talking like probably 20 or 30 of us. And after the game was over, it was really quiet. You know what I'm saying? It was real quiet. It was about an hour before the ball dropped. We're all sitting there drinking, and like we had champagne, and like when the ball dropped and the champagne, we popped it. It was like, okay, let's drink this so we can get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? It sucked. We were ready to party it up for the Buckeyes win, and we absolutely failed. We absolutely failed that mission. Buckeyes, you did me wrong. You did me wrong. They looked horrific. They really, really did. What'd y'all do? What did you do, Ryan?
I got humbled by Miami.
Yeah, but you didn't watch the game, so what'd you do? Sleep?
I woke up and looked at it.
But I'm saying, what did you do for New Year's? Hello?
I slept like a regular old human being.
You slept for New Year's.
I have a fart ready for Ryan. Just let me know when to let it rip.
Good job,
listen
Reed.
to this shit. Look, read this shit.
Hey, proud of you, Reed. Keep it up. Am I not on all chat?
I have no idea. You missing what?
Bro, I haven't been on live chat this whole entire time. That's why everything everything seems off. And the whole time I wasn't on live chat, dude.
No, this is half the time I get yelled at because of some bullshit he didn't do.
All right, bro. Can you not keep really, bro?
I'm sorry.
You're the one who be TikTok friendly, and you're the only one.
Man,
normal.
I didn't do nothing.
You do. You just did.
What'd I say?
Man.
He said I didn't do it.
Like, bro, we're like right at the very end, and you're gonna start cursing and shit.
Did I say F word?
Man, if you don't know what you said, then don't say it.
I'm reading the comments.
No, you weren't reading the comments. Tell him to stop. Tell him this is what he does every time. He'll be like, hey, my phone wasn't working. That's why
I'm tired.
He does say some crazy shit and he blames his phone and shit. Like, oh, it was my phone. Like, no, it wasn't.
You're blaming your phone.
The hell are you talking about, bro? It's not your fault. That was you, Ryan.
Come on, Reed. You know what? I want my lawnmower.
Thank you, Reed. I appreciate the freaking.
If you're not gonna send me that lawnmower, then why are you effing with me?
At least somebody understands, you know? Gosh. He said he's gonna send you to China, right? China. He would love it there because there's probably a bunch of little 3'11" China women.
Well, I bet you one of them will get me a lawnmower faster than Reed will.
Probably. It'll probably be a Suzuki.
I don't care.
Do you want a Suzuki?
Sure. A Yamaha.
You want Suzuki?
Yeah,
Yamaha. Suzuki. Yamaha. He was riding the Yamaha.
He could have a China kid building a lawnmower.
That scene was great, dude. He's sitting there tripping his balls off, like riding through the desert. He's like, we got Yamahas. We got it. And he's just sitting there like, huh? What? Johnny Depp was, bro, that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Come on. What a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know, where he's like, Yamaha. He thinks he's in the military. Come on. That
When
shit
he was covering the race.
Yeah. Like my favorite part of that movie is when he walks in and he's like, and he eats that, like the whole beginning, like the first hour of the movie is just straight gold.
My favorite part is when Joe Rogan reads off his daily routine of what he does.
Oh, dude, that shit's
My
hilarious.
God.
And dude, just watch. You can watch the documentary and watch his home videos of him doing.
Oh
them.
yeah, he would just pull his gun out and just start shooting all over the place.
What, dude? You not? Yeah.
He's crazy, man.
Dude,
yeah. His pew. Sorry.
Dude, you're the
Fired.
Yeah, dude. Fucking what? But yeah. He would.
China kid would probably do better work than Reed.
How could have a China kid built his llama? Because they're small enough just to get, like, they don't even need to put it on a
He
lift.
could have.
Oh, look, we got Alfonso in the house.
Alfonso?
What are you doing, man?
You're late, buddy.
2 years, bro.
You missed the whole damn show.
Hey, man. Yeah, bro. We're just chilling right now.
Hit the like and subscribe, buddy. I mean, hit the like.
We just did a hella dope show. We watched some Sheriff Grady, and now we're just kind of chilling out, getting ready to get up out of here. We're just like, me personally, man, I'll say it to y'all, like, yo, I don't give a shit. Mars hasn't been around, you know, so like, I'm just trying to keep my head busy more, like, you know, doing other things, like, so you'll be seeing me a lot more. You know, it was a good show. Thanks, bro. It really was, bro. I think it was a good show. I do. I think that shit. If you want to know what's going on, that was where you go. Boom. Here you go. And we're going to continue to keep bringing, like, updating you. And it's not like it's going to just stop today. You know, I'm going to bring you all the press conferences. We're going to break these people down and call out every single lie that we've been witnessing. And we are going to break their spell. They are not going to win. They might, but we're not going to go out like no pussies. Seriously, dude, I don't know, man. I'm serious. When the mayor comes out, all the police are like, I'm not helping you. Sorry. Like, bro, that kind of is like, gosh. I don't know what to say. Like, oh, but crime's down. Crime is down, but we just told you guys that we're not going to do anything. What does that mean? Yeah, exactly, trucker. Ain't going out like no chump. But, dude.
We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that.
If you don't have no repercussions, what's going to stop you from doing shit?
We ain't going out.
What's going to stop you from going out and committing a crime? You know, nothing. Nothing's going to stop you.
Cookies, burner, cookies.
Right, I'm muting you, bro. It's not even that funny, bro. We ain't going out like, nah, bro, we're not. We're not. Like, so, as somebody who's sitting here watching it, let's hope that it doesn't get any more fly than what it is now, because I see it only getting worse. You know, I think a lot's going to come out. There's going to be a lot of revolt, being that, you know, I don't know. I think it's my opinion. Am I going to? I will, dude, but I'm gonna like give it a little minute because I spent a lot of time taking care of Mars, man, and like, you know, I need a little time. Like, I want to go visit Ryan. I want to go visit some friends, and like, dude, I've dedicated the last, you know, I don't know, 2 years at least, just like literally making him comfortable, happy, and like living the best life. So like it took away from my own, and I don't regret any of it, and I don't take it back, and I never would, and I would do it over again 1,000 times. So it's nothing like that, you know. I definitely I'm grateful. He was the shit. He was the coolest fucking dude ever, bro. So, you know, yeah, to get another one, man, I need a little bit of time just to let myself
Yeah, man. Take
get
a little
over
break.
this
Take a
one.
little break for yourself.
Yeah, I need
Don't
to
jump right back into it. That's just crazy.
No, I can't.
Just give
I
it
mean,
a
I'm not even
minute.
like it just happened Monday or Sunday, so like I'm not even like close. Side candy, I'm not
Hi,
even
Candy. I
close.
didn't get to say hi to you earlier.
Yeah, so much, bro. You gotta like, dude, while I'm talking, you gotta wait till I'm done talking and then you talk. Please don't talk when I'm talking, bro. It doesn't make it sounds horrible. If only one boss time for coffee, but dude, I didn't drink so much coffee. I didn't drink so much coffee. I have to eat still, Katie, but you know, I coffee wise, nah. I'm done. If I had a cup next to me and it was hot, I would drink it for sure. But am I gonna go make? Nah, I'm not gonna go make no coffee. Definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, I was definitely, you know, giving a shout out to Mars because, you know, he was a champ. Straight up. He was a champ. And if you don't know who he was, that was my cat. Had him for 20 years. 20 plus. Come out to Richmond, boy. I swear. Bro, I would love to come out there with you, homie. Stay in touch with me, dude. I wish there was a way to talk to you, bro. I would love to. I'd rock with you, Alfonso. You'd be cool to kick it with, man. Like legit. I'd have fun rocking with you, bro. I'm not just saying that. You know, I'm really not. I'm not, bro. And it's weird too, you Richmond cats. I definitely would fit in because I got multiple Richmond, California friends, bro. I've got a whole like at least 3 or 4 people. And I never heard of Richmond until I started streaming, and somehow I ended up in your algorithm. They said, hey, this dude, he'll rock with y'all. They sent me to Richmond, California. That's what they did. Literally. What's the weather like there, bro? Alfonso. And what's the weather like, Candy? We got like 3, 4, 5 inches of snow. And it's 19 degrees before the wind chill. Cold. And windy. Like 22 degrees wind. It's definitely winter. It was just 70 degrees. 70 degrees on Christmas Day. It's 70 degrees in Ohio, and then we go to negative 18 in the same 24 hours. That's crazy, dude. That's absolutely nuts. Honestly, I don't even know. Does anybody, like, do y'all get shitty weather like that? Who gets worse weather than Ohio? And I don't even say it's, like, bad per se. I would just say it's like I ran over here. It's 15 degrees, and the only wind chill makes it like 1. Yeah. I make your coffee, girl. Yeah. Did you get snow though? That's the question. I know you didn't get no snow, Alfonso. You're chilling in that nice, good heat. Ryan, do y'all got snow? How much snow do you got? Unmute yourself, dummy.
You muted me.
Yeah, because you were typing.
Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got.
And you could hear every single click that you made, bro.
What click?
Oh my God. When you're typing, it was. Never mind.
There's some snow out there, buddy.
Not a lot, though. 6 inches.
I'm trying to get a decent pick.
Like a Chinaman. Like a Chinaman.
A Chinaman?
Like a little Chinaman's fucking, yeah.
Here, if this shows you.
Let's see what Ryan's got popping here.
I threw some salt down there just so somebody didn't die.
That's Cleveland, Ohio. He's by the lake, so they got more snow than we do. Probably.
Good enough pick.
I imagine. It stays 60 all year long. Weather foggy, little sunshine. Dang. 60 all year long.
I have my little heater that keeps me warm at night.
Can't ask for that. That's where you get the good trees.
And my
outdoor all year. Literally. Outdoor all year round.
Yeah, it's cold, dude. It's cold out, dude. It's cold.
It's definitely like bone-chilling cold, dude. For sure.
It's cold.
For sure. All right, guys. Is there anything y'all want to say before I dip out? There's still 104 people, y'all. If everybody hasn't hit the like, hit it. I tried to give y'all I wanted to BS with you guys before I got off. Just to let you know that I'm not a damn just a robot. I am. You know what? I'm gonna end it at 555. It's 549. I'm gonna end it at 555s. So, I mean, whatever. Who cares? There's no other reason. I'm a weirdo with numbers, dude. I'm a weirdo when it comes to lining up numbers. That's why I love it when Keeks, bro. Because when she donates, she always does 222, 333. That's
well, she could keep that 333.
Good luck. That's giving us good synchronicity.
Yeah, angel numbers.
Yep, I love that. So, Maxwell coffee. I've been drinking yeah. Is that what you drink? Folgers. You drink Folgers Instant.
You mean this shit?
Let me see. Turn on your damn camera. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you got Maxwell House too? Oh man.
Well, I got that Folgers too. I'll be drinking that high class crap.
I don't know.
I got some good shit here. Look.
What is that? That looks like something I got. I got something.
Berardi, fresh roast, Costa Rican, Central America, medium to full with high acidity, excellent aroma, intense flavor, made with 100% Arabica beans. There you go.
I got some Jamaican shit for Christmas and I got this coffee mug. Hold on. Yeah, I got this coffee mug. And I got the coffee mug for my brother because we all do a drawing, and he got me, and then he got me a $25. I don't know how much money it is. I didn't really check, but it's to Amazon. And the thing is I've never used Amazon my whole entire life. What am I going to do
for the first time?
Card?
Just use it for the first time.
What is it? What is Amazon? Do I go on it?
It's like shopping, and they just drop it off to your door. I swear. It's like a whole nother world we're living in. Way late. Way late. Like I've ordered everything from dirt to.
Hey, read Alfonso's message, dude. Please.
I can't. I don't have my other phone.
All right, I'm gonna read it for you.
Read it for me.
He said, and this is God's truth too. He's not even bullshitting. He's giving you shit, but he's being honest here, dude.
What?
He said, Tim, Ryan has to realize how loud he is. Yesterday, you told him that shut the F up when he slurped his coffee. He didn't sip.
That was at the beginning of the show.
Like it's 2 pounds of foreskin.
Alfonso, you're a funny motherfucker. Thank you for being around here. You make the show better.
Bro. I don't know what it was. I'll go check. Ryan, you talk to the people. I'll go check.
Oh, I ain't talking to y'all. You don't even talk to me. Hi, Candy.
It really wasn't Jamaican blend.
It's a big warehouse. I get food.
It's not bad. It's really not bad.
Body wash, soap, toothpaste. Okay.
It's Cameron's. I don't know, but Jamaican coffee's good, bro. I like Jamaican
okay. Yeah.
I've never had Jamaican coffee like that. It's fire. And like one of my buddies told me, like, dude, you need to put cream and a little bit of sugar in your coffee. And I never did it. So I was like, yeah, I never liked coffee.
Sugar, but cream.
Why do you keep interrupting me, dude?
My bad.
God, dude. He told me to not drink as much dark, so I started putting cream and sugar. Because of that, my stomach starts to feel better. Now you go, Ryan. That's how it goes in a conversation.
You never know when you're going to stop. Sometimes you just keep going and going.
I wasn't done talking.
Anyway, yeah, the cream helps your stomach for people with stomach problems. So it's like I can't drink black coffee or it'll hurt my stomach. So, and then I try to keep the sugar out of everything, but cream.
I don't put sugar in mine, but I've been putting in like the vanilla cream, which probably has sugar in it, and it's definitely helped. Like you guys, like I used to be drinking coffee and dragging and feeling horrible after it because I don't be eating while I be doing these shows sometimes. But when I started doing the creamer, it literally it was a game changer. It really did coat your belly to where you were really able to get through the day and stuff. Now I truly look forward to it. I got sick of drinking coffee because it was making me sick. Now I look forward to waking up. I mean, before I literally roll one up and I have the coffee brewing as I'm rolling up. So as soon as I'm done rolling it, I go pour my coffee and I sit there and I'm doing research I start sipping and I do research and you know what I'm saying, y'all? That's there's nothing better. Somebody was trying to tell me yesterday on Discord that how bad it is for you and all this, and I'm going, dude, it's very good for me. It's very good for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Everybody has something that makes them feel comfortable. And to be honest, I like to Chief. Ryan sounded so gay right now. He said the cream made his belly feel good when he gets that black thing in. Bro, Alfonso doesn't stop. Ryan, Why do you keep digging yourself deeper into a hole, bro? I'm gonna leave that up so when everybody reads it,
it's fucking
when everybody sees the thumbnail, they're gonna read that comment on top of it all. Yeah. Love you. I love you guys, bro. That is funny. Like, dude, that's the other part about this. We've been going for almost 6 hours, right? But the truth of the matter is we've had people popping in and out the whole time. It wasn't like we were like, it wasn't like we were just like, dude, we were BSing with people the whole time. It was fun, to be honest. So, but oh man, I'm starting to get delirious. I'm starting to get a little delirious. Look, dude, today wasn't that bad. It wasn't. It really wasn't that bad. It started off kind of rough because I woke up with no marmars, dude, and it was shitty because but it got better. I'm not gonna lie. So, Candy, I appreciate all the love. You know what I'm saying? Maybe 3 times out of the year, probably. If I remember, I put a drop of honey in my coffee. I can.
Yeah. Yes. Very good. Honey, very good for you.
She said, "Hey, look, if you didn't swallow, you know what's up." Candy made the rules. You set the standards, Candy. Just so you know, you set the standards. I'm not. That shit don't go down the hatchet. You already know what's gonna happen. Ask Ryan, who's been popping in and out of him. I'm done with the. He wants to know who's been going in and out of you, bro.
Who said that?
Hey, dude.
Who?
Who else is gonna sit there and roast you? It's
Alfonso.
He's my favorite.
Is that Alfonso?
Yeah, he's my favorite.
So Alfonso's sitting there finger popping his asshole and talking shit on me?
Ryan!
No.
You're stupid. All right, guys.
This was PG-13.
I literally gotta go. I love you guys. You know, take my morning meds, coffee be brewing. Maybe I'll smoke the Blizz from the. Yeah, exactly. You have like that half one that you already was smoking on. You know what I'm saying? So you stay up and you wake up and you start hitting that while you're getting your shit together. But I'm rolling one while I'm smoking that though, you know? And then I smoke like half of it or whatever, but I'll be going live. And sometimes you guys, I'll be going live, right? And like, I'll be getting up and I'll have my coffee all fresh right here and my J's rolled up right here. And I'll be going live and I'll be hitting it for the first time with y'all. For real, that's how I normally do it. So then you see me come on and I start getting real shitty, like pissed. Like I'll start getting like real grouchy. That's because I haven't smoked yet and drank my coffee. Like I need to have a full cup of coffee and already, but I don't do that all the time, you know? Sometimes I just jump right into it, dude.
I know.
Oh, thank you. We will always love you, Candy. For real, you've given us mad support. You too, Alfonso.
Love you guys.
Yeah, man, you guys are staples, dude. Without you guys, we wouldn't even be going because people like you make us want to go live. Honestly,
That's
you know,
that's God's honest truth. Yep.
God's honest truth. Like Candy, I don't know how much, and you too, Alfonso. You guys commenting on days where we were like not willing to go live made us go live just for you guys. Like we would go live just for you, just to say what's up to you guys, even though we were not trying to go live at all.
It was all those damn messages they left.
What's that?
After the shows. That's what got us like, okay, well, maybe we should go.
Well, for me, it's like Alfonso and Candy both always listen, dude. There was like a point where I had that little hiatus, and she was still sending me love every single day. She would comment and say, "Hi, Tim. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Marmars. Love you. Drinking some coffee. I'm doing, bro. You don't know how much that meant." And how much that means. Like, bro, that like for real, that's like makes me feel human.
Yeah. Like
Makes me feel
did we just waste 2 years or
no.
But no, because we got people
No.
who are asking us
No, it
to
does.
go
It makes
on,
me,
you know?
nah, I don't feel
Where
like
you
at
at?
all.
Where you at?
That makes me feel like y'all love me, bro. And like I do feel that. I don't need to get slept on the first day of the year. One of the days I'll just fall asleep. The only reason I watch you because it takes an asshole to love. Hey, that's fair. That's why most people like me. Takes one asshole to love another one, right? It's fair. That's what I said. People like, it's facts. You probably ran into me because I was trolling somebody one day. You're like, oh, this dude's actually fucking funny. This dude's actually funny. Or like, oh, this dude be talking his shit, And Alfonso, I always laughed at your jokes. You'd come in and say shit. I'd always be laughing. I'd never give, bro, I love to troll the trolls. I miss those days. But now everybody's so sensitive. I would love to be able to just go live and just sit there and roast the chat the whole time. Like that would make my day. Like that's like my dream, going back into the old school, sitting down, turning the phone on, just sitting there and roasting cats. Like I would love to do that. I would love to give Sheriff Brady a run for his money. You know what I'm saying? For real. But YouTube's like, yeah, that Tim ain't playing. We ain't playing with that Tim. I don't want you to end the stream. I know I don't want to too. I'm sitting there BSing with y'all. Like I'm actually enjoying myself. I feel you, Candy. Like, but yeah, YouTube don't want me to talk that bullshit, that real shit, or like really enjoy it. Like I couldn't do that every day, But yeah, I definitely. Hey, thank you, Candy. And I know you've meant nothing but love, and you've given him nothing but love. And I just wasn't ready to talk about it. I am right now, because it's just us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I like I said. So, it was. I'm gonna get him tomorrow. His ashes tomorrow, and I don't know how I'm gonna be able to handle that. To be honest, I wasn't ready. I'm not ready for it. I'm not. I want to avoid that one, but I can't. And once I do, I'll have him by my heart, and that's that. So, the first time I saw you, I tried to get under your skin, but it didn't work. I remember you laughed at me, and at that moment, I told myself that's a real street thug with game knowledge and wisdom. Thank you, Alfonso. It's true. Y'all can't look, bro. I took the test, bro. Y'all tested me. That's why I got some gangsters in the chat. That's why I don't worry about it. Cause y'all tested me. And like real sees real. You know what I'm saying? Real sees real. Love you, Alfonso, man. I appreciate you, bro. For real. Thank you, bro. That's the truth. We are all leering about this. I hear you, Turk. I hear you, Turk. I love your news. I love how you relate to everybody. You don't show any type of prejudice towards anyone. Hey, it's what I try to do. I get called maggot this, I'm maggot that, but I just let it slide because I don't want to ruin the show. You know what I'm saying? It's not about me. I'm trying to give you guys information. I'm done trying to defend what I believe in. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the truth. I don't care what side it is. I just want to give you guys what's going on from my perspective. This is my reaction to what's going on. I've been through the ringer. I know a lot, and I can help people out. And that's something God gave me the gift to do. So, you're a student of lifetime. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Alfonso. I try to be. That's what that's what we all should be, right? We all should be students of life. We should all be studying life because that's how you learn. Learn a lot, man. Learning's good. Learning's good, man. Alfonso, you too, brother. Dude, you've come on, bro. I know you've learned a lot, bro. I bet you got a lot of game to spit. I would love to sit down and smoke with you and have you spit some game because I know you got a lot of game. If we were chilling not on this, we would be having a hell of a good conversation, bro. Guaranteed it. Guaranteed it.
Yeah, SA.
Now, Ryan, he's Mexican, so he might be able to talk to you in your guys' language. I have a hard time.
I can't speak Alfonso. Nope.
When I tried to leer some Mexican, they didn't let me learn in learning school. So
leering.
Yeah, leering. I was leering the wrong language. I was just mastering English, They tried to teach me German, but I had to go to the principal's office, dude. I literally took German from the principal's office my junior year.
Yeah, but
I got like a B or an A or something.
Were you Mexican and failed Spanish 2 years in a row? Hey,
so wait, hold on. Did you guys just hear what my Mexican friend just said? My Mexican friend failed Spanish 2 years in a row.
He
only knows enchilada and Taco Bell.
That's all I need to know. Don't say
enchilada, Taco Bell, and ice. How do you fail? That's
what I got. That's all I got.
Bro? How do you fail fucking Mexican class, dude?
America. Bob.
They took our germs. They took our
America.
Why you leave you, Tim? I know. I hear you, Candy. I'll keep bringing the heat till I came. But no, like literally, Bob. Fuck, dude. I forget, dude. You want to know something real funny? I forgot what the hell we were just talking about.
How I failed fucking Spanish class.
Oh yeah,
2 years in a row, and I'm Mexican. That's some shit.
Revived it.
Well, fuck, dude.
Fucking Mexican class.
I failed math too, so whatever.
Everybody, give Ryan love, man. Give Ryan love. He tried his best. I
failed computer class too.
Well, you still would fail computer class if you.
I got an A in history, man. Fuck off.
Dude, you can go back. You can go. You can go back to 98 and use 98 Windows, and you would still be a fucking 3 chromosome learner. He'd be sitting there going,
ain't got a damn thing changed.
He'd be using Windows 98 with the startup, making that loud ass noise, going, I don't understand. I don't understand. I can hear you, bro. The funny thing is we'll be teaching you from then all the way till now. And you still won't know shit. If you side with fraud, you are dumbass. Exactly. You're a dumbass, dude. Hey, watch the whole show. I hope you got to watch the beginning. Go back. Watch the beginning of the show. And you will see, and definitely the Columbus part. And just know that I'm going to continue to be covering that. We're not stopping. We're going to expose that. You know what? Father Time decided the wrong Yeah. Exactly. Look, go watch the beginning, dude. I started with Minnesota and I worked my way through Ohio. And I'm in Columbus, Ohio itself, so I was able to bring you some stuff, you know? I use nothing but local besides like five sources. It was all local stuff. Tim, Ryan and Corky would have been, oh my gosh. Did you hear him?
Yes. I'm reading it right now.
You got to understand. I've been telling him that for a while now. I've been telling him he needs to come on the live stream with the helmet on, but he doesn't listen to me, Alfonso. He thinks like it's okay. Like we don't know. Oh yeah, dude, it's happening all across. Dude, it's happening all around the country, bro. It is, bro. It's happening in Maine. They just elected a Somali mayor in Maine. It's in Colorado. It's in San Diego. It's in Ohio. It's in Alabama. It's everywhere. But Ohio is number 2 now, next to Minnesota. And that's they're just unleashing it. I can only imagine what we've got under, because we've got corrupt too, just like Minnesota. Not as bad, but we got some corruption here too. But it's definitely not as bad as Minnesota, right? We can say that. We're not as bad as Minnesota. Oh yeah, dude. Ryan, were you singing for him one time?
What is it?
The Corky song. How did it go?
Obadi, Obadu, like go down, oh, like go down.
We need to clip that shit for sure.
No, the fuck you don't.
Guys, love, bro. Thank you. Everybody clap for Ryan. Hold on. I can clap for Ryan. Hold on. Ryan, we love you, and this is what you get.
With a couple of Man.
Tell him, Ryan.
If you don't know who Corky Thatcher is, you better get hip.
Well, I bet you do. Minnesota, Michigan, California, Washington, Oregon, Maine, Maryland, New York, California. Yeah, bro, you nailed it. There you go. I talked about every single one of them in the last week, for sure. Seattle, dude, everybody, you know, it's an epidemic that has ready to get exposed. Absolutely, it really is. She said, Wakanda, I love you, Ryan. Ryan.
That's because I'm the Black Panther. Except I'm the Mexican cheetah or some shit. I don't know what they fucking have in Mexico.
Cheetah. All right, this is
what do they got in Mexico? I'm the armadillo. Some shit.
Nope, not a Mexican cheetah. You can't even speak one Mexican word.
Yes,
Sorry,
I can.
buddy. Say it.
Uno.
Say one.
Dos.
Uno.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh yeah?
One
more time.
Oh shit, you made me swear again, dude. Damn it.
That's for swearing. That was for swearing.
You forced me.
Dude, do you hear how simple? You see how easy it is to force him?
Gato is cat.
Hey, Alfonso, he said you forced me. I didn't have to work too hard.
You're a gato, a pussy.
Think about homie. Think about homie. Don't have to work that hard.
Okay, amigo, says Candy. Emilio Estevez.
Right. What does that mean? What does? Hey, bro, I can't even do it, dude. Dude, I don't know any Mexican at all. I literally know zero Mexican. You like how I call it Mexican? I'm doing that on purpose. I understand it's Spanish. I'm just having fun calling it Mexican. I'm sorry if it doesn't sound up to your guys' standards, especially you, Alfonso. I'm not sorry. I'm just joking. All right, man.
Me amo Ryan.
Me amo Ryan.
Me amo Ryan. Me amo Rito.
Ryan. You homo Ryan? Okay, we understand.
We don't have a name for Ryan in Spanish, so they just call me Rito.
Comosito. Me, Ryan. Man, that's why he failed freaking Mexican class. Because I don't know what he said. He probably was right.
I am. Asshole. I am.
Randy, hey, look, I have to eat when I get up out of here. I have not eaten yet today. I woke up at yesterday I woke up at, listen, dude, Marley has woke me up every day for my life. I have slept, I've woken up at the exact same time he wakes me up every single day, but I have slept till 1 o'clock in the afternoon twice this week, which is rare for me, dude. But then again, I was up till 7:30 in the morning. I was up with Alien till 7 this morning.
Woke up at 12:30 today. That's an hour later than normal.
Me and Alien should have went and woke you up. We should have ruined your day. We should have woke you up and made you pissed. She said, I'm just not moving. I feel you. She said, I'm comfortable. I'm not moving. I'm not moving from the spot at all. What was I going to say? Dude, we have no more sports left. All we have is the Cavs. I'm not looking forward to that shit, honestly. But what else can I talk shit? I need to find one more thing to talk shit about before I get up out of here, because Candy don't want us to leave. Say something, Ryan. Tell the people something, because we're almost out of here.
Damn it, Candy! That's what I said. That's what I said. Damn it, Candy.
Damn it, Candy.
You got me going again?
You know what's funny, Candy? Is actually I'm smoking on something called Candy Rain. I opened it last night, and it's London Pound Cake by Gelato 41, and it's straight gas. It's straight gas. It sucks though because I waited too long to open it, so it's not as gassy as it should be. You know what I'm saying? It should be way better, but it's not. It's too dry, but it still smells real good, looks real good. No, it's fire. It's beautiful. It's purple and completely white. It just lost its taste more than it probably when I bet if I would have opened it right away, you could smell it from the other room. Now it's
That's a whole nother episode, Candy. We'll just do one straight smoking show.
What, a whole smoking show? I wish. We need to start another channel so we can do these things. I've got two.
Well, you're coming to visit for a couple days, so we could take one of those days and just sit there and just chief right in front of the camera. Fuck it.
Yeah, I've got some. I can't on YouTube, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, we'd have to get another channel.
Well, we'll have to move it to.
I'm not doing it on here, dude. You have 3 different concentrates? Nice. I've got a couple. My bro, after Marmar's, my bro brought me like a whole bunch of different edibles, and he brought me like different type of, Dabarooskis and stuff like that. Some gas. He looked out. Everybody looked out, man. Everybody's been very understanding. For real, for real. What you got? You got of what? What you smoking on? Candy? She's always smoking what we smoke. She's literally like, she's literally on the same.
We come from the same damn peoples.
What do you mean?
She gets what we get. She gets what we get. We get what she gets.
I mean, kinda. I think she gets, because I think
Close
there's like
enough.
there's
Nobody else
certain
is
brands
matching.
there's certain brands that go all the way around the country.
Yeah, but no, dude.
But like
so far, Candy's always had something that we know.
Yeah. Because Cresco and certain brands are out there like they are here.
Yeah. Well,
they want to get on. She said, "No, I had there in the beginning, and I was using 2 of them, so I guess they got me sicker. I just have 1 gram of resin. Took a little piece of it, maybe 3 size bag. Nice. Last night we were chiefing out for New Year's, dude. Holy cow! The last like 4 days, me and my brother smoked like savages.
Look at the cup of coffee I made for tonight's show.
Let me see. Hold on. Did you drink it?
No.
Why?
I didn't have time.
Oh my gosh, dude! I made more pots and how do you not have the time?
I'm sitting there trying to read the damn chat, doing all this crap, and just whatever.
And then you forgot about it?
Yeah.
So then what do you?
I didn't have time to get up and do nothing, and I forgot. And then I would remember.
Are you gonna throw it away or what?
No, I'm gonna heat it up in the microwave for a minute and a half.
Do you ever like not drink your coffee and just throw it in the fridge?
Yeah, well, sometimes if there are 2 days, like, then it starts to mold.
I mean, I'll throw it in the fridge and chug that bitch in the morning while it's cold. It just goes right down like a savage, dude. Like, wow.
I just drink it lukewarm, dude. Just smash it.
No, I'm talking about straight from the fridge, dude. Like if I'm going to bed and I still got coffee in my pot, I'll pour my cup and put it in the fridge. And if I get up and I'll just see it, like, especially if I'm in a hurry, bro, I'll grab that shit and just chug it. I don't even care. Like really, or
if I just grab it right off the damn thing.
Or
coupled it.
If I'm like feeling it, I'll just make a new batch and just run it with the other one so it gets warm, But I don't really mind a good cold cup of coffee because it goes down like a savage, dude. Just like last night's beers, dude. I leave a cup of coffee in the microwave. Okay, I used to do that, bro, and then like everybody gave me shit because they said it'll get you sick if you drink it overnight. If you don't drink it, like if you leave it out overnight.
No, you got like 48 hours.
Oh, well, dude, I'd be throwing away coffee that's good then, dude.
I give it 48 hours. I don't know if it's a good thing for me, but I always put it in the microwave.
How long do you give it, Ryan? Not you, the dude in the chat. How much time do you give it? I always start because like my homie said don't drink it, because it was messing up my stomach. He's like, don't drink it like past a certain 24 hours. So that's what I'm saying. If I make it at 8 at night, wait, if I make it at like 8 at night, I could go all the way to 8 in the morning at another night.
Yeah.
If I make it in the morning, bro, there's no, I used to back in the day before I understood coffee more. I truly used to get up and I would rerun some coffee because I would just keep adding to it because it was so strong. So I make it so strong, but I got scared to add to it, dude. You know what I'm saying? I got scared to add to the coffee.
Yeah, dude.
I just make fresh batches every single morning instead, dude.
Yes, exactly. Very good. That is smart. That is smart.
That's why you don't hear me bitching about coffee lately. I just said,
yeah.
Remember how much I was bitching about it for a minute there?
No, you were triple distilling your shit.
Yeah, dude. I was making it so dark that it was like syrup.
Yuck.
It was like syrup. Do you remember the time that I had the concentrate and it is said to take a half a tablespoon or teaspoon, and I took 6 of them?
No, I don't.
I don't
remember the time, dude.
My cheeks got completely red. I was live and I got sick as hell while I was live. I literally had anxiety attack, was sick as shit. It was the worst, dude.
I remember when you were pissing on camera, and that was.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That must have been 12 cups of coffee.
Listen, I had drinking. This is how I'll end the show. I had drank the coffee. I had to go so bad. I was like, hold on, y'all. And I put my phone down. I think I was streaming from my phone. And went and they could hear me full stream. And then I'm not gonna lie, I was lightweight embarrassed, but I didn't really care, But then the next day, I did it again. This time I had it further away. I thought for sure nobody was gonna hear it. I was all the way across the whole entire house, and they could still hear it. I was like, dude, you guys.
Honestly, it sounded like you had the phone in the toilet.
That's my luck. Because normally you guys can't hear shit I'm saying, but the one time I'm trying to just go take a quick leak, the whole world can hear it.
Oh, yeah. Everybody was crying, laughing.
Yeah, and I just remember getting on, going, oh.
You're like, oh, fuck. I
was like, that was the best. That was the best. Oh my God. And everybody's like, we know, Tim. We heard you the whole entire time, dude.
It was like a minute and a half, bro.
I know, because I held it for 2 hours, dude. I was like, I literally was like, they're like, just like Candy's like, please stay live. Please stay live. Please stay live. And I was trying so hard. And I was like, all right, I just ran it. I had to go. I was trying to stick around. I was trying to keep the party going, but there was no way I was going without taking it. I had to go.
It's too much.
Yeah, coffee's definitely
for
expensive.
The party to end.
Coffee's definitely expensive, dude. Definitely. It's like good coffee is. You can get coffee, but good coffee is expensive. You don't want to ever out and get crap coffee, dude.
I got crap coffee, I got good coffee, I got all the coffees.
I don't know my coffees too much, but I do know this. If I get all these coffee, it doesn't work.
I put 3 spoonfuls in a cup of coffee the other day so that we could go live.
Yeah. Did we go live?
I slammed a cup of coffee. I slammed it. I went and made another cup of coffee. I went and put the phone down, and I woke up at the end of the show. I was like, what the? I'm like, what in the hell?
Do you hear this guy? So the guy fails at drinking coffee, can't pass Mexican class. I mean, what else do you got to tell us, Corky? Anything else before we end it? Help us out, Bubba.
Yeah, I was, let's see. My uncle pretty much raised me until I was 10, and he had Down syndrome. So if you want to make fun of that, go ahead. And,
Dude, what a low blow.
That's a fact, son. That's a fact. And then people wonder why the way I am the way I am.
Gummies got me blowing snot bubbles. Damn, bro. What type of gummies is you eating on, son? What type of gummies is you eating on that's got you blowing snot bubbles? The hell? He's eating on them. He's eating on some damn Delta. I don't know if those are snot bubbles, son. That just might be you, like, not reacting well to that Delta. I'm just messing with you.
That's that THCA bullshit. Betcha.
Check them. Rocket gummies? Nice. I'm rocking one right now. I'm gonna rock it right now with one. Straight up.
You want to? Here's a tip. I'm gonna give you one tip real quick.
I'll give you a tip.
Make your own gummies.
I got everything you need, bro. I got the mold. I got the gelatin. I got everything.
Make your own edibles. There you go. There's a tip.
Hell yeah. Where are you from, Michael?
Probably Wisconsin or some shit. Where is he?
Well, Rocket. I'm gonna guess California.
If it's California, I'm not listening to a damn word.
The reason why I'm guessing it's California, New York.
New York. All right, New York.
Knew it was gonna be New York, because bro, we're through their algorithm. Like they're literally sending like out of our way, like.
Right. Now we got to deal with all of them.
Man, we love you guys, man. It's not your fault.
It's your fault, and we'll take care of you because we're good people over here.
He's from upstate, bro. He's got a little bit of time. He's good. I like how he said upstate. Like he had to follow that up. Like, don't worry.
Upstate New York, not just regular New York, just upstate. Not
that city shit.
I ain't in that city shit. I ain't. All right, respect. Rick,
I want to know it. I want to know what they are, bro. These rockets. Ryan likes red rockets. Oh, you're in Canada.
No, you don't like red rockets from Little Dog.
Ryan likes red rockets though, but you're in South Canada. You guys, what's that? What's South Canada?
So I can pretty much see you. We can see you from the lake.
I can't stand when you interrupt me, bro. What the flying shit?
I didn't know you were still talking. You're so slow.
You don't listen. You fucking always interrupt, and you're so damn loud that it's insane to me, dude. That you can't listen. You got it. You do this on every bro. This is what you do.
This is
not even bad.
Seventh person this week that's told me that you need a new headset and you need to shut the fuck up.
No, right. Okay, chat. Has this dude not been talking over me? Come on, bro. Don't make excuses. It's not my headset. It's not at all. It's okay. But don't make excuses, bro. It's okay. I'm not mad. But you talk over me. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Everybody can hear me fine unless you're talking.
Well, you like to pause too much.
Dude, don't give me another damn fucking excuse. That's bullshit.
There's no excuses.
What the fuck, dude? You're giving me excuses of why you interrupt me every time, bro. I don't get it. No, it's a shit excuse.
No, it's not.
Okay, mute yourself then, bro. Shit. I don't get it. Slow ass dog, right? You slow, bro. The fuck? Jesus. Like, bruh. I wouldn't interrupt you if you're in the middle of talking. I like stop myself. Dude, you're just so loud. You got to turn your mic down. I don't care what anybody tells you. You can tell whoever told you that they need to fix your shit.
Thank you,
Your
Candy.
shit, not
Love
my
you,
shit.
Candy.
I've had to no, stop talking. I had to mute you at least 6 or 7 times, and that's what the echo was. That's what was making the noise. Just so you know.
No,
I'm telling you.
No, you blamed it on me while I was muted. Dude,
no,
you're
I
full
know
of
because
shit.
I had to mute you. I muted you.
You muted me. I was
And it
muted,
went
and then I
away.
got yelled at still. So
I
no,
muted
shut the
you,
fuck up.
and it stopped, and it went away.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did, dude. Are you kidding me? That's why I said you need to fix your damn headphones.
I don't have my headphones on. They're right here. I haven't even opened them today.
Well, then you need to fix your shit.
No,
dude. Stop.
It's your shit.
Stop giving me excuses, bro.
I got fucking 10 people that will fucking vouch for me.
Okay, dude. Done. Ryan's done for tonight. Everybody say goodnight to Ryan. 10 people that you ain't got nobody that'll vouch for you but Billy, because he has no clue about the sounding of this shit. He doesn't. That's a fact. He has no clue. I'd be sitting here playing with all the controllers the whole time. I know what the sound is. I do. I do. That's why I muted you and went quiet. It is what it is. You don't gotta believe me. Everybody's getting. It is what it is, dude. I don't care what anybody says. That is
I don't care
what it is, bro. You know. Just be patient with Tim. Nah, he just has excuses, bro. Yeah, be patient with me, but like he's got excuses instead of just being like, yeah. And fixing it, he gives me excuses, and I'm not like one that cares to hear excuses. Just do it. I don't care. I'm not mad.
I'm trying, Candy. I'm trying.
But when you give excuses, I don't give a shit. You know? Just fucking
It's been a year and a half, Candy.
It's been a year and a half, Candy. I still haven't figured out my mic, but Tim's the bad guy.
No, you just make me look like the bad guy. It's not
No,
me.
it's my fault. You're right. It's all my fault. You got 10 other people that said so because they're behind the damn studio.
Your mic.
No, is it though? Hold on. Be quiet. Can you guys hear me? Candy, can you hear me? I'm just asking. I'm just wondering. Can you hear me, Candy? And then I'll leave it be. Tim need to take a nice drag. Okay, we're trying to be calm. I love you. I love Ryan. Let's be. We are being peaceful, but he's got to learn and stop giving me stupid ass damn excuses.
Bro,
Diddy party.
Ryan's
down. He's down for the Diddy party because he clearly wants to be hurt, and you know Diddy will hear him.
Bro, you just lost that battle.
How?
No, she just told you.
What?
Just be patient with her.
No, she told you to be patient. Did you learn how
with you? Yes, with you.
Ryan, you're pushing your shit with me when it comes to this. I'm telling you, bro.
Read it
telling
again.
you, bro. You're really pushing your shit, bro. I promise you. I know what's going on. Like, literally. You're really like no. It tells me that you're really just not trying to hear me, bro. Like you're trying to just have your excuse.
Telling
and
you
go
to
ahead
get
and do that.
high and calm down.
I am. You just want me to drop it, but stop giving me excuses and I'll shut up, bro. You just keep doing it over and over.
You're still talking about it.
Because you're still fucking giving me excuses, dude. You haven't stopped. Legit. Kenny's like, I said hi. Yeah, Ryan won't fucking admit to fucking being loud. You know what? Here we go. We got one person in here that will defend me. Reed, you don't gotta defend me if I'm wrong. Does Ryan interrupt or not? And does he or does he not? Help me out. He's like, yes. I'm doing a dab right now, just so you guys know.
Thank God.
I'm literally heating my shit up as we speak, dude.
Wow, Candy just bitched you out, bro.
So what? That's my brother. I have a right to tell him to shut the hell up. You definitely always in the good parts too. I know, bro. Right in the good parts. Whenever like literally, you'll be like, "Don't use caps." Right in the good part, like, bro.
Hey man, hey, I can only take so much in the damn room.
You know.
Fuck you want me to do? That's my goddamn job.
Yeah, but it's really not. No, not right now. No, not in the middle of the video. Not.
Thank God for the dab, right?
Yeah, of course you heard him. Everybody heard him. If you have any type of hearing, anybody could hear him, dude. Fuck. I think
I'm not using headphones, bro.
I feel like Helen Keller could hear him if she wanted to.
Have I not been walking around my house like this for like the last fucking hour and a half?
Dude, do you not?
Can you not see headphones in my ears?
Drop the F-bomb again, please not, bro. Seriously, dog. This is crazy. Like, really, I don't understand it. We just lose all, like, reality of what we're live. Like, how am I supposed to get it back? Get what? Get what back? Get what back? This would be a time to mute myself.
Reed said, Ryan, the neighborhood kids threw the lawnmower on top of the Safeway. How am I supposed to get it back?
Oh my goodness, Ryan. You hear this?
Candy, do you really think I need coffee?
Be patient with Tim. He's going through something, not just the dad. He knows.
I know.
We're really not mad, Candy. I'm really not mad. I just like to correct him on the spot because I ain't gonna like. I that's just how I am. I like to keep it real. Look, dude, we're genuine ass people. You know, we're not gonna sit here and play an act for you. Go get your butt washed by an Asian woman, dude. What? Reed, get it in, bro. Oh, no, I'm good, bro. I'm good, Candy. That was what I needed. I just tried to open up my water and there's no cap on it. If that tells you anything. Woo!
Tells me a lot.
That was some shebang. That was
22?
some. Yep. All I want is super booth dabs. Alien can get them all day long. Cheap.
No, I can too.
Like
But I don't
12
even
bucks
want
a
to pay
G.
it, so I'll get
Like
blocked
12
again.
bucks a G, bro. Of dabs? No, you can't.
Free.
Of dab?
I got enough to fucking press some.
Oh, I'm talking about these. Never mind. Oh man, is that remember the movie Fried Green Tomatoes?
Yeah,
dude, they're like showing like is it Nightline like a true crime show? No,
I don't think it
they
was.
keep showing clips of Fried Green Tomatoes. That was a really damn good movie.
It was.
I kind of want to watch it. You want to watch that after this?
Sure.
I could watch that. It's something that we would never have thought about.
I mean, if you can't get no gayer, so if you want to go as gay as you want, we can go gay.
It is kind of gay. I mean, what would be a better movie?
I'll tell you what. I just watched a Predator. That new Predator movie, Badlands. That was a good one.
What was it?
Predator, Badlands. If you never watched the first one, then don't even.
Yeah. The lady scared of beans on Mari. Lady scared of. Oh, I can't show it on here. I almost just did. I almost just played it. I was like, huh. I want to see a lady that's scared of beans. Legit. I tried to find it, but I can't. I heard a flower say, "Sure you would say the last song I didn't bother." Huh? Ryan, what did she say? I just did that dab now.
I tried to find it, but all I could find was flower. That would just say sure, and you wouldn't say the last song I didn't bother.
Is that a rhyme? Is that a poem?
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Effing talking about. Damn it.
What was that, Candy? I was just wondering, what did you just say? Yeah, hit that for a minute. We're like, hold on. We're 100 away. Like, what type of flower, dude? You still didn't tell me. I chiefed out Billy's. Yeah, Sherbang. No, Sherbang, not Sherbert. Sherbang. Sherbert's good too. Sherbang is just Sherbert crossed with something. That's my favorite strain. Ryan knows that. Ryan knows. This past year, that took the cake for me. For
Speaking
sure.
of,
it's weird because it's weird because when I first got my card, I got Sherbhead, which is the original like rainbow sherbet, and it actually was an award winner, and so was ice cream cake from the same company. And you're crying, you know what I'm saying? But like, bro, they were both award winning back like when I was getting it. It had like when you got it, it had the sticker on it that said first place for whatever cup it was.
Yeah.
And that, like that, and I know it's funny though. The whole point of me telling that is I didn't even like it that much back then. I think once they hit it with that marker or something, I don't know what it was, but whatever they did, They figured it out because it's like, bro, they mastered that, like literally.
Rainbow server, yeah. It turned out well. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing myself is RS11 crossed with ice cream cake.
Please.
It's funny that you just
Use code, but yes, I get it. Go ahead.
That's as much
Good.
code as you're gonna get, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's all I needed to say.
Oh.
RS11 crossed with ice cream cake.
Yeah, that's gonna be gas. I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, they've been crossing it with everything. So, you know what sucks, dude? You know what sucks? And Candy and everybody, bro, it's like they you have to use streaming minutes. You only get so many minutes. And it's like I would stream a lot more and do more stuff. But I only get so many I feel like at some point I need to get a better package that'll let me just do it whenever I want. Seriously, because if you get the better package, I feel like I'll be able to I was using the soundboard and stuff like that. I feel like I'll be able to have more what's it called? Features where I'll be able to do more stuff. That's what I think, because I used to have it, the streaming service, StreamYard that we're on right now. I couldn't picture going to something else at this point, and I couldn't picture going back.
Well, why would you? We're not taking 3 steps forward and 4 steps back. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Reed said, I remember when Dell was on the live stream. Holy smokes! Talk about a trip.
Who said that? Hold on. Let me see.
Reed said that. He said, "What'd you think about him, Reed?"
Talk about a trip, dude.
Dude, he still is like that. He's still like that, bro. He doesn't stop. I can't even fuck with him like that, man. I'll be cool with him. Not at all, really. I try to be. But, he has no, chill. And he's so, he reminds me of them Karens that were in the video today, bro. That's what he reminds me of. He would fit right in to that shit, bro. He would fit right into Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? He could be sitting at the press conference, talking and stuff. We need to help these people. They're they're victims here. You know what I'm saying? They're victims. What? It's embedded into his head. Yeah, he's on a loop. He's on a loop. Hey. I always thought he was a good guy. He's just on a loop, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna speak real quick.
Go for
it. On a level of 1 to Reed, on a level to 1 to Dell, I think I'm a 3.
You're a 3?
Maybe a 2.5. Maybe a 2.
What does that mean?
Out of 10.
24 to 10?
What's that mean? 24 hours.
2.2.
2.2, that's a kilo. I know what that is.
He's saying he's at a 2.2 out of 10.
I mean, a 2.2. I'm at a kilo? All right.
Bro.
I'll take that out of a 10. Fuck yeah, buddy. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that one.
Brian speaks in Who does kilograms? Who does that metric system?
I don't know, man. I know that
Who
1
the hell
pound is
does
16
that?
ounces and a half pound is 8. A quarter is 7 grams. An eighth is 3.5.
No, dude, what are you talking about? Shut up.
So
I'm
I'm
talking
2.2.
about, are you kidding me, bro? I'm talking about the damn metric system.
Out of a 10. It's not bad. I'll take it, Reed. Thank you. That's a compliment, actually. Thank you very much.
A night like tonight, you can do what?
What?
Said a night like tonight, I can. Yeah, bro. I mean, I remember when he was on, you guys would all just sit there and bitch about him the whole time. Literally, the whole chat would just be sitting there talking about the dude.
Made my job easier. Not.
Like, I don't think he would be able to even handle this show. It's too much. It's way too much for his brain. It's way too much for a lot of people's brain. We love you, Candy. Straight up. You know. Hey. Love you, Reed. You're the fucking homie, bro. Damn, I dropped the F-bomb. I did good, though. You fuck.
No, I did good, too. Don't fucking tell me I didn't. Oh,
just did it.
Dropped it. Damn it.
Fuck.
You just did it, too.
Yeah, I did it on purpose, because if you're already going to say it, what the fuck's the difference?
I followed you. Your lead.
You're not, like, bro. Candy, tell him to stop swearing. Reed, tell him to stop swearing. Shut up, Muhammad. I'm just fucking. Ask what? Is that what you want? You want Ryan?
I'm gonna type it out, bro.
Hey, Muhammad, what you want, bro? Is that what you want, homie? He does, bro. We used to have one. If we had to go 10 minutes.
Me? What?
Yes.
Get the heck out of here.
We used to. No. Ryan used to go. I'll give you $50 or $100 if you can go 10 minutes. Or 12. I forget what it was. Maybe it was an hour. Without
saying the F word.
And I did.
No, you didn't.
I always do.
No, you never one time made it.
There was a time where I might have said it once or twice, but mostly I never would ever say it.
Do you see how many people are sitting in here listening to two brothers fight?
I'm just saying, yeah. They're just going, hey.
It's pretty funny to me.
Like, I don't like to swear. Like, you make me swear. If, like, I'm watching...
Yeah, Candy, it's all my fault, sweetie.
Yeah, dude, if there's some fucked up shit on the internet, I get annoyed. You know damn well it's Ryan's fault, because he's... Exactly. He starts yelling, no cap.
Do you have blue on your name?
Hey, look. He starts yelling, no caps. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, riled up.
You got me up out of bed, did you?
He needs to be more zen, you know? He needs to be a little more zen and chill
now
like
you got
me.
Me up out of bed.
He needs to be chill like me. He should be more relaxed.
Yeah, I can read the shit.
You're always fucking talking shit, you know? You're always on some bullshit.
Shut up, Reed.
Yeah, Ryan, chill. The hell, bro? He's like, I gotta get out of bed for this.
No caps, Ryan. That's what got me out of bed.
Talks too much. Oh, you're talking about Dell. She said because he talks too much. Love you, Candy. Word anything. You know what? I'm gonna put that up there. I should go back and find the one that Reed put. You know what? That might be a good one to put. That would be hilarious.
No.
Fine.
Look
said,
what Candy just put. Read that. Post that. That's a
you
good
know
one.
what it is? We were on the phone last night, and then it's like we all went to sleep for a few hours, got dressed, and I couldn't wait to get back on the phone so we could do it again. See, that's how I feel when we do streams like this.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, if we did this every day, y'all would want to hear us talk every day. This is like, you know,
I don't know. I think we'd build a pretty good family.
Yeah, man. I'm glad. Dude, if we can make you laugh, we all have the same humor, bro. We're like, hey, we're a team, bro. It is what it is. I come in to see y'all every single day, man, or anytime I do. If I need a good laugh, I know I'm gonna get it from y'all. I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna be the problem. No cause. I wouldn't want nobody to stop. So I can't. Oh, I love you, Candy. You're not no problem, not at all. Not at all, yo. Life's a bitch, yo.
You're the best, Candy. I want to meet you someday. We gotta smoke someday. Maybe me and Tim will go down to Boston.
You come to Ohio, bro. Boston's too liberal for us. We can't do it. Like, our dude has a musket, bro. Like, come on, man.
Oh, we could see Dave too.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ryan would go fucking get hit by a Toyota going to McDonald's with them. Ryan's like, I'm gonna go walk to the store with Dave and get ran over by a Toyota.
First off, a Toyota run your ass over no matter what, dude. You can't break those things.
What, a Toyota?
Yeah.
I used to have a Corolla, remember?
Me too.
Yeah.
So I don't have to share my stuff. But why would you have to share anything? We'll be bringing you stuff. Silly Billy. Grab it from your local dispensary.
Ryan Suzuki lawnmower built by China kids. Like I said, dude, they're small enough that they don't need to jack it up. They can just slide right under it and do work.
Get the damn lawn cut in like 40 minutes instead of 2.5 hours. It'll be perfect.
They just lay on their backs like. Dude, that's great. Time for resin.
Tylenol. Be careful with that Tylenol shit. Remember, I'm sick. This stuff smells so good.
Yeah, sounds good.
For resin block ones. Yeah.
Yeah, be careful about the Tylenol, man. For sure. That's
tough.
That's what we do. We like doing that shit. That's the thing. Man, we turned this into 7 hours, man.
Shit.
That sucks because we put on a really good show. Now no one's going to watch the beginning.
You just cut the last 2 hours out.
I wonder if I'd cut it in half.
Why don't you just split it in half?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll keep this up and then split it in half again. Or something. I don't know what to do. I've been trying to do it.
Started something good.
I've been trying to do segments, like hour Instead of doing like 20 topics or 10 topics in one show, I've been wanting to do one and then stop and do another one. Boom, boom, boom. You see that, Candy? You see that? Oh, yeah, bro. You gave it. Hey, I was going to put reads, but, you know, Ryan said no. So I said, okay. What am I going to do, bro? When Grandpa tells you no, you listen.
I didn't say no.
Yeah, you did.
I said go. Go, go.
You said go. I thought you said no, so I backed away from it. I'm like, why no? But okay, he must have a reason. I'm not going to argue. I'm not an argumentative person. I wouldn't argue with him.
Yeah, right, dude. Who the hell are you talking to?
Yeah, you trying to tell me I'd argue with this Mexican over here? Really? Come on, bro. I'll just start speaking to you in Spanish and you don't even know what the hell I'm saying.
You won't even know what you're saying.
I know, so it won't even matter. I can say anything and you would think I'm speaking Mexican because you wouldn't even know. Fair?
You por mi el gato balos.
Well, look, guys, we're 1 minute from 7:10. I'm going to end it at 7:10. So I'm going to say my goodbyes. I want to ask every time, dude. Tim, you really mean it like you think it's really sincere when I leave message? Yes, I do. And I tell that to Ryan all the time. I truly do.
Candy, you're one of the only people that's kept us going.
Yeah, I do. I look forward. I swear to you not. Once I met you, at first I was a little who's this person? But once I met you, dude, it's been love. I love him. It's like I got my homie right there looking out for him, you know?
We were so sus about you, Candy.
Because we just didn't know.
Who the hell is this?
We just didn't think nobody liked us like that.
Like,
because
who
we're
is
just
this?
normal
This has got to
guys.
be a fake. This has got to be a plant. This has got to be somebody who doesn't love us.
Yeah.
And is trying to set us up. But when we met you, it was a game changer. It fucking fired us back up, put us, it lit a fire under our ass. And he just wanted to keep going. I wanted to keep going. Let's go.
Yeah, that was the start of it. So, you know, just know you played a role in all this, and we appreciate you. You know, Reed, you were there. You watched it go from one to another, you know. So, I would, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But we're at 7:10 right now. So, I love you.
Let's kill it.
You have a beautiful day. We're gonna kill this at 7:10. You guys have a beautiful New Year's day. Rest of your night. Wait, it's over.
Happy
I'll
New
talk
Year.
to y'all next stream. Bro. Love you, Candy. Reed.
Mad love.
Anybody else that's in here? Appreciate you sticking around, and we will definitely be back on.
Yeah, you guys.
Stay blessed. Good night, y'all. Peace.